Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Mutation Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Sorry, kid, it's not going to happen. Izuku felt himself freeze as the words left the doctor's mouth. He wasn't going to get a quirk. He could sort of hear his mom saying something to the doctor, but his whole world was narrowed down to what he'd just learned. If he wasn't going to get a quirk, how could he be a hero? Every hero that he knew of had a quirk. Did that mean that he couldn't be a hero? And if he couldn't be a hero, how was he going to save people like All Might? How was he going to be a hero with Kaken? Izuku found out that he wasn't going to be a hero with Kaken. When Kaken found out that he was quirkless, he started calling him Deku. And after Kaken fell into the water when they were out in the woods, Izuku wasn't allowed to play with him and Tsubasa or Akamori anymore. And Kaken started being mean. But was he really being mean? The teachers always took Kaken's side. When Kaken used his quirk, the teachers told Izuku that he needed the practice, or that he shouldn't make things up. The other kids picked on him too. But maybe it wasn't picking on him if they didn't get in trouble either. Kaken was amazing, and needed all the practice he could get if he wanted to be a hero. But why didn't the teachers do anything about the other kids? Honda didn't even want to be a hero, but she used her quirk on him almost every day, small vines that tripped him on the playground. But it wasn't too bad. Even if he couldn't be a hero with Kaken anymore, he was still going to be a hero. And the best way to do that would be to write about his classmates' quirks. He got to see them every day after all, and they were all so cool. Izuku could be a hero who would know how to fight any quirk. Well, except All Might, but no one's better than All Might. So about a month after he was diagnosed quirkless, he went up to his mom and asked if he could have a notebook, one not for school. When he told her what he wanted it for, she gave him a smile and pulled one from the cupboard, though he wasn't sure why that made her tear up. And since he wasn't spending time playing with Kaken anymore, he spent all his time writing in his notebook or watching new hero cartoons. After a while, he started to run out of things to write about his classmates' quirks. They only ever seemed to do one thing with them, except Kaken, and no one would listen to Izuku when he told them things they could try with their quirks. After Mikumo scratched his arm hard enough to rip his uniform rather than just poke at him, Izuku stopped trying to tell people about their quirks. He wanted to ask his mom if she could take him to watch heroes fight, or if she could put on videos for him so he'd have different quirks to look at. He had to keep practicing if he wanted to be a hero. He could be a hero like Nezu, or Sir Night-Eye, someone really smart who saved people with their knowledge. Sir Night-Eye even fought sometimes, but his mom had started working more. After he'd been diagnosed, Mom had told him that Dad had decided to stay in America instead of coming back after his business trip was supposed to end. Izuku didn't really mind. It wasn't really different from Dad being gone all the time, but his mom had started working more. When he came home from school, she didn't get back for a few hours, and the computer had protections that stopped him from watching a lot of hero videos. So Izuku could only really watch cartoons or read, but he wanted to write about quirks. He'd been sitting there at the computer, looking at the child lock warning on a video, when it came to him. What if he didn't watch videos on quirks? He could read about them instead, or at least until Mom came home. And that's how the next few years went. He'd try to be quiet at school, before coming home and reading about quirks. Sometimes he'd need to patch up his scratches before he got started. At least that's how it went until he was 7. His mom didn't come home when she normally did. She hadn't called. She always called when she was going to be late. Izuku waited an hour before calling the number Mom gave him for emergencies. Musutafu General, how can I help you today? A man asked cheerfully over the line. Izuku gripped the phone and tried to push down his worry. And my mom works there. She didn't come home, and she didn't call, and she always calls. Take a breath, kid. The voice was calm. I'm sure she just got caught up with something. Can I get her position and name? I'll need to be a bit quick as we're a bit busy right now. She's a nurse. And Midoriya and Co. He kicked his slippers against the floor, watching as they almost fell off before scooting them back on. Oh, you're Midoriya-sen's kid. Just a moment. There's an uncomfortable pause. Huh, he said, sounding confused. Izuku could feel his heartbeat. What's wrong? It looks like she clocked out at her regular time. Do you have her number to call? Was she maybe supposed to stop somewhere today? The man seemed a bit more alert. She should have been back. Had she been supposed to stop somewhere? Had she told him and he'd just forgotten? Maybe she was going to Auntie's house. I have her phone number. I can call her. He squeezed the hem of his shirt. There was a pause. Okay, is there anything I can do? No, I'll be fine. He forced some cheer into his voice. He probably just forgot that his mom had plans. He didn't have the best memory. His grades showed that. I'll give her a call right now. All right. I hope I could help. Why, you did. Thank you, Izuku said, hanging up before calling the number he's had memorized since preschool. He sat there, nerves building as it went straight to voicemail. He tried again. Voicemail, should he call Auntie Mitsuki? But if Mom wasn't there, then she'd get worried too. And if she got worried, then she might want to come over. But if she came over just to wait with him for no reason, because his mom was probably out at the store or something, then he'd mess up Auntie's night for no reason. And then Kaken might get mad at him for ruining Auntie's night. So there was no reason for him to call and bother her, even if his mom was there. 'Cause if his mom was there, then she'd be back soon. Izuku nodded to himself, mind made up. Mom was fine. He'd probably just forgotten that she needed to do something. He put the phone back in the charger and went to the TV. He couldn't focus on his hero notebooks right now, because no matter how much he knew his mom was fine, he still couldn't focus. So instead he'd put on the Hero Network. They didn't often show the more intense fights, but maybe he'd see something that he could come back and write about later. Turning on the TV, voices burst to life. He winced and turned down the volume. The lady on screen had images of a destroyed street behind her. A villain fight earlier today left over a dozen dead in Musutafu as a building collapsed and a robbery gone wrong. Heroes arrived on scene shortly after the event and are helping with rescue efforts and cleanup. Stay tuned to see how events unfold and for more information on the villain. It cut to a commercial break. Izuku sat up and paid attention. The building collapse was shockingly close. He hoped that Mom wouldn't have trouble getting to work tomorrow. The building was right along her path from the station. He shook the thoughts out of his head before they could form and focused on the TV. The knock on the door came a few hours later. Had Mom forgotten her key? He shut off the TV and rushed for the door. Izuku hoped his mom didn't mind that he hadn't eaten yet. He wanted to wait for her. He pulled open the door. Mom, what to? It wasn't Mom. There outside the door was an officer and a man. The officer wasn't smiling as she spoke. Not like the one he'd seen during parent day at school. Are you Midoriya Izuku? He nodded, unsure how to respond. I'm Officer Hanajimi and this is Sama Katsuya, she said, gesturing to the man. She gave him a small smile. It didn't look right. Would it be all right if we came in for a moment? Izuku glanced back into the apartment, unsure of what he was supposed to be looking for. Mom doesn't want me to have people here when she's not home. The officer's smile tightened. Midoriya & Co. is actually who we're here to talk to you about. Sama spoke up. I imagine this would be better to talk about inside. He gave Izuku a pointed look. It was the look that teachers gave him when he started muttering. Izuku didn't like it. He looked to the officer who gave him a reassuring smile. He shuffled back and opened the door for them. Sama led him and Officer Hanajimi over to the couch. Izuku sat down and watched as they looked around the apartment. Were they looking for something? Why were they here? Had something happened to his mom? Sama broke the silence. Have you eaten yet? Izuku shook his head. Was waiting for Mom. Officer Hanajimi frowned and Sama gave her a nod. About your mom. There was a villain attack in Musutafu earlier today, she started. Izuku nodded along. She must be talking about the attack he saw on Hero News. A lot of people got hurt and unfortunately your mom, Midoriya & Co., was one of them. Izuku could feel his eyes welling with tears. Is Mom okay? Are you here to take me to go see her? He asked, trying to keep his voice steady. Kaken always complained that he didn't understand Izuku when he cried too much. She shook her head. Midoriya & Co. was dead on scene. I'm sorry, but your mom didn't make it. The tears spilled over. He didn't understand. He'd seen Mom earlier. She'd said goodbye to him before he left for school. She said she'd see him later. Mom didn't lie. Mom didn't lie, and so she couldn't be gone. But then the officer wouldn't have told him that she was gone. His mom was dead. Izuku was alone. The tears were making his face feel hot and sticky. Once. Where am I gonna go? Can I stay here? With Mom gone, there was nowhere he could go. Dad had left and Kaken wouldn't like it if he went to Auntie's, so that left him with staying here. Alone, he could make some food, but he didn't have any money to buy more. And he was still too little to reach all of the cupboards, even with his step stool. Midoriya, Officer Hanajimi said, jolting him out of his muttering. When she saw that she had his attention, she continued. You can't stay here by yourself. That's why Selma-san is here. She gestured to him. He gave her a nod. We already attempted to contact your father, and it appears that you have no other family, correct? Mom's parents died before I was born. Izuku gripped his shirt to stop himself from tugging on his hands. Mom worried about him when he did that. Sama continued. I'm going to be your caseworker. As you have no other family, you'll be placed in a foster home. Izuku's mind was racing. His mom was dead. He'd be moving somewhere he didn't know. What would happen to his home? What would happen to him? Almost like Sama could read his mind. His questions were answered. Maybe he could. Was that his quirk? I was able to get in contact with one Bakugo Mitsuki who offered to take on the responsibility of sorting out your mother's funeral, as well as making plans for a storage unit in your name. Izuku wasn't exactly sure what the storage unit was for. Was Auntie going to pack up the apartment for him? But then what would happen to all of his stuff? Would he be able to bring it with him? They gave him a moment to take everything in. What do I do now? Salma held out a bag Izuku hadn't noticed. It was the kind that you can stuff a lot of clothes into. You'll be moving into the foster home tonight. I was able to find one nearby that will allow you to continue at your same school. I wanted to try and minimize the change you'd be going through." Izuku took the bag. He had an idea of where this was going. "Please go pack your bag with plenty of clothes and whatever you're needing, toothbrush, socks, underwear, make sure you pack it all. I'm going to chat with the officer here, but once you're done we'll be leaving." Izuku stood on uneasy legs and made his way to his room. For once All Might's smile didn't make him feel better. The tears were still trailing down his face. He sniffed. All Might had always made him feel better, when Kaken didn't want to be friends anymore, when the other kids were mean to him, when the teachers ignored him, but not now. Right now all he felt was sad and confused. Izuku filled the bag up with as much clothes as he could, folding them the way Mom had shown him to make them fit better. After a moment's debate, he grabbed his small green blanket off the bed and added it to the bag, along with his favorite All Might figure. Even though All Might wasn't helping him to feel better right now, maybe he'd feel better later. He stood in his room and looked around. Sama probably wouldn't like it if he brought a lot. He'd probably brought the bag for that specific reason. After a moment of thinking, he grabbed his most recent journal. And on the way back to the living room, he grabbed a picture of him and Mom from the hall. Sama gave him a once-over when he came back. "Got everything. Socks, underwear, pants, shirts, jacket, toothbrush." Izuku shook his head and put the bag down. He ran off towards the bathroom and returned a moment later with his toothbrush, toothpaste, and floss. He put them in the bag. His tear tracks had dried. "Okay, I'm ready." He wasn't. He really didn't feel ready. Sama picked up his bag for him and Officer Hanajime started for the door. Izuku followed right behind them, picking up his backpack on the way out. Tears welling up as they flicked off the light for the apartment and closed the door. This didn't feel right. His skin prickled with unease. Things had changed when Izuku entered the home a few months ago, and yet a lot of things stayed the same. Sama had introduced him to the person who ran the home, Fujimura Kaori. She was nice, at least at first. She'd told him the rules the first night, and told him right away that if he broke any he'd be punished by doing extra chores around the home. And that seemed fair. The rules were mostly about keeping things clean, not stealing, and being quiet at bedtime. And Izuku could do that, or at least he thought he could. There were some other boys at the home with him. They didn't really like him. They didn't like that he was quirkless, or that they lost some space in the home. They hadn't even been willing to introduce themselves. If he left something out, they'd take it, breaking it, or just refusing to give it back. And Fujimura-san hadn't believed him when he told her, so he lost the best genus card he'd left on the desk. After that, he started keeping his most important things in his backpack. His bullies at school tended to leave his stuff alone and go for him at least, so he kept his blanket, All Might figure, and the picture of his mom in there. Everything he had that wasn't clothes. Izuku thought things at the home would stay the way they were. He spent most of his time by himself, trying to stay out of the way, but it only took a few weeks for that to change. The other boys started to blame little things on Izuku, leaving something out, taking an extra cookie, making a mess. And just like his teachers, Fujimura-san wouldn't listen. She believed them. After all, he was quirkless, so it made sense that he did everything wrong. He only made the mistake of mentioning that he wanted to be a hero once. Izuku had gone to school limping the next day. School was the same for the most part. The teacher still ignored him. The other kids still picked on him. There were a few differences though. The first one was that his walk to school was longer. The boys from the home went to a different school, but they walked together for part of it. Izuku didn't really like that. They used the time they walked together to try and steer him into the woods. They'd trip him, or pick up sticks and give him a smile that made him want to run. But there was one thing that got better. Kaken wasn't mean to him anymore. That didn't mean that he was nice to Izuku now, but he didn't practice his quirk on Izuku anymore. Kaken also got Tsubasa and Nakamori to leave Izuku alone. He'd say that it wasn't worth it to pick on a Deku, but he saw the way Kaken sent him a small worried frown when he thought no one was looking. It made the heavy feeling he'd felt since his mom died feel just a little bit lighter. The hug Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru gave him at the funeral helped too. Izuku thought about Kaken as he walked back to the home. Since Kaken was being nicer, maybe if Izuku did better he'd want to be friends again. But what could he be better at? Kaken was the best and only wanted to be friends with the best, and that wasn't Izuku. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get good grades, even when he was sure the answer was correct. He didn't think he could do better at school, and there wasn't any way for him to get an awesome quirk like Kaken had, so there was nothing to make better there either. He continued to think as he walked back, only to be knocked out of his thoughts a little while later by something hitting him on the head. Izuku looked down at the small rock tumbling across the sidewalk. He brought his hand up to where it hit. He pulled back his fingers. Red blood. His stomach dropped as he looked up and saw a few of the boys from the home. Only this time they had brought their friends. He recognized one of them in passing from school. He wasn't sure what happened, but something inside of him wasn't just telling him to run. It screamed for him to run, so he did. Izuku tore off into the woods, dodging behind trees as he ran. One of the boys from the home had an accuracy quirk and because of that could hit anything within his eyesight if he was throwing something small and trying to hit something close. He had probably thrown the rock. One of the other boys had a speed quirk, and if the sound of twigs snapping behind him was anything to go by, he was close behind. The same urge that had told Izuku to run in the first place was screaming at him to go faster, to run, to hide. He didn't know what quirks their friends had, and that was an unknown, something that could be the difference between him hiding and going back to the home later, or limping back with a broken leg. Izuku wasn't even looking where he was running, between the urge screaming at him and the adrenaline, and there was a nagging feeling under his skin of just wrong. Something hit the back of his head, and the feeling of wrong became bone deep. His feet burned, his head screamed at him, but he was running faster than he ever had. He should have been watching where he was going, because the next thing he knew he was flying over a hill and rolling to a stop. He looked down at his aching body. That wasn't right. It looked like he was bending out of shape. Before Izuku could put together any more thoughts, his vision went dark. Deku wasn't at school again today. Katsuki hadn't thought about it at first. Since Auntie's funeral, Deku had started showing up to school hurt instead of just leaving hurt. So he figured that maybe he had been taking a day off, or maybe Deku had gotten sick. He ignored the fact that last time Deku got sick he'd come to school anyway. He had just worn a mask and tried to keep to himself even more than he already did. Katsuki ignored the fact that the last time he'd seen Deku some extra a year up had been eyeing him. He wasn't sure if Deku had even noticed, or at least he ignored it until Deku didn't show up the next day either. Katsuki found himself waiting outside of the gate after school. He watched as the extra in question turned and started heading the direction that Deku had started taking home after Auntie died. He found himself following at a distance. He wasn't sure why. It's not like Deku mattered, he was useless. So why did Katsuki even care that he wasn't at school? He followed the extra until he met up with a group of 4 others. He didn't recognize any of them. "Hey," he yelled, stalking over to the group of extras. They turned to him, the extra from his school raising his eyebrows, the others just looking bored. "Bakugo, right?" the extra from his school asked. The others turned to him. "You know him?" one asked. "Yeah, grade below me," he said, usually picking on that quirkless kid. The others smiled at that, and for some reason that made the pit in Katsuki's stomach grow. "Oh yeah?" one asked with a smile. "He mess up Midoriya good." The extra from his school smiled wider. Usually, maybe he should have been there the other day. That caught Katsuki's attention. "Boy, what happened the other day?" They were bragging. "Yeah, we chased him the other day, but we lost him." "What day?" he demanded. Something in his tone must have shown more than usual and tipped them off because suddenly the extra from his school was on edge. "Just the other day." "Why? Deku hasn't been to school. He doesn't even miss it when he's sick." He had a bad feeling about this. "Where did you lose him?" The extra's eyes narrowed. "Don't remember. Not our fault the quirkless couldn't find his way back." One of the other extras spoke up. "Didn't want him at the home anyway, more room." His eyes widened. Deku lived with some of these extras. Deku had been coming to school hurt. Deku had been extra careful to keep his backpack safe since Auntie had died. And Katsuki had ignored the way it always seemed to be stuffed full. Why did he care? Deku was weak and useless, always muttering. Why did he care if people hurt him? Katsuki had hurt him, burned him. But he had never left Deku limping his way home. These extras weren't going to tell him anything. What was he supposed to do? Maybe Deku just got lost wherever the extras had chased him. Maybe he'd show up tomorrow. Yeah, Katsuki would wait. If he said something and Deku showed up tomorrow, he'd look like an idiot. Nodding to himself, he turned away from the extras and started heading home. Running away. One called, "TCH, I don't need to bother with an extra like you." He called back, "Deku will show up tomorrow." Katsuki knew his grades weren't good enough to miss this much school. He'll let Deku know that a nerd like him can't miss this much school. Yeah, he'll do it tomorrow. Deku didn't show up the next day either. Katsuki sat there, sure that at any second Deku would walk in through the door. By lunch he realized that he wasn't coming. Deku hadn't been to school for a few days, and no one seemed to know where he was. No one seemed to care except him. Katsuki waited for the class to trail out to lunch. He waved off the extras that tried to wait for him and he walked up to the teacher. "Sensei," Katsuki said flatly. His teacher looked up, obviously confused. "Bakugo, is there something I can help you with? Midoriya's missing." He wasn't sure why, but he needed his teacher to listen to him. "Midoriya is missing?" he asked slowly, like it wasn't sinking in. Was he stupid? Katsuki bit back a growl. The nerd hasn't been to school in a few days, and no one knows where he is. He wouldn't miss school. The teacher raised his eyebrow. "Katsuki, I understand that you're worried about your classmate, but Midoriya doesn't have the best track record. He's probably skipping." He wouldn't. Deku never skipped. "Bakugo, please go to lunch. A student skipping isn't something you need to worry about." The teacher waved him off and turned back to his papers. Katsuki stood there for a few moments. His teacher didn't care that Deku was missing. That couldn't be right. He numbly made his way out of the classroom. If the teacher wasn't going to listen to him, he was going to someone who would. Katsuki slammed the front door, barely pausing to kick off his shoes. His mom turned the corner, face scowling, clearly gearing up to yell. Katsuki, WH. Mom, he interrupted. She stopped in her tracks. He hadn't called her that in a while. The anger dropped off her face as quick as it had come. What's wrong? She grabbed his shoulders and kneeled down to look him in the eyes. He took a breath. Izuku was missing. He came to slowly, fading in and out for a while. When he finally managed to peel his eyes open, he realized he was on the ground, face pressed into the grass, and something soft blocking his vision. Izuku scrunched up his nose. Why was he on the ground? He had been running from the other boys. He had to focus to pull his thoughts together. He had been running and his body had been. He tried to grasp for the words, not right. Something had gone wrong and then he'd fallen. Izuku tried to assess the situation. It was still light out, so he couldn't have been here too long. He looked around only to realize the soft thing was still in his face, blocking his vision. He tried to bring his hand up to push away whatever it was. Only, what came to wipe at his face wasn't his hand. It was something green and fuzzy. With a squeak, Izuku found himself pushing himself away on unfamiliar legs, only to fall on his back next to his backpack. Izuku laid there, trying to figure out what had just happened. He tried to ignore the way his breath was coming out ragged alongside tiny sounds that he didn't think he should be able to make. Izuku lifted up his hands to look at them. Only they weren't hands anymore, they were little green paws. Did he get hit by a quirk? He rolled himself over onto his paws. Doing so let whatever the fluffy things were to fall into his vision again. They dangled right above the ground. It took the grass tickling them for him to realize what they were. He had animal ears, really long animal ears. Izuku looked down at himself. Was he a bunny? He took a few steps forward, finding himself lumbering into a clumsy hop. Izuku took a few minutes to figure out how to hop around, using it as a distraction. The last thing he needed was to freak out. By the time Izuku could hop around his bag, the panic had mostly stopped. He thought about what he knew. He didn't think he'd been hit by a quirk. Most of the time he was able to tell when he was. Getting hit by a quirk felt like something. One of his classmates had a touch-activated quirk that could hold someone's feet in place for 3 seconds. Not long, but enough to make him trip. That quirk felt like a jolt of cold, sent from where he was touched to his feet. Transformation quirks would probably feel the same, and he hadn't felt like he'd been hit by anything. And none of them had gotten close enough to touch him. So what had happened? Izuku thought about the way his body had felt before he fell down the hill. It had felt like his body was itching from the inside out. It also felt like that time his mom had sat him down and explained what growing pains were. Only instead of his legs, it was his whole body. But if no one used their quirk on him, then that didn't make any sense. It didn't make sense because if he wasn't a bunny because of someone else's quirk, then that meant that it was because of his own quirk. But Izuku didn't have a quirk. Izuku was quirkless. He had the toe joints and everything. Almost everyone with. His thoughts stuttered to a halt. Almost everyone. Not everyone with the toe joints were quirkless. Izuku thought back to what he knew about quirks. He'd known that he wasn't ever going to get a quirk, but he had just really wanted to make sure. So one day after school he had looked up papers about people getting their quirks really late, or people who had the toe joints and had quirks. Some people with transformation quirks had the toe joints, but none of them had gotten their quirks later than 5. Next, there were people with specific activation requirements, like that one kid who just needed to have a pineapple. But all of those cases didn't have the toe joints, so that left only one option, a force-manifested quirk. Sometimes, when something really bad happened to someone who was quirkless, they would get a quirk, something to help them. A quirk that lets them fight, a quirk to protect them, quirks that let them hide. A bunny would be great at hiding. But him getting chased hadn't been that bad. Sure, he was scared, and he really wanted mom. He widened his eyes in realization. Sometimes the really bad thing didn't mean getting their body hurt. Sometimes it meant that they were really scared or lonely. Izuku gave himself a little nod, ignoring the way his body felt. Not wrong anymore, but different. He had a quirk. He had a quirk. Izuku found himself scrambling for his bag, tripping over his new legs in his excitement. He ignored the way what he intended to be excited cheers came out as excited squeaking. Communication was something he could worry about later. He pushed open the zipper on his bag and pulled out his current notebook. He needed to start taking notes on his quirk. His mind raced thinking through the possible applications. Bunnies were small and people didn't really pay attention to them. It could be useful for undercover hero work. Hero work. He could be a hero. He had a quirk now, he'd have to tell Kaken. Izuku managed to flip open his notebook, only for him to realize the problem. He looked down at his paws. He couldn't exactly write like this. He couldn't talk like this either. Maybe he should worry about that now. And, oh no, the panic was back. Sure, Izuku wasn't actually a bunny, but he had no way of letting other people know what he wasn't. He had to change back. Yeah, he'd just change back. Then he'd go back to the home and get his quirk registered. And then he could show Kaken his quirk. Only, how is he supposed to change back? Not a lot of pro heroes have transformation quirks, and none of his classmates this year did. So even though transformation quirks were really cool, Izuku hadn't really looked into the specifics of how they work. But he could figure this out. After all, it was his quirk. How hard could it be? It turns out figuring out his quirk is hard. Really hard. Izuku must have spent hours trying to figure it out. He thought about wiggling his toes, walking around like a person, and even what it felt like when his quirk had first found its way under his skin. But nothing worked. All he'd managed to accomplish was tripping on his ears, which were impractical in their length. He was just glad that no one was around to see it. Izuku rubbed his nose after he picked himself up off the ground. It tickled, causing him to sneeze. His nose seemed to be a lot more sensitive. He looked around, like something in the clearing might give his answers. It remained empty aside from his and his bag. He had always kind of thought that if he ever got a quirk he would just know how it worked. After all, after Kaken got his quirk, the school only ever made him go to one quirk counseling appointment, even though the school was supposed to give everyone 2 a year. But then again, Kaken was the best. And Izuku was a Deku, so it made sense that he was having trouble. He needed help. If he went back to the home he could. Well, Fujimura-sen didn't really like him. Would she even recognize him? He couldn't talk, and he couldn't really carry anything, so that left out bringing anything with his name on it. And what if the other boys found him first? He didn't want to know what they would do to him if he was too small to do anything. What did that leave him? He could go to school, but that still left the issue of not being able to talk. Izuku shuddered at the thought of what people at school might do to a bunny if he went there. He could feel himself wilting. He was running out of options. He wished his mom was still alive. She would have been able to recognize him. She would have taken him to get help. But she was gone, and Izuku didn't have anyone who would care enough to help him. He whined. Kaken. Izuku shot that thought down immediately. To Kaken, having a quirk not suited for fighting was almost as bad as being quirkless. He probably wouldn't want to help, even if he was able to recognize Izuku. Was there really nowhere he could go? Chances are he wouldn't make it to a police station. Crossing the street as a bunny would definitely get him hurt. He had no family, no friends. The people at the home didn't like it. People at school didn't care about him. There was nothing. There was no one who could help him. Izuku finally had a quirk. It was force manifested and he was stuck in it. He didn't know what to do. Izuku curled in on himself, leaning into the side of his backpack. He didn't know how to turn back, and it wasn't like he could just stay a bunny. Izuku perked his head up and looked around, ears swaying with the motion. Why couldn't he stay a bunny? He didn't have anyone to lose, and no one wanted him. After his mom died, things hurt. It hurt to be alone all the time. It hurt when people were mean to him. It hurt when the boys at the home used their quirks on him. It hurt when people didn't listen to him. Most of that could be fixed if Izuku wasn't a human anymore. If he stayed a bunny, people wouldn't be mean to him. They wouldn't hurt him. He'd still be lonely, but maybe it would be easier if that was the only thing. Maybe things would be better if he just stayed here. He didn't really have any other options. If he was a bunny, then he'd have everything he needed right here in the clearing. Izuku tried to think about what he knew about bunnies. If his quirk worked like he thought it did, then he could eat what bunnies could, meaning he could eat the plants in the clearing. He could hear a little stream nearby, and bunnies lived in burrows, so he could dig one out for himself. He could put his backpack in there to keep it safe. He'd be safe. But if he stayed out here, he couldn't be a hero. Then again, a transformation quirk like his would be good for stealth, but it would only be useful if he was smart enough to use it. Izuku wasn't even smart enough to change back. He was probably too much of a Deku to become a hero. He'd just end up getting someone hurt. It would be better for everyone if he stayed here. Izuku nodded to himself and pushed up onto his hind legs. He would stay here. He couldn't get anyone hurt, and no one could hurt him if he stayed here. First things first, he approached a tree that was on the hill. It was getting dark, and he needed a burrow. It took Izuku about a week to get his burrow dug out enough that he could fit his backpack in it. And even after that, he still had to fix the entrance so that nothing else could fit in. But after he got that all sorted out, he cleaned himself up in the stream and went about making it comfortable. It was kind of nice. At the home, he'd spent most of his time doing chores, so he hadn't really gotten to do anything that he wanted to. But now he spent his time working on making a place for himself. So once he finished making it, he went ahead and pulled out the blanket from his bag, nudging it into a little oval. And that night he had slept better than he had all week. The next night he'd pulled out his All Might figure and leaned it against his back. It reminded him a little bit of the apartment, when he had posters up everywhere. It was weird to think that a little hole in the ground had quickly become the only place he'd actually felt safe since his mom died. And with that thought, he carefully pulled the picture of him and his mom out of the bag. The heavy frame takes a surprising amount of time to lean up against the far wall. But once he does, it really feels like home. That night, curled up in his blanket, Izuku peeked his head over the small wall and looked at the picture of his mom. Part of him knew that she wouldn't have wanted this for him, but the other part wondered if she would be happy that he wasn't getting hurt anymore. Izuku curls his head into the blankets, ears flopping over, still obscenely long and draping over his paws. He wonders if he'll ever grow into them. Izuku had been living out in the woods for a month or so now. He wasn't entirely sure because it was a little hard to keep track of time out here. But Izuku had sort of fallen into a routine after the first few weeks. He'd leave the burrow right first thing in the morning, so long as it wasn't raining. He'd go to the stream. If it was sunny, he'd rinse himself off and dry in the sun for a little bit. And while he was down there, he'd get some water. Then he'd wander around and find something to eat. And during the first few weeks, he'd explore around the area, though he never went too far in case he got lost, or if there was a predator out. Which brings Izuku to the situation he's in now, running for his life while a shadow looms overhead. He wasn't even sure what kind of bird it was, but all he knows is that it barely missed grabbing him, and the new instincts he'd found himself saddled with screamed at him to get somewhere safe. The shadow swoops overhead again. Izuku can hear the beat of its wings. His heart is pounding, but his burrow is in sight. He jumps headfirst into his burrow the second he's close enough, feeling something brush his tail as he does. He doesn't calm down until he's been in his little blanket nest for a few hours, curled as tightly as he can go. His ears had quickly become something of comfort, covering his eyes as they're tucked between his paws. Sometimes he still trips on them, but right now he's glad they're as long as they are. At this point, Izuku isn't sure how long he's been out in the woods, but he knows it's been at least a couple months. He had tried to change back again, once or twice, but it never worked. It was probably for the best though. Being out here was better than being anywhere else. He was right that it was lonely, but no one hurt him anymore. No one used their quirks on him. No one called him a Deku. No one was there to say they didn't believe him. It was lonely, but it was the best that he could get, so he was going to keep it. Izuku would be what he was trying to be. He'd be a bunny, and if that meant ignoring the stab of grief when he looked at his picture, or ignoring his broken dream when he looked at the All Might figure, then he'd do it. He couldn't go back even if he wanted to, so he'd make the most of what he had. Shouta hadn't been intending on doing any hero work before his patrol tonight. The amount of sleep he'd gotten over the last week was questionable to say the least, and so Hisashi had threatened to hide his jelly pouches if he didn't sleep, or at least take it easy before his patrol. He'd taken a nap on the couch, pretending he didn't know his husband was working next to him, rather than in the office, to keep an eye on him. The nap hadn't lasted too long, and with orders to take it easy, he figured he might as well try to stay on Hisashi's good side. So with quite a bit of time left in the day, he grabbed the grocery list off the counter. He might as well do something efficient with his day as he was caught up with his paperwork. Again, he hadn't been intending to get involved with anything, but his phone went off with a request for assistance. A villain had made their way into the woods nearby and was evading the heroes after them with their plant-based quirk. And while he was sure the heroes were capable enough, with the villain's quirk they might be able to slip away easily. The convincing point was the fact that there was a school within walking distance. Shouta pulled his comm out of his pocket and slipped it on, connecting to the heroes on the scene. They briefed him quickly, and he took off. Hopefully Hisashi wouldn't notice his detour. The other heroes were quick to explain that the villain's quirk also helped them to blend into plain sight. So while they had to get this done before the villain could leave the area, they also couldn't just skim, which would make Eraserhead's quirk particularly useful. They all split up, Shouta propelling through the trees with his capture weapon, scanning an area with Erasure activated before continuing on. He kept a lookout for any sort of movement. After about 10 minutes, he pulled to a stop in a small clearing. His eyes were burning. He scanned the area before giving himself a second to breathe. The eye drops helped, but even then he needed a moment. When he could no longer feel his eyes at his limit, he prepared to take off again. He could loop back around to where the others were searching. Hopefully, if the villain was still in the area, that would cut them off. Only he stopped. Out of the corner of his eye, he was able to make out a small amount of movement. Too small to be who he was looking for, but something noticeable with how quiet the woods were. Shouta turned his head slightly to try and get a better look at whatever it was without tipping it off. Better to play it safe. The thing was small, really small. He would have thought it was a mouse, if not for how fluffed up it was, and the fact that it was green. Wait, green? He turns fully to the creature. It squeaks and jolts at his eye contact, running to a nearby tree. But as it runs, he's able to get a better look at it. It's a small green rabbit. It jumps into a small hole at the base of the tree. The comm crackles to life. Eraserhead. We found the villain. He's heading towards the area with the school. On my way, he responds. Shouta casts a glance back at the burrow, only to see a small face poking out, ears almost covering its face, but the eyes he can see look far too intelligent for his comfort. This is something he's going to have to come back to later, isn't it? Animals can be dangerous. Quirked animals can be even more so. He should know. He winces at the thought of the obstacle course UA had let Nezu put his class through. Shouta took off towards the school, curious at the way the small rabbit seemed almost excited as he used his capture weapon to hurry away. There's a chance the fur color could just be a mutation. But he couldn't on good conscience take that chance. Quirked animals tended to end up being trafficked, considered to be exotic. And if not trafficked, then they ended up in a lab. Of course, for the most part, Nezu had put a stop to that, but there were those who slipped under the radar. He didn't want to take the chance that this could come back to haunt him. He sighed. Looks like he had his day planned out for him. Once he caught up to the villain and the rest of the heroes, the takedown went smoothly. They had pretty much just been waiting for him to get there and cancel their quirk. He tried not to let his annoyance show when they then asked him to take in the villain, saying that they still had their patrols to complete. Tsukachi had grimaced when he brought in the villain, probably sensing the annoyance rolling off of him. At least the man had the sense to bring him a cup of coffee along with the incident report in villain intake form. Sansa walked by. "Aren't you off duty until tonight?" Shouta shot him a glare. "Decided to give some heroes a hand. Idiots left me with the paperwork and bringing the villain in." "Ah, got it," Sansa said, wisely deciding to head to his desk instead of saying anything else. Once the paperwork was filed, he made his way to the marketplace, determined to still get the grocery shopping done. And if he made a pit stop at the pet store and picked up more than just a few things for the cat, then that was something for him to deal with tomorrow. He had been out for a few hours by the time he made it back home with the groceries, only to come face to face with Hisashi. His eyebrow was raised. Logically, Shouta knew he'd be caught, but a part of him had sort of hoped that Hisashi was so caught up in his work that he hadn't noticed how long Shouta had been gone. "Have I told you recently how much I love you?" he asked, kicking off his shoes in favor of slippers. Hisashi folded his arms, but smiled. "I love you too, but I've hidden your jelly pouches, and trust me when I say you won't be able to find them. You're stuck eating real food for the next few days." Shouta nodded and took the bags to the kitchen. Chances were even if he looked he wouldn't be able to find them. He hadn't found where Hisashi put them last time, or the time before that. Hisashi came up beside him and started unloading the things to go in the fridge while he took the cupboard. He left the strawberry rabbit treats on the counter as he went to put away the cat food. "What are these for?" Hisashi asked. Shouta glanced back, and sure enough, Hisashi was holding up the small bag of treats. The villain ended up in the woods, found a rabbit in one of the clearings. "It wasn't exactly normal, it's probably quirked. I'm going back tomorrow to make sure it won't become an issue in the future." Hisashi stared at him. "You went out for groceries, and instead you found a villain fight and a quirked rabbit." "Only you, Shouta. In my defense, I still got the groceries." When Shouta stood up, Hisashi hooked his arms around his neck and pressed a loud kiss to his cheek. "That you did. But be careful, all right? Quirked animals are no joke." Shouta brought up an arm to loop around his waist. "I know. I just want to make sure that it's fine to leave it there." "I'll be careful." "Good. Now go sit down and relax while I make you something before your patrol." Hisashi shooed him out of the kitchen. "Honestly, you can't even take one day off," says the man with 2 jobs, he called back. "Love of my life, while you can't see it, please know I am flipping you off." Shouta huffed out a laugh. Noted. It wasn't long before Hisashi started humming as he flitted around the kitchen. Shouta let the sound fall into the background as he checked through his emails. Occasionally, Tsukachi would forward him a list of cold cases, missing people or stolen items of interest, things he might come across in the underground. Knowing what to look for had come in handy more than once, and helped his paperwork go faster if he already had a starting point. He grimaces as he scrolls past a name that had been on the email list for the last few months. A quirkless kid who was missing for over 2 weeks before anyone took the report. It was made worse by the fact that the kid who brought it to attention had tried to report it only days after the kid went missing. Tsukachi would have normally taken him off of the list, but the reason it took 2 weeks was because one of the officers at his station had refused to take the report for a quirkless kid. Tsukachi had been pissed. It was rare to see the man get angry. Shouta had looked into it for Tsukachi, but the only possible witnesses didn't want to talk, and the trail went cold. At this point, it was probably more likely that there would be a body turning up sooner or later. He frowned at the thought. Sometimes he really hated people. He continued looking through the list and flagged a few things of interest. There'd been a small gang in the area going after support items. Chances were that a few of the missing items might be with them. Dinner was a small affair. Shouta, in an attempt to save what little he had left of his social battery, spent the time nodding along and grunting to Hisashi's stories about his coworkers at the radio station. The new intern had apparently been doing well, despite his rocky start of spilling 2 coffee pots on his first day. After dinner, Hisashi waited up long enough to see Shouta off to his patrol before heading to bed. Despite the fact that he was always getting on Shouta about sleeping, he forced himself to stay up no matter how tired he was. While it may be illogical, Shouta found himself appreciating it nonetheless. Patrol went pretty much as expected, maybe even a little bit better than expected. There were a few muggings that he managed to stop before anything happened, and he had been able to capture a few of the gang members in the middle of a dealing. So alongside his paperwork, he also forwarded the flagged files he had from the email in case they were of any use in the interrogation. Eventually, he shuffled into their apartment around 4 in the morning. their cat Tofu doing her best to trip him. After a quick shower, he slipped into the bed next to Hisashi, more than thankful it was his day off tomorrow, and therefore the radio show alarm wouldn't be waking him up in under 2 hours. Shouta peeled his eyes open, morning sleep in the fact that the bed next to him was empty. He paused for a moment and listened. He could hear the TV on low, a monotonous murmur that he assumed was the news. He pushed himself out of bed and slipped his hair into a half bun. Stretching out his arms, he made his way to the living room. Hisashi was sitting on the couch. His hair was also pulled back as he typed away on his laptop. Tofu was curled into his side. Shouta made a beeline for the coffee pot, which was made and somehow still warm. He loved his husband. Now armed with his mug, he made his way back over and sat down, peeking at the laptop. Scripts for the radio show, he asked. Hisashi shifted a little so that their shoulders were together. Shouta took it as permission to rest his head on his shoulder. Yep, planning out the next few shows. Shouta skimmed a few of the lines to see what was being planned. Quirk discrimination. There was a nod between how we both grew up and that case you mentioned a while back with the little listener. It got me thinking. I've made enough of a name for myself now that I can do something, even if it's just a start. And once again Shouta was struck by the realization of just how proud he was of Hisashi. I love you, he mumbled. Hisashi planted a kiss on his head and continued typing away at the script. Every once in a while Shouta added his own thoughts to the mix, and once it hit about 1 o'clock he grabbed him and Hisashi something to eat before grabbing the rabbit treats and heading for the door. Now was probably as good a time as any. Be careful, Hisashi called as Shouta slipped on his shoes. I'll do my best. There was an exaggerated sigh from the couch. I suppose that's the best I can ask for. He hid his smile in his capture weapon as he left. The walk to the woods was uneventful. However, it did take him a little while to find the clearing again. The rabbit was once again out in the clearing. Evidently, the rabbit found him to be loud. As the second he got close, the rabbit looked at him before once again bolting to its burrow. This was probably going to take a while. Shouta sat himself down a little ways from the burrow entrance. There was no sense in crowding the poor thing. It would probably only scare it worse. And if it didn't have a quirk like he was assuming, it may not even come out at all. He sighed and set the bag down beside him. Feeling a little out of his depth, Shouta did the only thing he could do and started talking. He talked about Tofu and how he was sure she wanted to trip them. The smug little thing probably enjoyed it. You know, I wasn't even the one to get her. My husband had been convinced that I'd end up bringing home literal swarms of cats with how many I end up finding. And then one day I come home to find him looking guilty and hiding something behind his back. He smiled at the memory. He still hadn't let Hisashi live it down. Of course, Tofu started meowing, and my husband proceeded to tell me that he already bought everything needed to take care of her, and that he was initiating our stray rule. Shouta might have thought this was pointless, if not for the fact that he could see a little bit of green fur by the entrance. It appeared the rabbit was curious, but cautious. Might as well continue. We established a rule when we moved into our current apartment. We each get to bring home one stray, unless the other has a valid reason to object. So Tofu was his use of the rule, which was surprising as I think we honestly both thought I would bring home a stray first. He continued talking, changing the subject to Hisashi's radio show and how he dedicated so much time to it despite having another job. I think he feels it's a good way to more directly interact with the community. And, while he may be busy, it makes him happy, and that's good enough for me. He actually started planning it before we graduated from UA, Shouta added as an afterthought. Apparently he was getting somewhere. As the rabbit suddenly let out a loud squeak, whether it was something like shock or excitement he couldn't quite tell. The rabbit was now hanging half out of its burrow, something that could be interpreted as awe on its little face, though it was hard to see with its ears covering half its face. He thought over what he had last said. Do you like UA? Shouta felt a little bit silly asking a rabbit about a hero school. Only, his question was apparently rewarded as after a moment of hesitation the rabbit cautiously nodded. It was almost like they had been debating whether to answer him or not. But, now he had confirmation. Not only was this a quirked rabbit, but they were intelligent enough to understand human speech and respond. He needed to get more information. He didn't let anything show on his face. If you'd like I could talk a bit more about my time there. The rabbit, apparently over their hesitation, nodded eagerly. They reminded him of an overly eager kid, which, now that he's thinking about it, it was a possibility. This rabbit looked really small. They were probably young. Shouta wasn't sure how he felt about the possibility of the equivalent of a little kid out here alone. He really needed more information. If you want, you can come over here and join me. He held up the treats. I got you some treats the other day. Thought you might enjoy something other than what did rabbits eat in the wild. Grass. For a moment it looked like the rabbit was weighing the possible pros and cons before a look of determination filled their face. The rabbits slowly lopped their way over to him, looking ready to bolt at the slightest indication that Shouta intended to harm them. Shouta telegraphed his movements and slowly tore open the seal on the bag before taking out a few of the strawberry treats and laying them down alongside the bag. Not wanting to draw too much attention to the fact that the rabbit was inching closer, he started talking. I started in the general education course. It wasn't too much to write home about, though the coursework was pretty heavy, fast-paced and all that. The rabbit had made it over to him and was cautiously sniffing at the treats. Shouta pointedly ignored the way he found their nose twitching adorable. The rabbit looked up at him. Shouta gave them a little encouraging nod. That seemed to be what they needed because they took a small bite before digging in. With a small smile, Shouta continued talking. As he talked about meeting Hisashi and the sports festival, the small bunny listened to him intently. They were practically squeaking with excitement as he talked about the different events they had that first year. They only seemed to get even more excited when he mentioned his quirk, going as far as to forego the small separation that had in favor of putting their front paws on his leg. He had been so startled by that he stopped his story, only continuing when the rabbit patted his leg, urging him to continue. By the end of his retelling, he found himself with the small bunny in his arms as they patted at his capture weapon with wide eyes. They occasionally nodded along with what he was saying, or tilted their head when they wanted an elaboration. Around 5, Shouta found himself reluctantly setting the bunny down and reaching into his pocket to retrieve his buzzing phone. Hisashi was checking in to make sure nothing had happened, and asking for a picture. He shook his head fondly and looked over to the bunny, who was looking at him curiously. "My husband," he explained. "I let him know that I was coming to see a possibly quirked animal, so he's just checking in." The bunny nodded in what he figured was understanding. "And speaking of my husband," he asked if I could get a picture of you. "Would that be all right with you?" he asked. They sat there for a moment, scrunching their nose in thought before they nodded. Shouta held out his phone as the rabbit proceeded to pose for the picture. They sat on their haunches and seemed to try their best to shake their ears out of their face. He wondered if it blocked their vision. He made a note to bring some kind of solution with himself at some point. Shouta took the picture and sent it to Hisashi, ignoring the way his phone continuously buzzed with the flood of incoming messages. He should probably get heading out. He'd need some time to think about the things he'd figured out here. The bunny seemed to realize the same thing as they started inching back towards their burrow, only they seemed sad about it. Slowly, Shouta reaches out his arm and scratches gently at the top of their head. "How would you feel about me coming back, and maybe spending time here a couple days a week? I think we could both use the company." Instead of a nod, or some sort of squeak for an answer, Shouta felt a small weight collide against his leg, and he looked down to see the bunny frantically rubbing their head against his shin. Shouta blinked and chuckled. "I take it that's a yes." They looked up at him, eyes wide, and frantically nodded. They both stayed there for a few moments, before the bunny pulled back and started towards the burrow. They stopped outside of it and looked back at Shouta. "I promise I'll come back to visit." The bunny nodded and gave him a wave before hopping into the burrow. Shouta waited for a moment in case they came back out. When they didn't, he turned and started towards the road. Only then did he take out his phone to see what Hisashi texted him. "Loud lesser than 3, SHOUTA. You didn't tell me that the rabbit was a baby." "That's a baby. Loud lesser than 3. The little listener is so cute. Loud lesser than 3. I hope you know we will be spoiling them, quirk or no quirk." He shook his head. Wait until Hisashi found out that the bunny was pretty much just a little kid. They were excitable about heroes, and the second they were comfortable enough to make contact, they didn't want to move. They were adorable, to say the least. Shouta paused as he ran over what he knew. The bunny was quirked. They were the equivalent of a little kid. They were alone, or at least it seemed like that. But most importantly, they were sentient and able to understand and respond to human speech. He was going to need to talk with Hisashi about what to do about this. Could they in good conscience leave them out here? Did they even want to stay in the woods? Another realization hit him. He was going to have to talk to the rat. No one knew the laws and loopholes surrounding sentient animals better than Nezu. And if today was anything to go by, he was going to get attached. Slowly he made his way back home, running over everything that would need to be done if the bunny even wanted to leave the woods at some point. Even then, Nezu may end up being the better option compared to Hisashi and him. Actually, scratch that. It's illogical to think that a small child, even one that's a quirked animal, wouldn't be overwhelmed by the rat. He slipped in the front door and found Hisashi buzzing with excitement. "Shoo, why didn't you tell me the little kit was so cute?" Shouta winced at the volume but was thankful he hadn't needed to cancel Hisashi's quirk. "Kit?" he asked, confused by the nickname. "It's a baby bunny, but that's not what's important here. What were they like?" Shouta tried to organize his thoughts enough to answer. "Well, they're definitely quirked. I'm going to assume an intelligence quirk, as they were able to understand me and respond the best they could." Hisashi nodded along. "Oh, and they appear to be the equivalent of a little kid." Hisashi froze. "What? I might be using my turn at the stray rule, but chances are we're going to need to get Nezu involved." Hisashi said. Shouta nodded along. Was right. Izuku had been minding his own business one day when a man in mostly black clothes had practically flown into the other end of the clearing. He'd froze where he was. Chances were that the man just so happened to stumble into the clearing, right? No one knew that Izuku was a rabbit, so even if someone was looking for him, then they wouldn't know he'd be here. Also, this was the first person he'd seen since he got stuck in his quirk, so the man probably just so happened to end up in the clearing. But just in case, Izuku stayed still as the man quickly looked over the clearing, eyes red and hair floating. He didn't notice Izuku. When the man didn't find whatever he was looking for, he sighed and closed his eyes. When he did, the man's hair fell. And when he opened his eyes again, they weren't red anymore. That's so cool. Did he have some sort of levitation quirk? Maybe it had something to do with his eyes, and the hair just floated to get it out of his face. But what was the man doing out in the woods? Was he a hero? Izuku looked over the man. Long hair that looked unkempt. He was wearing some sort of sweatsuit, and there was a long, but thin, scarf wound around his neck. The man looked familiar, though Izuku couldn't think of why that might be. He must have moved, because suddenly the man was whipping around to look at him. Izuku felt a chill go down his spine. He wasn't sure how this man would treat him, and he wouldn't be taking any chances. So Izuku did what his body was screaming at him to do, and he ran to his burrow. He didn't want to get chased again. He needed to get somewhere safe. Once he dives into his burrow, he peeks out to see if the man followed, only to make eye contact. In a rare act of bravery, Izuku doesn't break the contact. He stares at the man, daring him to come closer. The man, however, doesn't. Instead, he takes off back into the woods, eye contact being the only sign that he'd even seen Izuku. Despite only being probably about 2 minutes at the most, the whole thing left his heart pounding. Izuku decided to hold up in his burrow for the rest of the day, snuggling into his little nest. When the man didn't come back, Izuku assumed he was safe. And while he did end up spending the rest of the day in the burrow, it wasn't exactly the most entertaining place to be. So the next day, he cautiously left his little nest. On his way out of the burrow, he rubbed his chin lightly on the picture of him and his mom, and the All Might figure. He wasn't completely sure why he had started doing that lately, but it made the feeling of loneliness go away just a little bit when he did. Something about his quirk he noticed was that he liked it when things smelled like him. Izuku would rub his chin on the trees lining the little clearing, and on his bag and his nest. It almost felt like there was someone else there if everything smelled like it was a home. For the first few hours, Izuku had cautiously gone about his routine, but when nothing out of the ordinary happened, he could feel himself calming. Eventually, he laid down to try and relax in a small sun spot. They were warm, and since he found he blended in with the grass pretty well, he didn't have to really worry about any animals going after him. He'd hear them first. Turns out he was right about that, because it couldn't have been too long before he heard something coming towards the clearing. He whipped his head up and looked around, only for his eyes to land on the man from the day before. Izuku knew that quirked animals were valuable, and with being green, someone would probably assume he was a quirked animal. Was the man coming back to try and catch him? Izuku couldn't let that happen. If the man caught him, wherever he ended up would be worse than the home had been, and worse than school. He bolted to the burrow, heading towards the back of it in case the man came after him. Izuku hunkered down and waited, listening for the man's approach. Only, he didn't. Instead, he could hear the man a little ways from the burrow. It sounded like he had sat down, and then the man started talking. He was talking about his cat. Curiosity piqued. Izuku shuffled closer to the entrance so he could hear a bit better. Izuku ignored the way his ears had tried to trip him, and he sat down. He waited for the man to change his mind and try to come after him, only he didn't. The man just kept talking, and Izuku found himself enjoying it. When was the last time someone had just talked to him? He tried to think if anyone had done it at the home, if anyone had just talked to him just to talk, and he couldn't remember. The last time someone had talked to him just to talk was probably his mom. That made his chest ache. Pushing the thoughts out of his mind, he continued to listen to the man. Izuku imagined that if he could smile, the telling of the man's husband bringing home their cat probably would have made him. Izuku shuffled a bit closer to the entrance as the man started to talk solely about his husband. Now that he was closer, he was able to see that the man was just sitting in the clearing a little ways from his burrow entrance, and there was a small bag of some sort next to him. Then Izuku proceeded to almost launch himself out of his burrow with excitement as the man brought up the fact that both him and his husband graduated from UA. Then the man had asked Izuku a question, actually spoken to him rather than at him. And when Izuku responded, he didn't shoot him down or anything, just offered to talk about his time at UA. And he'd even brought something for Izuku to eat. Of course, he made sure to be careful as he approached the man. He was still a stranger after all. But the man just continued to talk and gave Izuku a little reassuring nod when he went to eat the treats. They were some sort of strawberry treat, and Izuku had to stop himself from digging straight in and choking. Izuku wanted to run around the clearing, or at least jump with excitement when the man started talking about the sports festival his first year. And interestingly, that was where he had met his husband, who had been in the hero course. That was so cool. And then the man had mentioned his quirk and everything clicked together. The man was Eraserhead, an underground hero that Izuku had found a little bit about when researching quirks. He was a hero. Izuku could barely contain himself as he almost jumped up onto Eraserhead's leg. He had actually gotten to meet a real pro hero, not to mention one that fought mostly quirkless. He wished he could write about this in his notebook. He hadn't realized that Eraserhead had gotten into the hero course because of the sports festival. If Izuku hadn't gotten his quirk, maybe he could have done that. Chances were a Deku like him wouldn't have managed to pass the test. He had read that it involved a lot of fighting. Izuku's sudden movement must have startled Eraserhead as he stopped talking to look down at him. He was worried for a moment that Eraserhead would be upset with Izuku touching him, but the man simply raised an eyebrow before continuing talking. As he talked, Izuku continued to watch the man, only to realize that the scarf around his neck must be Eraserhead's capture weapon. With new determination, Izuku tried to climb his way up Eraserhead's leg so he could get a look. It couldn't just be made of cloth, because then it wouldn't move very well, and it would probably be easy to rip apart. Eraserhead, noticing his struggle, carefully offered out a hand for Izuku to climb into, and when he did, he was lifted up to view the capture weapon. Izuku poked and prodded it with his paws. It felt heavier than scarves usually should, but maybe that was just because he was a rabbit at the moment. Probably not, he decided. It must be made out of something heavier. Metal maybe. The story seemed to come to an end at Eraserhead's phone went off and he set Izuku down. He told Izuku that it had been his husband asking for a picture, and Izuku figured that a picture was the least he could give Eraserhead for telling him about Yue and letting him touch the capture weapon. He'd been kind of sad when it seemed like Eraserhead was going to leave, but then he'd scratched Izuku's head and asked if he wanted him to come back, and he really did. This was the most fun he'd had in a really long time. When Mom was alive, she had always made time to talk with Izuku about his day and to tell him stories, and he hadn't realized how much he'd missed that until Eraserhead was nice enough to actually talk to him, even though he was a bunny. So, when Eraserhead had asked if Izuku had wanted him to come back, he'd thrown himself against Eraserhead's leg. He hoped that the nuzzling got his point across, and it did, because he had promised to come back, and the promise was enough for him. Figuring he'd already taken enough of Eraserhead's time, Izuku did his best to give a little wave and hopped back to his burrow. He hunkered down by the entrance until he heard Eraserhead start walking away, and with that he dove into his little nest and looked over at the picture of his mom. She'd be so happy for him. He wasn't getting hurt anymore. He had as much food and water as he could need, and he wasn't even lonely anymore because a hero wanted to talk with him. He was so lucky. He vibrated with excitement. Eraserhead promised to come see him again. Izuku had thought that Eraserhead would wait a few days before coming to see him. After all, he was a hero. He was probably really busy taking down villains all the time, and it sounded like he had a family that he loved a lot. He would probably want to spend time with them too. Because of that, Izuku was quite surprised when the next day Eraserhead had come at about the same time. This time Izuku didn't resist the urge to run and hop in excitement. It was a little weird getting used to things that came with being a bunny, but it felt right to do so. Eraserhead chuckled as Izuku accidentally jumped into his leg, bringing his bouncing to a quick stop. He rubbed his nose with his paw. Next time he'd be a bit more careful to actually watch where he was going. "Hey, Kit, what's got you so excited? I said I'd come back." Eraserhead reached down to rub at his ears. Izuku just nodded. He did say when he'd be back. It's just Izuku's fault for thinking it would take a while. Next time he'd try to be less excited just in case it annoyed Eraserhead. But he could see the man shifting his face into his capture weapon, his eyes crinkled at the corners. So he was smiling. Maybe that meant he liked that Izuku was so excited to see him. He'd just have to watch Eraserhead's reactions to be sure. He didn't want to give him a reason to leave. While Izuku may have been fine here on his own, he liked having company a lot more. Izuku backed up for a moment to let Eraserhead sit down. Once he was settled, Izuku lopped his way back over, trying to hide his interest in the bag of treats from yesterday. Eraserhead must have seen where he was looking because he opened up the bag and took out a few treats, setting them in front of Izuku. This time he didn't wait before digging in. His quirk must also change his taste buds, because they couldn't taste this good to people, or maybe he'd just been eating the same thing for so long that any kind of change was amazing. As Izuku started to eat, Eraserhead started talking. "I realized last night that I never told my name." Izuku's ears perked up as much as they could. Eraserhead was an underground hero, meaning any information on him was really hard to get. Knowing his name was a sign of trust. Then the guilt hit him. Eraserhead thought he was just a rabbit. Of course it wouldn't matter if he knew, even if he had an intelligence quirk. "My name's Aizawa Shouta." Izuku ignored the guilt and nodded. Just because he felt bad about lying to a hero didn't mean that he shouldn't be polite. "I know that last time I left off with the sports festival, so how would you like to hear about my husband's crappy attempts at befriending me after?" Izuku, having finished the treats, turned his full attention to Aizawa to let him know that he was listening. Aizawa seemed happy to talk about his husband, even if it was a bit hard to tell because his face didn't give away much. As Aizawa talked about the ways his husband had tried to get his attention after the sports festival, Izuku slowly inched his way closer, and by the time his stories came to a lull, Izuku was pressed up against his side, head resting on the ground as Aizawa massaged his head. He had been starting to nod off when Aizawa changed the direction of the conversation. I know you can't really tell me about yourself, but you can nod and shake your head. Would it be alright if I asked you about yourself? Aizawa asked. Izuku looked up. He couldn't think of any reason why he shouldn't answer questions, so he nodded. Aizawa hummed. I can't ask you specifics right now, but do you have a name? Izuku nodded. He did indeed have a name. Not that he'd used it recently. I can work with that. If I were to bring a letterboard, would you be able to tell me what your name is? Izuku would almost be offended if Aizawa had known he was a person. He was 7. He didn't like to think about how he wasn't sure how old he was. Anyway, he was old enough to know how to read, so he nodded again. Good. I'll bring some with me next time I come. For now though, is Kit fine? My husband started calling you that when he saw the picture. A Kit was a baby bunny, right? He wasn't exactly a baby, but he guessed he was kind of small. Izuku nodded. Kit was fine with him until he could tell Aizawa his name. Alright, off to a good start I guess. He paused for a moment, probably thinking about other questions to ask. Are you out here by yourself? That one caught Izuku off guard. He nodded sheepishly. While being out here wasn't really his first choice, things could be worse. But he was proud of what he had here. He made the burrow all by himself. Aizawa seemed to pick up on his hesitancy and waved him off. It's fine, Kit. Sometimes I like to be by myself too. Izuku shook his head, foot thumping. He didn't want to be by himself. In fact, he really liked spending time with other people. It was just that he was usually by himself because Mom had been too busy and he'd been too much of a Deku for the other kids to want to spend time with him. But even then, he'd still seen other people at school. Being out here, he didn't have a choice in being alone. But if he had a choice, he would want a friend to come visit him, like Aizawa did yesterday. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at his behavior, piecing together what it meant. You don't like being by yourself. And Izuku nodded because that was right. He didn't like it. The hero frowned. Was his response bad? If you don't like being alone, then why aren't you with other rabbits? Izuku just stared up at Aizawa. That wasn't really a question he could answer by nodding or shaking his head. The man seemed to realize this and change directions. Do you have any family? Izuku hadn't had any family since his mom died. For a while he thought he had his dad. Sure, he was in America on business and Izuku didn't even remember what he looked like. But he knew he had a dad, or at least until he'd overheard Fujimura-san talking about him on the phone one day. She'd been telling someone about him being the new kid at the house and she'd mentioned his dad. He was dropped off here after his mother died in a villain attack, Fujimura-san said. There was a pause as she waited for the person on the other line to speak. She snorted at whatever they said. Nah, they did get in contact with his father, but apparently the first thing he did when hearing the situation was sign away his parental rights. Izuku had stopped listening after that, so while technically he had a dad, he didn't have a dad. And with no other family still alive, that left him with no one. He looked up at Aizawa, who seemed concerned, and he shook his head. Aizawa just nodded in response, thinking something over before changing the subject again. What's your favorite color? It wasn't a yes or no question, but it was something that Izuku could show. His favorite color used to be yellow, like All Might, but after he went to the home he just really missed his mom. And it helped that his hair looked almost exactly like his mom's. Because of that, his new favorite color was green. He bounced up and pointed to his paw, which was the same green as his mom's hair. Green, like your fur. Izuku shook his head. Not like his fur, like his mom's hair. He pointed to his fur again. Aizawa seemed to understand at least a little of what he was trying to say. Green, but like something else. Izuku nodded and bumped his head into Aizawa, relishing in the small scratches he gave. He was really happy that the man had come to see him again. Izuku would have been fine if Aizawa had just come to tell stories again and then left. But he'd gone out of his way to try and get to know Izuku. No one had done that since he was diagnosed. People didn't really want to waste time getting to know someone who was useless. But then again, Aizawa was an underground hero, and he'd read that they helped people that most didn't. Maybe it made sense that Aizawa would be different. Izuku couldn't stop the sense of guilt from creeping in again. He needed to remember that Aizawa thought he was someone special, thought he was an animal with a quirk. If he knew Izuku was just a Deku, he probably wouldn't come by anymore. When Izuku focused back into the moment, Aizawa had lifted Izuku into his lap and was telling another story. He'd probably been lost in his thoughts longer than he realized. But it was okay, because Aizawa hadn't left him, he'd stayed. All Izuku had to do was get him to stay, or at least keep coming back. Then he wouldn't feel lonely anymore. If pretending he was just a quirked rabbit was what it took, then he'd make sure Aizawa never thought he was anything other than a rabbit, a smart rabbit. The realization had come after their first few meetings. It was one thing to know that the kid was young, but it was another thing for Shouta to realize that this rabbit was definitely a effing kid. The thing is, he wasn't sure if it was because the quirked rabbit was a kid, or because the rabbit was a kid, as in an actual human kid. At this point he figured it could be either one, but he was leaning more towards the kid being an actual kid with a rabbit quirk. There had just been too many things that weren't lining up. The thing that confused him on his third visit was the fact that the bunny was smart. Having met and been taught by Nezu, the fact that the bunny was perceptive and intelligent wasn't odd. It was the fact that the kid knew things that they really shouldn't. They had given him the same excited greeting as the day before. They jumped around, managing to even get a flip in there before tumbling around in the grass. He didn't say anything as they ran around. They could probably use the chance to work off the energy. He imagined they didn't really get out a lot. Even with their intelligence, leaving the woods would be dangerous with their size, and the fact that anyone could pick them up and walk off. When they finally seemed to run off enough energy, they bounded over to him. For a moment he was worried the bunny would trip with the way they almost seemed not used to their limbs. It was like a kid who was going through a growth spurt. He agrees with his previous assessment. They're definitely young. Shouta eased himself down, setting the remainder of the treats and the letterboards down next to him. This time the bunny didn't hesitate before jumping into his lap. Shouta's eyebrows shot up. He wondered if it was odd how fast the kid appeared to deem him trustworthy. Then again, they seemed to understand what heroes were in the fact that he is one. Hey, kid. He rubbed the ends of their ears. It looked like they had been dipped in mud. Excited to see me? He asked in a teasing tone. They had closed their eyes when he started rubbing their ears and working out the dirt. But with the teasing tone, their eyes shot open and they let out an offended squeak. They looked up at him for a moment before hopping off his lap with a huff. Shouta chuckled as they put a little bit too much effort into shaking their head. It's all right, probably a bit boring without anyone around. They seemed to deflate a little bit before nodding. Shouta internally winced. The bunny was apparently looking for an out as they hopped towards the treats and the boards, giving them a little pat. He takes out a few treats for the kit and hands them over. They give him a small nod before they start eating. Shouta takes the time to lay out the letterboards, only to realize something. The bunny had told him that they would be able to spell out their name with them. That would mean they were not only to understand human speech, but they were able to read. These were all things that were learned. The kid was young. How long had they been out here? If they knew how to read and potentially write, then it would stand to reason that someone had to have taught them. Had they been a pet? But that wouldn't make much sense given how the bunny acted around people. There was something on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. The kid had finished eating and was looking up at him expectantly. Go ahead, Kit, he said, gesturing to the boards. It would be nice to have an actual name for you instead of just a nickname. Shouta watched as the bunny walked around the boards, talking them in before pointing to a few characters. He peered over as they did so and found himself surprised. Izuku, is that your name? The bunny nodded excitedly, and Shouta wasn't sure what he had been expecting. With his previous assumption that they had been a pet, it would make sense if they had a more cutesy name. Maybe they picked it themselves. Well, Izuku, can I ask you what your pronouns are? He should probably see if the kit was fine with the fact that he'd been using they, them. Only, Izuku tilted their head in the way that seemed to mean they were confused. Looks like he had a bit of teaching to do. Shouta ignored the small voice in the back of his head telling him that something was off and started explaining to Izuku what he meant. It was 2 days until he was able to visit again. Shouta had a case he was working. He had explained the gist of it to Izuku, who, while a bit sad, seemed to understand. Shouta would have had Hisashi check in on the kid, but he'd forgotten to ask Izuku if he was comfortable with that. Because of that, he had most likely gone 2 days without any interactions, and that made something in Shouta's chest ache. Shouta made sure to make some noise as he came into the clearing. He felt bad enough already, no sense in scaring him. Izuku, he called out as he entered the clearing. There was a squeak from the direction of his burrow before a green blur shot towards him. Shouta smiled fondly as Izuku ran over. He hadn't seen the kit move that fast. Apparently it was for a good reason though, as about halfway to him it looked like Izuku managed to step on one of his own ears, sending him into a tumble. Shouta had to stifle a small laugh as he made his way over to Izuku. The kit seemed to be a bit disoriented from his fall. Izuku, you alright? He sat down in front of the kit. Izuku took a second to shake himself out of it before looking up at Shouta sheepishly. He reached out and patted the kit's head. Your ears are a little long, huh? Izuku reached his paws up and gave one of his ears a small tug. If anything, he seemed almost annoyed by them. They did hang in his face quite a bit. Did they block any of his vision? That would be quite stressful for the bunny. He needed to be able to keep an eye out for predators. Shouta didn't pay attention to the voice at the back of his head saying that Izuku shouldn't have to be on guard. He'd bring it up with Hisashi. But when it truly came down to it, there wasn't much he could do if Izuku wanted to stay out here. He was a quirked animal after all. Shouta reached into his pocket and pulled out one of the softer fabric hair ties that he had. He carefully pushed Izuku's paws away from his ears, and when Izuku looked up at him he held up the hair tie. "Would it be okay if I tried tying your ears back? This one is pretty soft and I'll be tying it on the looser side so it shouldn't be uncomfortable." He held it out so Izuku could feel it. He ran his paws over it before nodding and squeaking his approval. Izuku was practically wiggling with excitement. His ears must have been bugging him for a while with this reaction. Now that he had permission, he went ahead and tied back Izuku's ears, making sure he didn't tug on them or tie it too tight. The last thing he wanted was to cause the kid any sort of harm. Once he felt the tie was fairly secure, he pulled back to let the kid assess how he felt about it. Shouta watched as he looked around, shaking his head a few times and even hopping a bit. When it appeared to pass the test, Izuku took off around the clearing. He stopped every few feet to look around at the grass, the trees, everything. Shouta gave the kid a small smile when he ran back over. "I take it you like being able to actually see?" he asked. Izuku nodded before hopping partway into Shouta's lap to nuzzle at his hand. Shouta rubbed at his head before pulling him all the way into his lap. "All right, what story did I leave off with?" Izuku looked up at him with excitement before he started squeaking. "A lot." He hadn't done that before. It was like the kit was trying to talk and seemingly didn't remember that Shouta couldn't actually understand rabbit. Shouta ran his hand over Izuku's ears. "Slow down a little bit, kid. Unfortunately, I can't understand you. Do you want to use charades or my phone?" They had worked it out last time that Izuku could use the Notes app on his phone if he increased the keyboard size, and Izuku typed slowly. It did raise the question though. If Izuku tried to talk, did that mean that he had been able to talk with someone before? Maybe he had met someone with an animal communication quirk. But that still wouldn't necessarily account for how much Izuku seemed to know. Izuku tapped his hand. Shouta nodded and pulled out his phone, quickly adjusting the settings and holding it out for Izuku to carefully paw. Shouta felt like he was slowly collecting pieces to a puzzle. He just wasn't quite sure yet how they actually fit together. The next time he goes to the clearing, it's with more treats and an extra gift from Hisashi. Apparently his husband had just so happened to find a small bunny-themed baby blanket at the store, so he had obviously been meant to get it for the little listener. Honestly, Shouta was just glad that, despite not meeting yet, Hisashi seemed just as invested in Izuku's well-being as he was. He hadn't even needed to announce himself this time. Izuku had been waiting for him in the clearing and ran over the second Shouta was within eyesight. Upon seeing the familiar bag of treats, Izuku started hopping with excitement. Though when his eyes fell on the blanket, he paused and looked at Shouta with confusion. Shouta gestured to the blanket. "It's a gift from Hisashi. He's upset that he wasn't able to come with me to see you today, so he wanted to get you something to make up for it. Hence the blanket." He sat down and held it out to Izuku so he could take a look. His reaction surprised Shouta a bit. Instead of the excitement he expected, Izuku seemed almost hesitant as he made his way over. When he was close enough, he gave it a small sniff. Shouta hoped that their laundry detergent wasn't too strong. They'd washed it after getting it, wanting to get rid of the store smell, but also wanting to make sure it was clean. What happened next made his heart break. Izuku let out a strangled squeak that sounded borderline heartbreaking before practically shoving his face into the blanket. Shouta sat there frozen as Izuku aggressively nuzzled the blanket before hopping into Shouta's lap. He was letting out tiny broken sounds and seemingly trying to burrow himself into it. Shouta felt at a loss for what to do. Slowly he grabbed an edge of the blanket and tucked it over Izuku's back. This seemed to relax him a bit and he stopped trying to push his way into the blanket, though he was still making the tiny sounds. Shouta rubbed at his head and Izuku melted into the touch. He didn't think rabbits could cry. Hell, yesterday he probably would have bet money on it if asked, but there was no other way to describe this. Izuku's breath was hitching in little stutters like he was holding back impossible sobs. His eyes were scrunched close. Shouta was sure that if rabbits could shed tears, then Izuku would be. While the kit was tiny, they had never felt so small as they did in his arms at this moment. There were times that the kid had spaced off, seemingly a little sad, lost in his head, but he was quick to come out of it. Izuku was always so excited, it felt like he took up the whole clearing when he ran around. And he was always so attentive when listening to Shouta. And despite not being able to speak to Shouta, the kit's typing showed a kid who was smart and inquisitive. What was it about a blanket that set the kid off so badly? Shouta froze as he ran over that thought again. Kid. He looked down at Izuku. The last piece of the puzzle was slipping into place, and it wasn't good. Nothing about the kit made sense when he looked at Izuku with the knowledge that he was a young quirked rabbit. But if he looked at him with the knowledge that this was a kid, only then did things start to make sense. The ability to read and communicate, knowing what UA was before being told, the excitement over heroes, the cloud that seemed to hang over his head whenever Shouta asked about friends or family. Putting it all together like that made Shouta feel like an idiot. He knew something about this wasn't right. He should have put it together sooner. Shouta was still rubbing Izuku's head when he noticed that the sounds had stopped. He looked down. The kid had fallen asleep in his lap. He reached to pull his phone out of his back pocket, slowing when Izuku whined at the movement. First things first, he took a picture of the kit burrowed in his lap. Next he texted his husband. We need to talk about Izuku when I get back today. It's urgent. He thought over the next before sending another. He's physically fine, but I realized something that needs to be addressed. Be ready to get the rat involved, and maybe Tsukachi or Sansa. Loud lesser than 3, shit that's not good. Loud lesser than 3. I'll have coffee ready. Thanks. With this development, they shouldn't put off introducing Hisashi to Izuku any longer. If this was going where he thought this was going, then they'd need to make sure that Izuku was comfortable with being around and interacting with Hisashi. It took about an hour for Izuku to wake up. Not that he minded being a human pillow for the kid, but his legs were starting to go numb from being in the same position for too long. Izuku woke up slowly, giving a small yawn and stretching out before blinking his eyes open. You awake, kid? Shouta asked. He was worried that speaking up would somehow set him off again. He let out a breath he didn't know he was holding when Izuku nodded and snuggled back down into the blanket. He tried to think about what to do here, should he ask? He had let the moment slide previously, but it was clear, from not just the fact that a kid was living in the woods as a rabbit, that something was wrong. Shouta pulled out his phone and held it by Izuku. Would you be fine telling me what that was about? The kid thought for a moment before reaching out to start typing. After about 3 or so minutes, Izuku tapped his hand and he pulled back the phone to read it. With the way it broke his heart, he almost wished he hadn't. Long time since someone gave me something. This was a literal child. What the F had happened for things to get to this point? He nodded. Well, in that case, Hisashi and I are just going to have to spoil you, aren't we? Izuku's eyes widened before he let out a noise that Shouta felt counted as a laugh. The mood was suddenly lighter, so Shouta smiled and lowered his phone back down so Izuku could tell him about his day. Shouta stayed in the clearing for a few more hours, only leaving after he helped bring Izuku's new blanket to his burrow. It was the first time he'd gotten that close, and as Izuku took it inside, he was able to see a flash of colors that almost looked like they were All Might themed. Then he remembered the fact that this kid seemed to love heroes. It was very possible that he had some sort of toy in there. He gave Izuku a small pat on the head and said his goodbyes with the promise he'd bring Hisashi to visit the next day. He went straight home. It was illogical to delay talking about something so important. Hisashi was waiting on the couch for him when he opened the door. The worry was evident in his face. He waited until Shouta sat down next to him to start speaking. Is the little listener okay? Physically, yes. The worry didn't abate. Shu, tell me what happened. Remember how we decided to revisit the topic of fostering in a few years? That seemed to catch Hisashi off guard. Yes, Shu. What? Shouta sighed and tugged his hand through his hair. He wasn't really sure where to start on this one, so he might as well just spit it out. Beating around the bush any longer was unnecessary. I don't think Izuku is a rabbit with an intelligence quirk. Hisashi made a move to interrupt, clearly confused, but Shouta raised his hand to stop him. I think he's a kid stuck in a transformation quirk who's been doing his best to try and live in the woods. Hisashi took a moment to process the words. Shit, I couldn't agree more. He needed his husband on this one. Give him a drug gang and he could sort it out. But a traumatized kid who was basically lost in his quirk, he might need some pointers. They sat there for a moment before Hisashi nodded to himself. Okay, I've got a plan, yeah. We're going to make sure our emergency foster paperwork is up to date. You're going to call Nezu and give him everything you know about the kid. We're going to need his identity and I don't want you to have to push him for it. Shouta nodded. Izuku clearly wanted them to think that he was just a quirked rabbit, otherwise he would have said something. Letting the kid know they knew the truth and pushing for his identity might cause him to run. While you do that, I'm going to call Tsukachi and let him know what's happening. The chances of this going smoothly will be better if we start a paper trail as soon as possible. We are going to spend the night getting the spare bedroom in order and picking up anything the kid may need. He had pulled over a notepad and started jotting things down. What if he doesn't want to come back with us? Hisashi stared at him. We're not going to offer right now. You've only known him for what, 2 weeks? And he's meeting me for the first time tomorrow? Yo. We're probably going to need to build some more trust with Izuku before we bring it up. Even then he might not want to, or at least he'll want to wait. The point is that we need to have it ready. Hisashi's train of thought seemed to come to a standstill. Should he be concerned? Hisashi, I just realized. He rolled his eyes. Go on. Chances are we're going to end up taking care of the little listener, Hisashi said like it was an earth-shattering revelation. Yes, I thought that was the point. He looked at Shouta. If this goes how we want it to, we're gonna be dads. And, oh, he wasn't sure how he hadn't realized it sooner. They were only 23, with 3 jobs between them. It wasn't exactly a good time, but he cared about the kid. He wanted to help take care of him, be there for Izuku when he needed it. Okay, he said after a moment. A small smile was creeping onto Hisashi's face. Okay, yeah, okay, Shouta said, this time returning the smile. Hisashi grabbed his phone from where he'd set it on the table and tossed it to him. Call Nezu. I'll check on our emergency license status. Hisashi pecked him on the cheek and went to presumably grab his laptop. In the meantime, Shouta pulled up the rat's contact and hit dial. He picked up after only 2 rings. Shouta-kun. It's unusual for you to call me out of the blue like this. What can I help you with? He asked in that cheerful tone that never failed to set Shouta on edge. Long story short, I need you to help me track down someone's identity, he replied. Oh, he sounded interested. Good. Thought I found a quirked rabbit in the woods. I'm realizing that he's actually a kid, probably stuck in his transformation quirk. He's living out there by himself. Hisashi and I need help to track down his identity. Nezu knew the connotations of him calling his husband Hisashi rather than Present Mic in this call. The reply was quick. Of course I'll help. Send me a file with everything you know. This should be fun. I'll get right on that. He was about to hang up when Nezu spoke again. And, Shouta-kun. What? Congratulations. I look forward to meeting the child who could fool you into thinking they were an animal. He groaned. This really was going to be a long night. The night actually hadn't been that bad. After they got the paperwork side of things sorted out, they'd cleared out the things they had been storing in the spare room and cleaned it. Then the rest of the night had been spent going down the rabbit hole of things to get the kit while they ate dinner. They ended up with everything from toys and plushes to stairs to help him get onto the beds and couch. Though Hisashi had decided to get up early in his excitement of getting to meet Izuku, meaning that he got Shouta up with him. At least he waited a few minutes and brought coffee with him when he actually woke Shouta up. Once they had both dressed and eaten, Hisashi was pulling him out the door so they could stop and get some sort of snack for Izuku before they made their way to the clearing. Needless to say, Shouta wasn't enjoying the weekend rush at the grocery store. He stood in the crowded aisle with Hisashi as he debated between 2 bags of mixed leaves, occasionally looking at his phone, trying to figure which was best. Shouta was more than happy to leave the store and lead Hisashi to the clearing in the woods that he had become quite familiar with these last 2 weeks. Wow, he's a ways out here, huh? Hisashi asked, looking around. Izuku's clearing was far enough in that chances were someone wouldn't just stumble across it if they were exploring. Yeah, how did Izuku even end up here in the first place? Hisashi squeezed his hand. It's really lucky then that you found him. If he hadn't happened across the kid, he wasn't sure that anyone else would have. His chance to make this kid's life better was entirely thanks to dumb luck. Shouta didn't want to think about what would have happened to the kid long term if he hadn't found Izuku. You're right, it is lucky. Hisashi, always able to read between the lines in his words, gave him a soft look and squeezed his hand again. After a few minutes they broke into the clearing. When a quick glance didn't reveal anything, he headed towards the burrow. But the way Izuku almost refused to leave his lap yesterday after getting the blanket, he wouldn't be surprised if the kid had refused to leave his burrow. Good thing they brought food with them then. He stopped a few feet from the burrow and crouched down. Hisashi stopped next to him. Izuku, are you up, kid? He asked. I brought Hisashi with me today and he's really excited to meet you. There was a squeak from inside his burrow and the sound of shuffling fabric. Eventually Izuku's head popped up at the entrance and he looked around hesitantly. Normally he would have shot himself at Shouta by now, but he figured it was the mention of Hisashi that had him creeping forward. Izuku seemed to relax when he saw Shouta, but he froze up when his eyes trailed over to Hisashi. Froze might not be the right word, but he was certainly cautious. Hey, kid. It's good to meet you, yo. I've been really looking forward to it, Hisashi said with a small wave. Shouta watched as Izuku's eyes widened before he practically threw himself in front of Hisashi and let out what sounded like a small scream before he started squeaking and excitedly patting Hisashi's leg. The man in question shot Shouta a confused look and he could only return it with a shrug. Hisashi, seeming unsure what to do, slowly sat down and held up a placating hand to Izuku. Kiddo, I can tell you're excited about something, and I'm excited to meet you too, but I'm a little confused. That seemed to make Izuku pause and seemingly remember that they couldn't speak rabbit. Izuku scrunched his face before shifting over to pat at Shouta's leg with a determined look. Shouta pulled out his phone and opened the text app before holding it out to Izuku. Hisashi watched curiously as Izuku typed out his thoughts. It took him a moment as he was practically vibrating with excitement. Shouta needed to remember to get something bigger for the kid to use, maybe a tablet. Izuku patted his hand when he was done and Shouta pulled the phone back so he and Hisashi could read it. Your present mic. The screen read. They stared at it for a moment. It wasn't very often that people recognized Hisashi out of his hero costume. You can call me Hisashi. Izuku nodded and then looked at Shouta, giving him his best attempt at looking offended. I did tell you that we both went to UA. Izuku patted the arm holding the phone. I suppose I could have told you his hero name. But where's the fun in that? He gave Izuku a small grin. He seemed annoyed with Shouta as he turned back to Hisashi and gave another excited squeak. Hisashi shook himself out of his stupor and gave Izuku a wide grin. Wow, I didn't realize you were a fan, little listener. How would you like to hear about a villain I helped to take down a few weeks ago? And with that, Izuku seemed more than happy to launch himself into Hisashi's lap. a position that had become typical for when Shouta told Izuku sanitized stories about his own hero work. They left the phone in reach of Izuku, and he would pat it whenever he wanted the app open to add things or ask questions. And ask questions he did. Shouta didn't think that Hisashi had received so many questions about his quirk since the first time he walked into the UA support department, but he seemed more than happy to answer each and every one. At some point, Shouta pulled out a bowl and the salad mix they had gotten before passing it over to Izuku, who happily munched away as Hisashi talked. Eventually, all the excitement seemed to get to Izuku as he lazily hopped off of Hisashi's lap. "Ah, getting a little late for you, Kit?" Hisashi asked. Izuku nodded. He nuzzled into Hisashi's leg and went to do the same to Shouta before heading for his burrow. "Izuku," Shouta started, "I won't be able to come tomorrow, but Hisashi could, if you're fine with him coming here on his own." Izuku's tired eyes seemed to light up and he nodded his head vigorously. Hisashi let out a chuckle. "Then I'll be here tomorrow." The Kit made his way into the burrow and Hisashi and Shouta left the clearing. They were a bit away from the clearing when Hisashi spoke up, presumably out of the Kit's earshot. "I don't care what forces stand in our way, but so long as Izuku is okay with it, I want him to be our kid." All Shouta could do was nod in agreement. Izuku was relaxing in his new and improved nest. Zawa had given him a blanket yesterday and had even helped him move it into his burrow. With the extra blanket, he could shimmy into the pile and bury himself in the nest now. The best part was that they must have washed the blanket before giving it to him because it smelled like Zawa and Hisashi. So even when they weren't there, it didn't feel like he was lonely anymore. At first, he had been a little nervous to meet Zawa's husband, because what if he didn't like Izuku? Then Zawa probably wouldn't like him anymore and he'd be by himself again. But Zawa's husband had turned out to be Present Mic. He used to listen to the radio show all the time when he was with Mom. Hisashi had always sounded really nice over the radio, so he'd felt a lot better when he realized who he was. Not to mention Hisashi had answered all of his questions and didn't even get annoyed like Kaken and everyone else had. It reminded him of the way his mom used to let him talk about quirks. A lot about the way Zawa and Hisashi treated him reminded him of his mom. He knows that he hasn't really known them that long. It's only been about 3 weeks since he met Zawa, and 1 since meeting Hisashi, but he hasn't felt this cared about in a really long time. He thinks his mom would be happy for him. He was safe, and he managed to find sort of a new family, or at least people who wanted to talk to him. He couldn't remember what his dad had been like before he left, but Izuku wanted to think that it was like how Zawa and Hisashi treated him. They gave the best cuddles, and they told the best stories. They didn't even treat him like a Deku. He hoped things stayed like this, even if it meant living by himself. This was probably the closest he could get to having a family again. It wasn't long before he fell asleep, snuggled between the blanket his mom had given him and the one that Zawa and Hisashi gave him. It took a month and a half before Nezu scheduled a meeting with them. The fact that it took the rat a month and a half to get the information was more than a little concerning. Shouta had given him a summary of what he assumed Izuku's quirk was, and his name, not to mention green, wasn't exactly a color you saw every day. But no, Nezu had had trouble, and that alone left him uneasy. He could tell Hisashi felt the same, as he was holding his hand as they approached Nezu's office, despite the fact that they typically avoided PDA. Thankfully, classes were in session, so they didn't have to worry about students seeing them and the off chance that either of them got recognized. Shouta squeezed Hisashi's hand and knocked on the door. Hisashi had seemed sure that they'd get some sort of bad news from this meeting, despite the fact that all they had asked Nezu for was Izuku's identity so that they could get the paperwork moving. "Come in." Nezu's overly cheery voice always managed to send shivers down Shouta's spine. They walked in and took a seat, though something wasn't right. There was a third chair. Nezu smiled as he noticed the extra seat. "Hello, Shouta-kun, Hisashi-kun. We'll be waiting on one more person to join us. Considering what I found out, I thought that I would save the two of you a bit of time." Shouta raised his eyebrow. "Who are we waiting for? Was it the kid's parent?" But that wouldn't make any sense. Izuku had made it clear he didn't have any family left. Well, biological family, that is. He'd like to think they've gotten close enough to him in these last 2 months that maybe he counted him and Hisashi. Nezu didn't have a chance to answer as there was a quick knock on the door before someone else entered the room. Shouta blinked up at Tsukachi, who looked just as startled to see him there. The man looked to Nezu, who gave him a slight nod before he sat down in the open chair. He could feel Hisashi's eyes boring into the back of his head. If the detective was here, then that meant whoever their kid was part of an investigation. Whether a closed or an open one, he didn't know. "Now that everyone is here, we can begin," Nezu said, opening his laptop and pulling out a file folder. "Now, Detective, I was told that Hisashi-kun had made you aware of the situation at hand in order to start a paper trail for a potential future custody case." The detective nodded. "Yamada called me a little over a month ago to let me know that Eraserhead had found what he originally thought to be a quirked rabbit in the woods. He also told me that apparently the rabbit was actually a kid using their quirk to live in the woods, and that once they gained his trust they would try to foster him with the intent to adopt. I believe that was the gist of it, he asks, looking to Hisashi for a confirmation. Yeah, that about covers what I told him about the little listener. His eyes widened. I may have forgotten to tell him that we were asking you to try and track down the kid's identity though. Shouta watched as Tsukachi's eyes widened. He had probably come to the same conclusion as Shouta about why he was here. Nezu nodded. You did. But with what I discovered, I figured it would be in everyone's best interest to have him here when I explain things. In that case, I will go ahead and begin. Nezu flipped open the folder. I started by looking into kids or even adults who had some sort of animal or rabbit transformation quirk. However, all of them that could fit the criteria were accounted for. So I decided to widen my search to anyone with a rabbit-related quirk in case this was the result of a poorly timed quirk awakening. However, none of them fit either. Nezu pushes a few papers from the folder towards them. They're all various names with quirks listed next to them. All of the names are crossed out. When that didn't turn up anything of use, I went ahead and used the pictures Shouta-kun sent to me to try and identify the age of the child. Referencing rabbit development, I estimate him to be somewhere between 7 and 9 years of age. So with that information, I looked for any missing children in that age bracket from here and the surrounding cities. However, there was still no one with a quirk that could possibly fit. And if it had been a quirk that got used on him, he would have turned back by now. Tsukachi seemed curious as to what this was all leading to. So the kid is someone who's not in the system at all. Nezu's smile widened. That possibility had crossed my mind, but I decided to try something much more simple before going down that road. I simply looked up the name the kid gave Shouta-kun, along with his defining feature, which seems to be green fur, or in this case hair. He pushes the file across the desk for them all to look at. Shouta can feel his eyes widen and he reaches for Hisashi's hand. Looking back at him is the picture of a child he had tried to find literal months ago. The picture of one Midoriya Izuku, the missing quirkless kid that Tsukachi had given him the case for. But he's quirkless. How do you know that he's the kid? Tsukachi asked. He clearly wasn't wanting to get his hopes up. This was a case he had felt personally responsible for. That was something that almost made me scratch his name off the list. But I decided that a closer look couldn't hurt. His last known location given was somewhere along the path from his foster home to Aldera Elementary School. And right along the path he had been reported taking was the entrance to the woods. So I called the family friend who reported him missing in order to cross-reference known behaviors with the information Shouta gave me. And it sounded like the personalities were a near match. Hisashi was gripping the folder so tight that it was starting to crumple. The three of them were sitting there in silence as Nezu spoke. If someone was diagnosed as quirkless, there was only one way for them to get a quirk, and he didn't want to think about what that meant for the kid. Shouta had a hard enough time in the foster care system with a quirk that was considered villainous. He didn't even want to think about what a quirkless kid would have gone through. I can see you're all realizing where I'm going with this, so I'll do my best to get through this quickly. I went ahead and looked into the foster home that he was staying at. And I have the evidence for quirk discrimination ready here for you, Tsukachi, to take back to the station after this. I have also looked into his school and have a separate folder on them for quirk discrimination and blatant disregard for their own zero-tolerance policy. I think a combination of these aspects and the note in the report that he may have been chased before he disappeared can account for the possibility of a stress-manifested quirk. And with that, Nezu closed his laptop. Hisashi spoke. Thank you for finding all of this out for us. He was still looking at the file in his hand. Izuku had wild hair and a face muttered with freckles, but what stood out the most was the visible bruising he could see in the picture. That and the fact that he looked as though he was struggling to smile for the camera. Shouta turned to Tsukachi. Is this enough to justify us using our emergency foster licenses until he's able to control his quirk enough to chance back? Yes, just give me a call once he's actually in your care and I'll update his social worker for you, Tsukachi said, seeming to shake himself out of his previous shock. Well then, detective, I've gone ahead and emailed you the files I put together. If you wouldn't mind, there's a few things I still wish to discuss with Shouta-kun and Hisashi-kun before they leave, Nezu said, gesturing to the door. Tsukachi nodded and without another word left the room. The man probably had his work cut out for him for the next few days if he wanted to oversee the whole case himself, which he probably would want to. So, Shouta started uneasily. He was still reeling from the information that their future kid had a stress-manifested quirk. What else could the rat possibly want to talk about? Nezu ignored his attempt to get it over with. Rather, he pulled out 3 teacups, setting 2 in front of them before grabbing the pot that had apparently been heating the entire conversation. Hisashi-kun, would you like any honey in yours? That seemed to snap Hisashi out of the stupor he had worked himself into staring at their kid's file. That sounds good, yo, he said, nodding. Nezu didn't even bother asking what Shouta wanted as he poured cups for all 3 of them. He set the pot back and climbed onto his chair, taking a sip of his tea before talking. Now, I understand that the two of you will be expanding your family soon, correct? They looked at each other. What was this about? Hisashi spoke up for them. That's the plan, but it will really be up to Izuku. Nezu smiled. I'm sure the child will be wanting to stay with you too. But since you'll be adding a child to your family, perhaps you would be more interested in more consistent job hours. Wherever Shouta thought this conversation had been going, he was wrong. What? Based upon your careers and histories, I would be interested in hiring you both as teachers here in the future. After you got the proper certifications, of course. Nezu took another sip of his tea. He looked at Hisashi, who looked just as confused as he was. You want the two of us to be teachers at UA? Shouta clarified. Yes, you could talk with teachers here while working through getting your own teaching licenses. Then in a year or two you could begin working here. It would give the both of you more stable hours, which would be best for supporting a child. The smile on Nezu's face told him that the rat had put a bit too much thought into this. I don't think that Hisashi started. Nezu interrupted him. Of course you don't need to decide right now. Take some time to weigh the benefits and get used to being parents before answering. And neither Shouta or Hisashi could really argue with that. They stayed long enough to finish their tea before standing to leave. As they were heading out, Hisashi spoke up. Thanks again for finding the kid's identity for us. We had no idea he'd been through so much, and honestly this explains a lot. And it really did. It explained why Izuku had been so cautious of them until he found out they were heroes. It explained why some topics caused him to freeze, while others seemed to shut him down completely. It explained why the poor kid was so confused every time they tried to show that they care. His file had said that his mom had died a few months before he went missing, so that's a few months in foster care. And chances were any bullying or discrimination that happened at his school had been happening for a long time. God, sometimes he hated people. Shouta didn't even want to unpack the fact that based upon when the kid went missing, he had been alone in the woods for a little over 6 months. The kid had even missed a birthday, for crying out loud. When they got home, Hisashi took off his shoes, put on his slippers, and immediately went to the closet where they had put the things they had ordered for Izuku. They hadn't wanted to leave everything around collecting dust before they brought him home, so they had decided to leave everything in the packaging until then. Hisashi took a hair tie off of his arm and pulled up his hair. He rolled back his sleeves and turned back to Shouta. We're asking him tomorrow, so let's make sure everything is ready for him. Yeah. Shouta didn't hesitate to walk over and pull his husband into a kiss, tucking a stray hair he'd missed behind his ear. Yeah, let's get everything ready for our kid. The rest of the day was spent pulling everything out of the boxes and failing to prevent Tofu from trying to claim it all as her own. They started with the small pet stairs they'd gotten. They wanted Izuku to be able to get where he wanted to go if it took him a while before he was comfortable changing back. One sat at the end of the couch. The other two were in the bedrooms. In case Izuku needed something at night, they wanted him to be able to get to them easily. And for obvious reasons, he needed to be able to get to his own bed. Hisashi had loaded the kid's bed up with a horde of plushies and a few too many blankets. Most were rabbit-themed, and Shouta had wanted to face-palm at those no matter how cute they were. He'd also snuck in a Present Mic plush, and Shouta was sure there would have been an Eraserhead one as well if he had merch. Instead, there was a grumpy-looking black cat plush tucked next to the Present Mic one. He'd rolled his eyes when he saw it. About a month earlier, they had painted the room a light green, and Hisashi had even gone as far as to get a tree decal or two. But, for the most part, they had kept the room decorations to a minimum, wanting the kid to have the ability to choose what he wanted. And there was two more things that Hisashi had gotten that Shouta wasn't sure about. He had gotten their kid cat beds. One sat in the corner of the room. It was shaped like a log with a hole in it where the bed part was, and the other was on the bed. It looked like a felt dome with a hole big enough for a cat or a rabbit, he supposed. He looked at them and Hisashi smiled sheepishly. Why did you buy cat beds for the kid? Shouta questioned. Aside from the fact that they're cute. Shouta raised his eyebrow. Hisashi rolled his eyes in response. I figured they might make him more comfortable. He's been living in a burrow, right? Shouta nodded, curious at where this was going. Well, I figured sleeping on a bed might make him feel a bit exposed at first. I thought that the cat beds might remind him a bit of his burrow. And that was really smart. I'm almost upset I didn't think of that. Let's be honest, Shu, you're a bit more focused on the practical side of things. Well, that and the basics, he said, gesturing to one of the other corners in the room that was filled with a mixture of kids' toys and rabbit toys. In his defense, there was also a bookshelf over there too. Hisashi looked like he was thinking. Nah, I think all the other details are for the little listener to pick out. We just have to make a grocery list. He tapped his head like he was trying to remember if there was anything else they needed to do tonight. Oh, and we should plug in the tablet just so it's charged for tomorrow. After the first couple of visits, they had gotten a tablet to make it easier for Izuku to type. They learned very quickly that given the opportunities, he was more than happy to chat with them. In fact, he didn't seem to stop once he got going. They were also slowly discovering that the kit knew a ridiculous amount about quirk science. In fact, considering that they now knew his age, it was quite impressive. Why in the world would an 8-year-old need to? Oh right, the kid had been quirkless. Either he had learned about quirks because he wanted to see if there was a chance to get one, or he just found them interesting and wanted to learn more about them. Maybe it was both. He sort of hoped it was the latter option, as then Izuku may have known what happened to him with the stress-manifested quirk, while also simply enjoying learning. Shouta started heading for the living area. I'll plug it in before either of us forget. They kept it by the couch so that they wouldn't forget to charge it. The reaction Izuku had when the tablet had died halfway through a rant about Ed's shot was heartbreaking. After that, they had made a point of charging it by the couch in hopes that they wouldn't forget again. He plugged in the tablet and Hisashi plopped down next to him on the couch. He had a notepad and his phone appeared to be open to an article titled "What are the best things to feed your rabbit?" It was a bit of an unknown just how much the kid's quirk affected him, so better to play it safe than sorry with food. They would go shopping before they went to see Izuku tomorrow. Now all they had to do was hope that Izuku wanted to come home with them. Izuku wouldn't say he was pacing, but he was hopping around the clearing a bit to try and work off his energy. He couldn't help it. Both Shouta and Hisashi were coming to visit today. Yesterday they had both apparently had a meeting and weren't able to stop by. It had been a little quiet, but that's fine because they're both coming today. Sometimes it was just Shouta or just Hisashi, but he liked it the best when both of them were there. When they were both there, it reminded him a bit of how Auntie and Uncle acted. Hisashi was like Auntie Mitsuki. They were both loud and talked the most and were more fun. And Shouta acted a bit like Uncle Masaru. They were both a bit more quiet and caring. Shouta might not seem like it at first, but he always thought of the little things that Izuku might need, like tying up his ears so they weren't in his way. He wondered if they had anything planned for today. Sometimes one or both of them would bring something fun. There was one time they all had a picnic and they had even brought a small salad for Izuku. Or there was another time that Shouta came by himself and brought a small ball for Izuku to chase around the clearing. It was currently in his burrow. Or the time he and Hisashi just listened to music. He had even let Izuku pick what kind of music they listened to. Izuku liked it the best when they both came though. It felt a bit like they were a family that way. And sometimes Izuku liked to pretend that they knew he wasn't a rabbit, and that they were spending time with him not because he was something special, but because they cared about him as a kid. He really hoped they cared. He liked to think they did because they acted like his mom. And they did things that other people had never done after he was diagnosed as quirkless. Sometimes he wondered if they knew he was actually a kid because they made a point to bring up things that he'd be taught in school, or they brought him toys. A small plush rabbit had also made its way into his burrow. Izuku did wonder how they found something small enough for him to hold. His current theory was that it was meant to be a keychain before they gave it to him. He continued to bounce around the clearing until he was able to make out the sound of footsteps. Then he was imminently alert. They were here. He waited until Hisashi and Shouta were in sight before running over to them. He was a little bit careful though because his ears weren't tied up at the moment and he didn't want to trip. Izuku hoped that when he got a little bit older he'd grow into them. He brushed over the thought of living out here for that long. Hisashi broke out into a grin at the sight of him. It made Izuku warm from the inside out. That smile didn't feel like something anyone could fake. It was different from the smile he gave his present mic. It wasn't as wide, but it felt better. Hisashi was happy to see him. And while he couldn't see Shouta's smile, he could tell that he had one. They were both happy to see him. That notion seemed to give him a spurt of extra energy. Izuku wasn't sure he could sit still if he tried. Before he could reach them, he made a last-moment detour to loop around the clearing instead. One of his favorite parts of either of them visiting was the cuddling. And he couldn't do that if his body felt too bouncy. He could hear them chuckling as he made his loop, only to pull to a halt once he was back in front of them. Izuku still felt energized, but not so much that he had to do something about it. After these last few months, he figured that the extra energy was part of his quirk. He'd always felt the need to move or do something when he was excited, but now if he didn't, it felt like he would explode. By the time he pulled to a stop, Shouta and Hisashi were already sitting down at the usual spot. He didn't hesitate before jumping into Shouta's lap. "Sorry we weren't able to come yesterday, little listener," Hisashi said, reaching over to rub his head. Izuku nuzzled back into his hand. It was okay. They came back, and they didn't need to spend all their time with Izuku. In fact, he'd almost feel better if they spent less time out here. He was sure they were busy. They weren't even able to bring computers out here to do any sort of work while they spent time with him. At some point he was going to have to let them get back to their lives, but Izuku didn't want them to. He knew he was being selfish. He was a selfish Deku. Something nudged the side of his head. Izuku looked up to see Shouta, who had apparently just poked him. "We lost you there for a second, Kit. Are you back with us?" Shouta asked. Izuku shrunk down a little bit and nodded. He didn't mean to get lost in his thoughts. He didn't want them to think that he doesn't care. Everyone at school had always gotten mad when he got lost in his thoughts. Izuku knew that Shouta and Hisashi wouldn't get mad. but he didn't want to even chance it. Hisashi gave him a smile. Did you hear what we were talking about? Izuku shakes his head. No, he hadn't heard what they had been talking about. He could feel himself getting embarrassed. That's okay, Hisashi assured. Shu and I just had a few things we were wanting to talk to you about. Izuku froze. He didn't mean to jinx it. This was it. This is where they're going to tell him that they don't want to waste time here anymore. There, Shouta poked him again. Izuku, whatever you're thinking is probably wrong. Do you want to let us know what you're worried about? We can't read your mind. Izuku weighed the question. On one hand, he'd know sooner if they were wanting to leave. On the other hand, he didn't want to give them the idea if it hadn't crossed their minds. But he needed to know. So, Izuku nodded. Hisashi pulled the tablet out of the bag they had started bringing with them and held it out for Izuku. He typed out his worries. I don't want you to leave. He tapped Hisashi's hand to let him know he was done. He pulled back the tablet so he and Shouta could read it, and they did with a blank look before giving each other another look that Izuku couldn't read. Hisashi spoke up. Why would we be leaving? He lowered the tablet back down for Izuku to respond. There was no avoiding it. Izuku started typing. They probably wouldn't want to see him anymore after this. Once he told them that he wasn't worth it, he'd have to get used to being alone again. Would they want the blanket and toys back? I'm a useless Deku and it's a waste of your time to be here. Izuku thought about deleting it, but it was only fair that he told them as much of the truth as he could. At least when they left he wouldn't have to lie to them about being a rabbit anymore. He patted Hisashi's hand. They read it over, and when they looked at him, they both looked sad. He didn't understand why. Kid, I thought we had done a good job of showing this, but I guess not. Shouta reached out and ruffled Izuku's head. He was confused. We care about you. Kit, you're alone out here, and we like spending time with you. You're smart and inquisitive, and by no means useless. We want to give you a home with us. Hisashi nudges Shouta. You could have worded that better, Shu. But he's right, little listener. We want you to be a part of our family, if that's something you wanted. We have a room set up and everything, he said with a smile. Izuku was looking up at them with wide eyes. They wanted him. Shouta and Hisashi wanted him to be a part of their family. That made him really happy. They didn't want to leave. They liked him. They wanted him. What do you think, Kit? Do you want to come home with us? Hisashi asked. Izuku didn't know if they'd want him once they learned how much trouble he really was. Once they learned he wasn't supposed to be a rabbit, they might not want him. It was selfish of him. He wanted to be selfish. Izuku wanted a family. So Izuku taps Hisashi's hand to get the tablet back and types out one word, yes. Hisashi could feel his heart breaking as he read the tablet. He looked to Shouta, who had probably been thinking the same thing as him. What had they done to make Izuku think that they would leave? But Hisashi thought about it a bit more. This was a kid who had stress manifested a quirk. He'd been quirkless for 4 years, and Hisashi didn't need to be told about the discrimination that came along with that. He'd gone through the statistics, and he knew that it was worse in actuality. This kid probably had no one except his mother until she died. Hisashi had read his file and noticed the note that the kid's father had been out of the picture and signed over parental rights the second the social worker called him. Izuku had probably been ready for the worst from the second they started spending time with him. It had taken Hisashi years to let his own guard down. That not everyone would hate him for his quirk the second he used it. He knows it took Shu even longer and that sometimes he still struggles with it. This kid had only had about 3 months to get to know Shouta, and even less to get to know him. They couldn't expect him to unlearn behaviors and expectations he'd known for so long. That's something they'd need to work on if he wanted to come home with them, and something they'd need to see if he'd be willing to talk to a counselor about. Hisashi realizes neither of them responded, both caught off guard by Izuku's message. He needed to reassure Izuku that they wouldn't be leaving unless he wanted them to, in which case they could let him know that they knew his identity and help him find a nice family. But for that they needed to understand the kid's thinking. Not everyone had the same thought processes. Why would we be leaving? He asked, and held the tablet out for the kid to type on. Normally they would let him tell them if he wanted to answer a question, but they needed to understand this to help him better. He watched as the kid typed out their message before tapping his hand. When he pulled it back for Shouta and him to see, he almost regretted asking the question in the first place, because what he read broke his heart. I'm a useless Deku and it's a waste of your time to be here. If Nezu hadn't already kickstarted the investigations into Izuku's foster home and school, he was sure Shouta would have left the second they got the little listener settled into their home to tear them apart himself. Someone had taken this kid, this amazing kid, and made him feel useless. He felt like he was a burden on them just because they spent time with him. No, Hisashi was not going to let his kid feel like this. His amazing husband gave his free hand a squeeze and spoke up before he could. Kid, I thought we had done a good job of showing this, but I guess not. He had reached out to ruffle the kid's head. Something they found brought Izuku out of his thoughts gently. We care about you. Kit, you're alone out here, and we like spending time with you. You're smart and inquisitive, and by no means useless. We want to give you a home with us. Leave it to Shu. As much as his husband liked to say he was bad at talking with people, when he had something he wanted to say he did it, and he did it well. You could have worded that better, Shu, Hazashi teased with a nudge. But he's right, little listener. We want you to be a part of our family, if that's something you wanted. We have a room set up and everything. Hazashi hoped that Izuku understood just how much they meant what they were saying. The kid's eyes had widened to almost a comical degree. This seemed to be the last thing he had been expecting them to say. He might have laughed if this didn't feel so sad. When the kid didn't respond, he tried again. What do you think, kid? Do you want to come home with us? Another moment passed before Izuku tapped his hand. Hazashi lowered the tablet down, and it only took a moment for Izuku to tap it again. He flipped the tablet for them to read. There was only one word, and it made his heart soar. Yes. Shouta gave Izuku one of his rare grins and rubbed a hand down his back. Izuku seemed more than happy to lean into the contact. Hazashi let the information settle over him. Their kid was coming home with them. All right, little listener. Shouta shot him a fond look. Are you ready to leave now? Or do you need to pack up your burrow? He knew the kid at least had a few things that they'd given him. Izuku would probably want to bring them with him. The kid perked up and tapped his arm again. This message read, I need to pack. I might need help getting stuff out once I'm done. He nodded. They could do that. That's fine, kid. You go start packing and come get us when you need help, Shouta said, carefully taking Izuku off his lap and giving him a light nudge in the direction of his burrow. The kid gave a nod and an excited squeak before bolting and disappearing through the burrow's entrance. Shouta waited a moment before turning to him. I effing hate people, he whispered. Why the hell does a quirk matter that much? It's illogical. As much as Hazashi wanted to get mad right now, he just couldn't. He reached for Shouta's hands, pulling them out of his pockets where he had stuffed them, and gave a gentle squeeze. Nezu is already investigating. Those places will be lucky to be open by the end of the week. That had him pausing, closing his eyes, and taking a deep breath. The rat will tear them to shreds. That he will. Shouta gave a squeeze back. He thought he was useless. Who the F does that to an 8-year-old kid? That's not something you pick up overnight. Shouta seemed to come to a decision. We will help our kid. Once he feels comfortable, we should look into a therapist. God knows mine managed to help me pull that stick out of my ass. Love of my life, it's still there. But I couldn't agree more on the front of helping our kid. He didn't think he'd get over the warm feeling that filled his chest at calling Izuku their kid. Their foster kid. But hopefully once he trusted them a bit more, they'd be able to make it a sure thing. Shouta snorted and leaned into his shoulder. Do you think I could get Tsukachi to tell me how the investigation is going? He leaned his head on Shouta's. I think the man got the files yesterday. And Nezu is nothing if not throughout. He's probably still going through them. Give him a few days before you try and worm your way into an open case. Yeah. No promises. I guess that's the best I can ask for. After about 30 minutes of waiting, Shouta could tell that Hazashi was starting to get a little bit concerned. Just how much stuff does Izuku have in there? Hazashi asked, and that was a good question. He knew that there was the blanket, some toys, and the small stuffed rabbit, but what else could there be? Shouta thought back to the time he had gotten a small glance in the burrow. There'd been some colors that he assumed were some sort of All Might toy. How much had he had with him when he got stuck out here? Shouta remembered a note from Izuku's case file. He had been on his way home from school when he went missing. I think I spotted an All Might toy when I got a peek. Chances are he has his entire backpack down there. Hazashi's eyes widened. And if he doesn't want us to know he's actually a kid, then he's probably trying to put anything identifying in the bag. Which can't be easy without thumbs, he said with a nod. They didn't end up waiting much longer before they saw Izuku pulling a blanket out of the entrance to his burrow. Shouta watched, slightly amused, as the kid tugged with all his might to pull it out of the small entrance. When Izuku gave them a small wave, they walked over. Up close, he was able to see that the kit was significantly dirtier than a half hour ago. It looked like he had rolled himself in dirt. Shouta made a mental note to add a bath to the list of things to do when they got to the apartment. They could get that out of the way and deter while Hazashi put the blanket in the wash. It hadn't fared much better than Izuku in terms of cleanliness. Izuku gestured to the blanket that was now fully outside of the burrow. Want me to fold that up for you, little listener? I can hold it for you while you get your other things, Hazashi offered. That seemed to be what he was wanting as the kit nodded before heading back into the burrow and pulling out another blanket. This one was soft and a green that matched his fur. It too was covered in a light layer of dirt. He hadn't realized the kid had another blanket. Good to know that Izuku hadn't been sleeping on the ground before they gave him one. Hazashi took this one with a little bit more care than the other and folded it, setting it on top of the other. Izuku gave a look of approval and went back in. It was a few more trips, and eventually they had what appeared to be all the toys they'd gotten him, plus he was right and an All Might action figure on the ground in front of them. This everything? Shouta asked. Izuku shook his head and started digging at the front of his burrow. Whatever was left must be too large to get out of the hole. Shouta walked over and Izuku stopped digging to give him a semi-pleading look. Made sense. The kid was probably emotionally exhausted and physically exhausted from whatever he'd be doing in there. I got it, Kit, he said, reaching out to slowly pull away at the entrance. Izuku took up residence by his knee. Once the opening was big enough, he was able to see a yellow backpack. He was right again. Izuku seemed to go on alert as he pulled out the bag. If the kid was any older, he probably would have realized they'd figured out he wasn't a rabbit a while ago. Though since he hadn't, Shouta imagined Izuku thought the bag was pretty damning evidence to suggest so. He ruffled Izuku's ears. This is your bag, Kit. We won't go through it without your permission. Izuku nodded with relief and practically melted into Shouta's touch. Hisashi was already standing, all the toys piled on the blankets in his arms. I think I managed to grab it all. Ready to go. Izuku looked at Shouta and Hisashi, then to the burrow and around the clearing. It looked like he was psyching himself up. When he looked back to them, he gave a firm nod and an excited squeak. Hisashi looked like he wanted to squeal right back, but he settled for smiling instead. Shouta hooked the bag around his shoulder before carefully picking up Izuku and standing. He looked at Izuku to make sure he was comfortable. He was slightly shocked by the look of adoration he got, but gave the kid a smile before turning to his husband. All right, let's get this show on the road. Can I get a yeah? He asked Izuku, shifting the things to one arm so he could pump his fist into the air. Izuku gave another excited squeak and mimicked the movement with a paw. Shouta was definitely going to be outnumbered in the apartment in terms of the amount of energy Izuku and Hisashi had, and yet he found himself looking forward to it. During the trip back home, Izuku was looking wide-eyed at everything. They had stopped before leaving the forest to tie back his ears so that he could see properly, and it seemed to be a good decision. This kid hasn't been around anyone with the exception of them for almost a year. Chances are he's wanting to see everything that's changed. Either that or he's a bit overwhelmed. Shouta looked down at the kid in his arms. It was probably both. Hisashi reached over and gave the kid a scratch on the head when the sound of a kid's happy squeal at the sight of a rabbit caught him off guard. They managed to get back to the apartment fairly quickly. Shouta was happy they had had the foresight to put Tofu in their bedroom before they left today. They weren't sure how she would react to Izuku and they wanted to take things slow for the kid's safety. Izuku was vibrating in his arms with what he imagined was the need to explore. The idea of a new space was probably very exciting. But they did have white carpets and he didn't exactly want to stick anything at the moment, so he kept Izuku in his arms despite the attempt to wiggle free. Kit, he said to get his attention. He ignored Hisashi watching them fondly. When Izuku stopped squirming and looked up at him, he continued. Before I let you go to explore, would you be willing to take a bath? You're covered in dirt at the moment, and our carpets are white. Izuku apparently didn't know this. He looked down at his paws, the small mess he'd made in Shouta's arms, and the white carpet, all before looking back at Shouta sheepishly. He gave a small nod. Perfect. They'd bought a flea brush the other day, and this was honestly partly an excuse to use it. Izuku had been outside for a while, and the last thing they wanted was him or Tofu having fleas. Hisashi gestured to the things in his arms. If it's all right, little listener, I'll take the toys in your bag to your room and put these in the wash. Once Izuku gave his nod of approval, Shouta passed the bag off to Hisashi and took Izuku to the bathroom. He'd done some reading up in anticipation for this situation. Currently, they still didn't have any way to confirm just how much the transformation made Izuku into an actual rabbit, so since it wasn't a good idea to get a rabbit wet, he'd follow the guidelines for Izuku. He set Izuku down on the plush bathroom mat while he pulled out a few things. 2 soft towels he'd gotten for the occasion, a washcloth, a small hairdryer, and the flea comb. He laid one of the towels out of the counter before turning to a confused Izuku. The kid gestured to the tub. Being even partially submerged isn't the best idea for you, Kit. I did a bit of research and apparently rabbits can be prone to hypothermia. Izuku took a step away from the tub. But that same research also said that getting out dirt with a washcloth would be fine. Can I set you up here? Izuku nodded, so Shouta scooped him up and deposited him on the fluffy towel. He wet the washcloth in the sink and plugged in the hairdryer. He carefully rubbed the dirt out of Izuku's fur, drying it with the hairdryer on the lowest setting as he went. He was probably being a little bit too careful with the whole water thing, but he wasn't taking any chances with his effing kid. Izuku seemed to enjoy it as he fell asleep halfway through despite the hairdryer being on. When he finished, he grabbed the other towel and patted Izuku down, just to make sure he was dried off. That woke Izuku up. He blinked at Shouta lazily and tried to snuggle back into the towel. As much as he wanted to let him, he didn't want the kid to take another nap in the bathroom. Izuku seemed offended when he took the other towel away. How about we move to the couch and I can brush out your fur? He gestured to the brush. I figured it would be a good idea to check for fleas. That seemed to get his attention. The kid seemed much more willing to leave the soft towel and hopped into Shouta's arms. Grabbing the brush, he carried Izuku to the couch and sat down next to Hisashi, who was already there. Enjoy the bath? Hisashi asked with a smile. Izuku nodded and sank a little bit further into Shouta's hold as he started combing through the fur, checking the brush after each stroke for fleas. That's great, yo. Your blankets should be done soon, then we can go ahead and help you get things where you want them. Izuku squeaked, and in response Hisashi unplugged the tablet and held it out for Izuku. The two of them chatted as Shouta finished combing through the small rabbit's fur. Thankfully he was flea-free. Izuku was overwhelmed in the best way possible. He'd been in awe when they left the woods. For some reason it almost felt like the rest of the world had stopped existing when Izuku was in the woods. So seeing the city again had been awesome. There were so many people and some of them had visible quirks, though he didn't have enough time to analyze any of them. And even then he couldn't write it in his notebook. It was okay though, because he was going to his new home with Shouta and Hisashi. Shouta had given him a bath with a washcloth to stop him from getting dirt anywhere, and he'd brushed out Izuku's fur, which felt really nice. It was almost better than head scratches, and with his ears out of the way he could look all around the apartment while he used the tablet to talk with Hisashi. Okay, kid, I'm done, and I think it's fairly safe to say you don't have any fleas, Shouta said, giving him a small pat. That's awesome, little listener. Fleas are a pain to get rid of. Tofu had them when we first brought her in, Hisashi said. That reminded Izuku they had a cat. He looked around to see if he could spot her anywhere, but he didn't see anything. Shouta noticed she's in our room. We'll try introducing you two later. For now let's get you settled in. Hisashi got up and walked down the hall. He was probably getting the blankets, he mused. Shouta got up too with Izuku still in his arms. He expected Shouta to carry him wherever they were going, but instead he was set down. Izuku looked up at the man and tilted his head in question. I won't be able to carry you all the time, and I figured you might want to look around when we got in there, Shouta said with a shrug before heading down the hall. Hisashi was waiting at an open door with the blankets in his arms. He was smiling. Shouta joined him and gestured for Izuku to go in. Izuku cautiously entered and looked around, only to be filled with shock. This was all for him. They had done this for him. The room was green with some pictures of trees on the walls. There was a staircase leading up to the bed that he could actually use. There were toys and a bookshelf in one corner, and what looked to be a tree-shaped cat bed in another. He could see his small rabbit plush on the bed. His backpack was leaning against the stairs, and it looked like his toys had been added to the corner. He looked up at them for confirmation. This couldn't all be for him, could it? They did so much for him. When Shouta gave him a small nod, Izuku didn't hesitate to take off around the room. He explored every nook and cranny, even going as far as to push open the sliding closet, which was empty at the moment. He hopped in the log bed in the corner. It was really comfy and it reminded him a bit of his burrow. It had a small entrance, but big enough that he could probably fit a blanket in here. Next he found himself on the bed, only slightly confused by what he found. There were so many stuffed animals, and he loved them, but there was also some sort of fabric cocoon on the bed that really reminded him of his burrow. Did they get him this and put it on the bed because it reminded them of the burrow? He patted it and looked over at them. They had entered the room but were both still watching with small smiles from the doorway. Hisashi's smile widened and he walked over with the blankets. This one was my idea. I thought that even if you had a bed you might not like sleeping out in the open, yeah. So I thought this might feel a bit more comfortable to you. That made sense. Sometimes he really didn't like being out in the open since he got his quirk, and being in his burrow made it feel better. He wouldn't mind if this was his new burrow. Izuku pointed to the blankets in Hisashi's arms, then pointed to the log and to the little burrow on the bed. You want me to put one in each? He asked. Izuku nodded, more than happy that Hisashi understood him without the tablet. After Izuku got things put away how he wanted them, Shouta and Hisashi showed him the rest of the apartment. They planned on having all the doors open so that he could go anywhere he wanted, except for their room right now because Tofu was in there. They had another staircase by the couch so he could get up when he wanted, and the remote was in reach so he could change the channel. The tablet was easy to reach from the couch, so if he wanted to say something he could just come over here. And in the kitchen the fridge had character magnets at the bottom so he could put little messages there. It had all left Izuku so happy that he had gotten all jittery again. So when he asked if he could run, because his mom and the lady at the home hadn't liked it when he ran inside, he was pleasantly surprised that they said yes. He took off and looped around, running into his room and tumbling under the bed. He eventually came back to where Shouta and Hisashi were waiting for him on the couch. And this time he got up onto the couch by himself before claiming Hisashi's lap as his spot for his afternoon nap. Being a rabbit was exhausting, but he couldn't remember being this happy since he lived with Mom, and even then people still heard him at school. He missed Mom, but he thinks he's going to be really happy here in his new home. He's going to be really happy here with his new dads. The first morning with Izuku had gone smoothly. The kid had woken up before them and had felt comfortable enough to leave his room. Shouta, having actually gotten up early for once, had found Izuku nestled into the corner of the couch. The TV was playing some sort of hero cartoon. When Izuku first saw him he froze up and glanced between Shouta and the TV. Was he worried he'd be mad at him for using the TV? Then he remembered the fact that Izuku had spent time at a bad foster home. It was possible something like using the TV without asking resulted in a punishment. They would have to sit down with Izuku and talk about the apartment's rules and what they would result in if not followed, and if he had expectations of them. That would be something to do after they all got a bit more settled. Shouta sat down next to Izuku, giving him a bit of space. "Looks like you're enjoying yourself. Have you seen this before?" he asked. Just a simple question seemed to calm his nerves. Izuku nodded excitedly before leaving the corner and making himself comfortable on Shouta's lap. He hunkered down and Shouta scratched lightly at his head while Izuku watched. With his free hand he went through his emails on his phone. After Izuku had gone to bed last night, he and Hisashi sent an email to Tsukachi, letting him know that Izuku was with them. Now he had a response. Tsukachi had gotten in touch with Izuku's social worker and let him know about the placement and a summary of the situation. Izuku was cleared to stay with them for now. At some point while checking his emails he realized that the show Izuku was watching was some sort of All Might cartoon. He cringed at the familiar laugh. Some limelight heroes gave him a migraine worse than the ones he got from caffeine withdrawal. Eventually Hisashi came into the room. Seeing Shouta trapped under their kid on the couch, his husband took pity on him and started the coffee maker. Hisashi eventually came over with mugs for the two of them and a bowl of greens for the kid. "Morning, Izuku. Did you sleep well?" He pressed a kiss to Shouta's cheek. Izuku perked up at the sight of Hisashi and nodded. He seemed to think for a second before he gestured over to the tablet. Shouta grabbed it for him and held it out. The bed was really nice. It was like my Burrow but softer. Hisashi shot him a look that screamed, "I told you so." In his defense, he had moral hang-ups about shopping under the pet section for a human child. It didn't matter if he looked like a rabbit. A kid was a kid. "I'm glad you liked it," he said. Hisashi passed over the greens and set Shouta's mug on the table. Shouta didn't hesitate to pick it up and start drinking. Izuku typed out a quick thank you before digging in. His attention was soon quickly recaptured when the cartoon All Might let out a loud "I am here." Hisashi smirked when he shook his head. Once Izuku was done eating, Shouta broached a topic they'd need to get sorted out sooner rather than later. "Izuku," he said, pausing until he had the kid's attention. "Would you want to get introduced to Tofu today? It would probably be best to do it at a time when both Shouta and Hisashi were there. If Tofu didn't react well, they might have to look into letting her stay with Nimuri for a while. With the size of Izuku in rabbit form, Tofu could deal some serious damage if she chose to. Though Tofu was a fairly calm cat overall, hopefully that would carry over to this." The kid practically bounced off his lap. Izuku spun around and put his paws on Shouta's chest, getting his face as close to Shouta's as he could with his size. When he made eye contact, he gave one decisive nod. Hisashi, who was watching this go down, held back a chuckle. "We'll need to be careful when introducing you two, yeah? We're a little bit worried that she might react badly, but we'll make sure that nothing happens." Izuku tilted his head before reaching for the tablet. "What if she doesn't like me?" "If she doesn't like you, we'll have her stay with our friend for a while and try again later," Shouta answered smoothly. "That's right. She won't be staying here if she's mean to our favorite little kid," Hisashi chimed in. That seemed to relax Izuku a bit more than Shouta's words had. "Do you want to try meeting her now or later today?" Izuku took a moment to mull it over. "Now please." "All right, Shu. You heard the kid. Let's introduce him to Tofu." Hisashi popped up off the couch, grabbing the empty dishes to take to the sink. Izuku, taking the stairs, hopped off the couch and followed Hisashi as far as the entrance to the kitchen. With his lap now free, Shouta was able to meander after the two. Izuku, with a worrying amount of determination, led them to their closed door. Tofu was meowing behind it. She wasn't used to being kept in their room and was probably already plotting the best way to trip them. Hisashi shifted to the floor. He plopped Izuku, who let out a startled squeak at being picked up, into his lap. "You ready, kit?" Izuku, after having a chance to recover, gave them an affirmative. "In that case," Hisashi gestured to the door. "Shu, if you would do the honors." Shouta rolled his eyes at the antics but opened the door nonetheless. He grabbed Tofu as she attempted to bolt for the living room. She seemed offended at the fact that she was stopped from heading for her favorite spot. Though once he shifted her around, she froze at the sight of Izuku, fur immediately going on end. Shouta internally winced, but thanked anyone who was listening that their cat hadn't lunged and traumatized their kid. Tofu wiggled out of his arms and crept closer. Shouta kept his arms outstretched in case she tried anything. She didn't, and eventually she was nose to nose with Izuku. The kid was frozen, but Hisashi was running his fingers through Izuku's fur. They probably should have waited. They would not be winning any parenting awards with this decision. After a few more seconds of standoff, Tofu sniffed Izuku's head before she started grooming him, albeit sort of aggressively. Shouta watched with a smile as Izuku unfroze and tried to sink into Hisashi to avoid her tongue. "All right, Tofu, don't soak Izuku." He gave her a nudge back, free from the assault. Izuku stood up and took a step towards Tofu. She seemed slightly startled by the movement and jumped back before creeping closer again. This went on for probably half an hour until Hisashi and Shouta felt it was safe enough to let Izuku off of Hisashi's lap. They watched closely as the two seemed to observe each other while still being skittish. Overall, Shouta considered it a win, especially when later that week he got back to the apartment, only to find Hisashi frantically waving him over to Izuku's door. If it wasn't for the smile on his husband's face, he would be worried that something was wrong. When he poked his head in the door, he was greeted by the sight of Tofu and Izuku curled up together in the trunk-shaped cat bed. If he had a new phone background after that day, it was nobody's business but his own. Izuku had been staying with them for about 3 weeks, and Hisashi found himself quite happy with the way the little listener fit into their lives. There was certainly a learning curve on both ends though. Izuku had been used to being on his own for the majority of the day, so it made sense that he wasn't used to having others around. Though that didn't stop him and Shouta from feeling bad every time they startled Izuku. The first few times the kid had been so spooked he ran for his little burrow on the bed, where there was figuring out the ground rules to best keep Izuku out of harm's way. The main one was don't try to climb anything without an adult present. That had been made by Shouta when he had been woken up by a rather large thunk coming from the kitchen. Shouta had barely hesitated before he was out their bedroom door, capture weapon at the ready. Hisashi had shoved on his hearing aids and followed, finding Izuku's stairs had been pushed against one of the kitchen stools. Meanwhile, his husband was crouched next to Izuku, carefully shifting him off of his back and checking to make sure he was okay. Tofu was peeking at them curiously from where she sat on the counter. And wasn't that a fun time to find out the effects being on their back had on rabbits? It had resulted in a full morning cuddle session and discussions of the rules that everyone in the household should follow. Another one that had been added was Tofu is not a good role model, after Izuku explained why he was trying to get on the counter in the first place. Honestly, they were just glad Izuku was okay. The parenting books he'd been reading didn't exactly account for their little listener. Hisashi was just going to have to try his best. There had also been the topic of their busy schedules. Nezu may have had a point. They both loved their jobs, but the current hours they had weren't the best. Hisashi had been working modified hours for the first few days, while Shouta had completely taken them off. But when they looked ahead to what it would be like once they both went back, it was looking tight. Most days had Hisashi patrolling during the day, and Shouta at night. There would only be a few hours where they were both home every day. That wasn't gonna fly. Something was going to have to give at some point. But for now they decided that it would work for Hisashi to keep his modified schedule and Shouta to work fewer nights. And the radio show was early enough that doing it didn't affect their schedule much. They could discuss longer missions as they came up. Overall, though, he realized he loved the little listener a little bit more every day. They talked, played, and for the first time in a while he didn't have that little nagging worry in the back of his head. That little feeling that had been plaguing Hisashi, wondering if Izuku was okay, was eating enough out there alone. Their kid was scary smart, and they were proud of him for it. Hisashi hated to think of what would have happened to the little listener if he didn't have that brain on him. He didn't think about the fact that chances were no one would have found him if Shouta hadn't. One day they had been watching TV with the kid and chatting when it had dawned on Hisashi. They had totally spaced on schooling. He signed it to Shouta, and for a minute they quickly worked out possible schooling ideas for when Izuku turned back, and even before then. When they turned back to Izuku, they noticed the kid looking between him and Shouta with nothing but curiosity. The rest of the afternoon had been showing Izuku his hearing aids and introducing him to a rather large amount of kid-friendly beginner JSL videos. Izuku had reasoned that even if he couldn't use it, he could at least understand it. Hisashi may or may not now be dreaming of teaching a little green-haired kid how to sign. He wasn't ashamed to admit he teared up at the thought. The point was, while Hisashi loved his jobs, he had found himself counting down the hours until he could come home. Come home to his husband and kid, and even their cat. Come home to his family. Today was no different in that regard. He opened the door and kicked off his shoes, careful to keep an eye out for any green or white fur. Whom? Hisashi called as he walked into the living room. Shouta was on the couch, typing away at something. Welcome home, he said warmly. He looked around again for a flash of green. Izuku in his room. Shouta nodded. Yeah, last I saw he was playing with his All Might figure. They hadn't pressed him about anything he had from before. In fact, it almost seemed like the kid avoided those things on purpose. He was glad to hear that he was feeling comfortable enough to start taking out what they had figured to be his most important things. He saw a small smile cross Shouta's face. Go wash that hairspray out, and put away the laundry while you're at it. Hisashi ran a hand through his hair. It gave a light crunch. Sure thing, honey. He may have woken up a bit later this morning and left the clean laundry on the bed. He headed for their room. He could really use a shower. Hisashi couldn't wait to wash off the day. Hisashi was halfway down the hall when he paused to take in the scene in front of him. Izuku, the little fluff, had his ears tied up and was backing out of his and Shouta's room. He was dragging one of Hisashi's fluffy neon orange socks with him. Izuku, whatcha got there? He wouldn't say this was the weirdest thing that he'd seen all day. Honestly, he was mostly confused. At least the sock was clean. Izuku slowly stopped and turned to look at him, sock still in his mouth. He raised an eyebrow. Izuku was acting like he'd been caught committing a crime. Is that my sock? Izuku bolted, running through his door and making it up to his little burrow in record time. Hazashi watched as he dove into the entrance, sock still firmly in his grasp. Hazashi couldn't help but let out a chuckle. What the hell was that? He walked the few steps to Izuku's room and knocked on the door. He poked his head out of the hole and eyed Hazashi. Hazashi tilted his head and gave a smile. Can I come in? One of the rules they agreed on was that they would always ask before entering Izuku's room unless he was hurt or in danger of being hurt. They wanted him to feel like he had control over his own space. Izuku seemed to think for a moment before nodding. Great. Should I go grab your tablet? Izuku nodded, so Hazashi headed back to the living room. Shouter raised an eyebrow when he popped back in to grab the tablet. What happened to taking a shower? Caught Izuku snagging some laundry, so I'm gonna ask him about it. He unplugged the tablet and shifted it under his arm. What did he grab? My fuzzy socks that you hate. The orange ones. Yep. Shouta furrowed his brows. Why? Don't know. That's why I'm going to ask him, he said, gesturing to the tablet. Okay, keep me updated, I guess. Hazashi gave him a thumbs up and headed back to Izuku's room. He could feel Shouta's eyes on him as he walked away. He paused at the door. I'm back. Can I sit on the bed? Izuku, whose head was still visible, gave a nod. Hazashi sat down on the bed, careful not to jostle it too much. He patted the empty spot next to him and Izuku inched over. He held out the tablet. You're not in trouble for anything, you hear? I just want to know why you're running off with one of my lucky socks. Izuku relaxed and nodded sheepishly before reaching up to type a response. The blankets don't smell like you and Shouta anymore. And Hazashi was a little confused. Is this a rabbit thing, little listener? The more they understood, the better they could meet his needs. It doesn't feel lonely with other smells, was the next response. That's when it clicked. Hazashi knew, not a lot, but a bit about mutation and transformation quirks. He knew that sometimes people with them had instincts that were more in line with their quirks. Hell, he'd met Hound Dog. But he also knew that those instincts didn't just play into how they acted, but what made them feel at home. Having their sense around probably helped Izuku feel more comfortable. The reaction Shouta talked about Izuku having to the blanket suddenly made more sense beyond it just being the first gift he'd gotten in a while. It was a way for him to not feel so alone. Okay, he patted Izuku's head. We can help with that. But how about we get you something a bit better than my old socks? Yeah. Would a scarf or handkerchief work? Izuku responded by throwing himself into Hazashi's lap and trying to reach high enough to nuzzle his face. He lifted him up so Izuku could reach. For the next couple of days he got a few comments about the accent change to his costume and he ignored it. Shoo, with being underground, didn't have to deal with the blogs going after his small addition. Lucky bastard. Izuku had been living with Shouta and Hazashi for about a month and he loved it. They gave him all sorts of different greens, and they were so much better than what had been in the woods. They also went out of their way to make him a really comfy room. There was also Tofu. He had been kind of worried about meeting her at first, but Hazashi and Shouta promised to keep him safe. Tofu ended up being really nice and liked to play with him. She was always really careful with him too, and she gave really good cuddles like Shouta and Hazashi. He didn't always like it when she groomed him though. Sometimes she pushed his fur the wrong way. And then there was Shouta and Hazashi. They seemed to want to do everything he had missed. They took him to the park, out to the toy store, cuddled on the couch, and tried a board game or two. They listened to him and helped him find information on heroes he wanted to learn about. They asked him what he needed instead of getting mad at him for coming up to them. They cared about him. They always made time for him even though they were busy. One of them was always around. They made sure he was happy. They even took care of the things his quirk made him want. Shouta and Hazashi traded out the handkerchiefs in his burrow every few days. They were very careful cleaning him when he got dirty. And after the first time, they made sure he didn't end up stuck on his back. That had been really scary. Everything felt perfect. Izuku still felt bad that he was kind of lying to them about being a rabbit. But did it matter? If he stayed a rabbit, he could just be what they thought he was. Nothing would have to change and they could all stay happy. When Hazashi got back from the radio station that day, he had sat down on the couch next to them after saying hello. But this time he didn't start watching cartoons with him and Shouta. Instead, Hazashi had given Shouta a look and a nod. And then Shouta turned off the TV. Izuku wasn't proud of the indignant squeak he let out, but they turned it off right before All Might was going to fight the bad guy. That was the best part. He patted Shouta's hand, trying to tell him to turn the TV back on. Shouta set the remote aside instead and unplugged the tablet. Sorry, kid, but there's something important me and Hazashi need to talk to you about. Izuku looked up at them. They were wearing their serious faces. Had he done something he wasn't supposed to? He thought it over. No, the last thing he'd done was getting into the toilet paper with Tofu. They had already talked to him about that. Hazashi continued. You've been staying with us for about a month now, and we talked about it and decided now would be a good time to bring it up. He was wringing his hands together like he was nervous. That was making Izuku nervous. What did they want to talk about? Had they decided that they didn't actually want Izuku? He thought he'd been doing good. He'd been careful not to cause too many problems. And when he did do something wrong, they didn't seem mad at him. Shouta poked the side of his head. Izuku, you don't need to overthink things. This isn't anything bad. It's just a conversation we need to have. Izuku tapped his hand to get access to the tablet. I'm not leaving. Shouta looked at it and shook his head before ruffling Izuku's. No, you won't be leaving unless you want to. He nodded and relaxed a bit. So they hadn't changed their minds. They still wanted him and he wasn't going to lose everything. They still wanted him here. Izuku took a breath and gave a little nod to get them to continue. Izuku, Hazashi started. We've known for a while that you're not a rabbit. We know you're a kid, yeah. His blood turned to ice. They knew, but they couldn't know. If they knew he was a kid, then it wouldn't be long before they learned that he's a Deku. They would learn that he's useless and that he used to be quirkless, and they'd get rid of him. They know that he's been lying. Shouta and Hazashi must be so mad. Izuku wasn't sure how long he was lost in his thoughts, but he could feel everything around him get a bit blurry, and his breathing took on a mind of its own. When he came back to himself, he was settled in between Shouta and Hazashi, which didn't make sense. Why would they sit next to him if they were mad at him? Were they not mad? He looked up at Hazashi, who noticed the movement and looked down to give him a soft smile. Hey, kiddo, are you feeling all right? What? He looked to Shouta, who he realized was running a hand through his fur. Sorry that we sprung this on you, Kit. Apologizing, asking if he was okay. This didn't make any sense. Izuku was confused. Are you okay if we keep talking? Shouta asked. Izuku in his confusion gave a dazed nod. Shouta still gave him a moment before he started talking. As Zashi said, we figured it out a while ago that you're not a quirked animal. Izuku tenses again, ready for the worst. But that doesn't matter to us in the way you're thinking. Izuku squinted up at him. What did that even mean? Hazashi continued. We care that you're a kid because we want to take care of you. We want to be your family. We care because it means that there's parts of yourself that you've been neglecting to stay like this. And we want to make sure you have everything you need. Shouta gave him a reassuring smile. Kid, we want you to be able to go to school, to make friends. Hell, maybe you'd just enjoy things a bit more if you could reach the door to the fridge. Hazashi slapped him on the arm. Don't swear in front of the baby. The tablet was still in his reach. Not a baby. Of course not, kid. But you're still a kid. And if you'll let us, we want to be there for you, Shouta said. He wanted them to be there for him too. Izuku had thought about what it would be like to be their actual kid. Would they make him lunches for school like Mom used to? What would they think of his hero notebooks? Would Shouta take him to that cat place he mentions sometimes? Or maybe Hazashi would let him help with the cooking. All of it is something Izuku realizes he wants. He was lying to them because that was the best he could get. It was more than he'd thought he'd ever have after Mom died. After all, what future is there for a quirkless orphan? Mom had tried to hide it, but he knew he was lucky that she still loved him after he was diagnosed. Izuku lost his mom, but he got Shouta and Hazashi, and he wasn't quirkless anymore. They were heroes, his heroes, and they wanted to be his family. I want it, he typed out. Yo, we're really happy to hear that. Hazashi ruffled his fur. Shouta hid his smile this time, but it was okay. Izuku knew it was there. You can take however long you need to change back. We figured you're not used to your quirk, right? Izuku shook his head and sank down. Even though his quirk came really late, he still felt a little embarrassed that he had no control over it. That's okay, little listener. Shu and I will help you when you're ready. We're pretty good with hard-to-wrangle quirks, so there's no need to worry, yeah? Hazashi continued. There are a few more things we want to talk about tonight, like if you want to try online school or not. But before we get to all of that, is there anything you want to ask us? We kind of sprung this on you and I know that's not very cool. Izuku thought for a minute. How did you find out? They read it and Hazashi gave Shouta a look. The man sighed. We both know Nezu, so we have a basis for how animals with intelligence quirks can act. And frankly, you act very differently. I thought it might be because you seemed young, but after we gave you the blanket I put things together. Too many things didn't add up. He guessed that made sense. Izuku didn't really know how animals were supposed to act, even if they had supposed quirks. It was really cool that they knew Nezu though. Any others? Did he have any others? All he really wanted to know was how they figured out he wasn't a rabbit. Wait, if they knew he was a kid living in the woods, did they know who he was? If they knew who he was, then that meant they knew everything. Do you know who I am? Shouta didn't even pause before answering. Yes, and again, we care about your identity because we care about you. He wasn't even given a chance to get lost in his thoughts. We know a bit of what you went through, and God knows Shu knows a thing or two about the foster system. You don't have to talk about it before you want to though, Hazashi assured. We know that things weren't the best for you, and we're here to listen if and when you want to talk. Izuku nodded. He didn't think he really wanted to talk about everything today. He was still trying to wrap his head around everything they just told him. He wasn't ready to talk about himself yet. He did want to talk about something though. If they knew he had been quirkless, they probably knew he had a forced manifested quirk. Maybe they could start there. Quirks were easy to talk about. He quickly typed out a few questions. Hazashi and Shouta didn't even blink at the change in subject. Instead, they started answering the questions to the best of their ability. When they didn't know how to answer something, they would help him find the answer. It felt like some sort of wall had been torn down between the three of them. Izuku hadn't even realized he'd been so on edge until he didn't have to worry about it anymore. He didn't have to be Izuku the rabbit anymore. He could just be Izuku. He'd really missed a lot of the things he did from before the woods. Even though he didn't get good grades, he had liked learning. He hadn't really missed the other people at his school aside from Kaken. Maybe Shouta and Hazashi would let Izuku see Kaken once he got better at using his quirk. Kaken was probably mad at him for missing so much school. He'd have to apologize. That was a problem for future Izuku though. For now, he was going to watch his favorite All Might documentary with his family. They all agreed that they could figure things out tomorrow. Izuku hadn't liked the foster home. The lady hadn't believed him when the other boys tried to say things were his fault. Despite being in one of the larger rooms with a few of the other boys, the area that was his was small and felt stuffy. It felt like no one wanted him there. It was like they had been waiting for the day he didn't come back. He didn't think about whether they were happier without him there, because he had something better. He hadn't liked the home, but he really liked his foster dads. They told Izuku that was their title while they fostered him. He couldn't remember his dad, but he liked the idea of them being his dads a lot. After they told Izuku they knew the truth, they had sat down the next day and explained more of what was happening to Izuku. They were fostering him using their emergency license for a while, and wanted to regular foster him until he could change back. Then he would need to talk to an officer. He wasn't exactly sure what would happen after that though. Izuku had been a little bit worried still that they wouldn't want him for one reason or another, but hearing that they wanted him for a long time made a lot of the worry go away. He liked his dads and he liked it here. Hazashi had started going back to work a little bit more, but when he came back he always made sure to spend the afternoon with Izuku. And when Hazashi was at work, he spent the day with Shouta. Shouta had sat down with Izuku after the talk about his quirk and asked him if he'd be interested in doing some online school. Shouta had said it would be a good idea to keep up with things until he felt ready to go to school with other kids again, which really meant doing school on his tablet until he wanted to figure out how to change back to human form. So for the last month, most days had been spent in the living room next to Shouta. Izuku worked through a program on his tablet that was supposed to be for 8-year-olds. Izuku couldn't help but feel sad that he'd missed his birthday in the woods, but Hazashi and Shouta had surprised him with a small party, so it was okay. He had a picture of the three of them from that day on the table next to his bed. It was right next to the picture of him and his mom. Izuku would work through the program on his tablet during the day, and Shouta would sit next to him doing some sort of hero work on his laptop. Izuku had made a bit of a game out of trying to catch a peek, but every time Shouta would catch him and send him back to his work with a little nudge, Izuku would pout, but at least he always made up for it by making them lunch. And Shouta was always there to help Izuku if he had any questions about the school work. At one point, Izuku had just finished up an assignment when he noticed that there wasn't an option to go to the next one. The program was a little bit like a video game. There was sort of a map that he followed to get through the assignments, but now there wasn't anywhere else for his little character to go. Confused, he reached over to tap at Shouta's leg. Shouta immediately turned his attention to Izuku. "Need help on an assignment?" he asked. Izuku shook his head and gestured to the tablet. Maybe Shouta could figure out why there wasn't anything else for him to do. Shouta raised an eyebrow and picked up the tablet to take a look. Izuku watched as his eyes widened. Looks like you finished the quarter already." Izuku tilted his head. That didn't make any sense. When Shouta signed Izuku up for the program, he said that a quarter was about a few months of work. Izuku wasn't very smart, so it wouldn't make any sense that he finished it already. Maybe he had missed something. Shouta patted his head. "Good job, kid. At this rate, you'll be right where you need to be in no time." Izuku couldn't help but beam up at Shouta. He had done a good job in school. He would have thought that since he'd been in the woods so long, he would have done even worse now than he had been doing before. Shouta must be a really good teacher. He always helped Izuku whenever he had questions. Before, his teachers had told him to figure it out and he'd always get the questions wrong. But Shouta helped him get them correct. "How about you and I take the rest of the day off? We can wait until tomorrow to get you started on the next module," he said, shutting his laptop. Izuku nodded. He liked the sound of that. During the weekdays he usually spent so long on the tablet. He liked learning, but did he have to do it for so long every day? Shouta cast a glance at the clock. "There's still a few hours before Hazashi gets back. How about I make us lunch while you think of what you want to do?" Izuku nodded. That sounded good to him. He was getting kind of hungry. It felt like he was always wanting something to snack on after he got his quirk. Maybe it took up more energy to be a rabbit. And because of that he ate more than normal. Shouta had already left for the kitchen, so Izuku would have to ask what he thought when he got back. But what did Izuku want to do for the next few hours? Going to the park sounded like fun, but they went last week and Izuku didn't like it when people came over to try and pet him. Shouta always told them to leave him alone when Izuku said no, but some people were really pushy about it. Most of the board games they had worked better when Hisashi played with them too. He could play something on his tablet, but then Shouta couldn't play with him. And even though Shouta never complained, Izuku knew he didn't really like cartoons. What else did Izuku like to do? He thought about the backpack in his room. Shouta had helped him take the picture of Mom and him out to go on the bedside table. But the bag wasn't empty, it still had his schoolwork and his most recent notebook. His notebook. Izuku couldn't write right now, but Shouta could. That's what he would do. He'll ask Shouta to help him write in his notebook. He's sure lots of people have found more interesting things out about quirks and heroes since the last time he used it. Happy with his plan, he waited until Shouta brought him over a bowl of mixed greens. There were even some bits of pear. Shouta had barely set the bowl down when Izuku dug into it. Hisashi and Shouta had mentioned their worries about his diet being different as a rabbit, but they wanted to give him more variety, so they had apparently read a lot about foods that would be fine for him. He was happy about that because fruit was really good. When Izuku came up for air, he could see Shouta smirking at him. Izuku gave a squeak and pointed to the man's own food. Hisashi had given him a job to make sure Shouta ate something for lunch every day, and he was not going to let him down. All right, no need to shout. Look, I'm eating. He lifted up the sandwich and took an overly exaggerated bite. See, he said, mouth full. Izuku gave a nod of approval and went back to his own food. Shouta had a few more bites before he spoke up again. Did you find something you wanted to do with the rest of the day? He was glad he'd finished his food, because he was not sure if he'd come back to it in his excitement. Izuku patted the tablet until it turned on. Then he typed away. Yes, I want help with my notebook. Shouta looked over the message and raised an eyebrow. What notebook? In my backpack. It's for quirks. I can't write right now, but you can. Izuku couldn't wait to show Shouta his notebook. Mom had always liked it when he showed it to her. Maybe Shouta would like it too. Izuku wasn't sure why, but Shouta snorted and shook his head. Sure, kiddo. Just let me finish this. He gestured to the sandwich. I don't need you ratting me out to Hisashi again. He hid my jelly pouches for 2 days because of that. Izuku tilted his head and feigned innocence. According to Hisashi, Shouta needed to eat better, and he was more than happy to help with that. First my husband, now the kid is working against me. He pointedly looked at Izuku as he ate the rest of his lunch. Izuku gave an approving nod before climbing down the stairs and heading towards his room. 1 second, Kit. I need to put these in the sink first. Shouta picked up the dishes and walked them to the kitchen. He tapped his foot impatiently. For how tall Shouta was, it sure felt like he was really slow sometimes. Izuku knew that wasn't the case because Eraserhead was a really fast hero. Maybe he went slower to mess with Izuku. He saw Shouta had his face hidden in the capture weapon as he walked over, but Izuku could make out the crinkle in his eyes. He was definitely teasing Izuku. Izuku thumped his foot. This time Shouta didn't bother to hide the smirk. Okay, I'm coming. Show me where this notebook of yours is. Izuku happily led him right to his backpack, which had ended up next to the nightstand. It was knocked over with the zipper undone. That way he could get into it without having to get Shouta or Hisashi. He stuck his head into the bag, nosing things around until he was able to get a grip on his notebook and pull it partway out of the bag. Izuku looked up at Shouta and pointed to it. Shouta took that as permission to pick it up. He looked at the cover. Quirk and Hero Analysis for the Future. Number 5. Izuku nodded his head and started for the living room. They had left Shouta's laptop in there and they would need it to look up stuff about quirks and heroes. He had also left his tablet in there, and he would need that to tell Shouta what to write. He excitedly hurried his way back to the living room, getting a curious glance from Tofu who had been sleeping on the cat tree. Once again Shouta was really slow to join him. Izuku had his tablet all ready to go. But Shouta was slowly making his way towards the living room, eyes glued to Izuku's notebook as he flipped through it. Eventually Shouta made it back to the couch. He gestured to the notebook. Did you write all of this? Izuku nodded. He only had a little help from Mom. Shouta stared at the notebook before looking up at Izuku. You did a really good job. This is really good. Izuku beamed. We only have a few hours before Hisashi gets back and it gets too loud in here. What did you want to start with? Izuku didn't waste any time typing out the name for his favorite research site and having Shouta open the notebook to a new page. Hisashi ended up getting home a little bit later than he had expected. That was fine though. Izuku had just about run himself into the ground with his excitement over his notebook. He was currently tucked into his little makeshift burrow taking a nap, which was good because it gave Shouta time to process. Considering that the kid was sleeping, Shouta was glad that Hisashi hadn't announced himself today. Instead his husband came over and pressed a kiss to his forehead. pushing his hair out of his face in the process. "I'm home," Hisashi said when he pulled back. Hisashi must have taken a shower at the agency because his hair was already down. He returned the favor and tucked a loose strand behind his ear. I couldn't tell." Hisashi lightly pinched his arm. "Welcome home." He plopped down next to Shouta with an exaggerated oof and leaned into his side. "Where's the little listener?" Shouta leaned into the weight. "Taking a nap. Wore himself out." Hisashi eyed the mess on the table in front of him. His laptop and Izuku's tablet were on the table, alongside the notebook and a mess of lined paper with Shouta's messy handwriting. He hadn't been able to take notes how Izuku liked, so the kid had settled for him writing everything down on loose paper. That way when he had his hands back he could organize the information how he liked it. "Do I want to know what you two did today?" Wait, wasn't he supposed to be working through his online classes? Hisashi eyed him suspiciously. He was, but he finished the quarter already. "I'll let him take the rest of the day off. He can start on the next one tomorrow." He sighed. They had both known the kid was smart, but after today he was starting to think the kid was a bit more than just smart. Hisashi seemed just as surprised as he had been. He finished the quarter. Good for him. Hisashi pointed to the table. "Still doesn't answer what all that is." Shouta rubbed the bridge of his nose. "I'll let the kid pick what he wanted to do today. We spent the last few hours going through quirk theory research papers and he had me taking notes. Wow, whatever happens, we cannot let the rat know how smart Izuku is until he's at least a third year in high school. I do not want our kid planning how to destroy a government before he's even out of middle school." Hisashi picked up a few of the pages and skimmed them. "I'm going to agree with you on that one." He also flipped through the notebook. Number 5. "You said he does this for fun." Shouta hung his head and nodded. "Okay then. In that case, Operation Hide How Smart Izuku Is from Nezu is now number 1 on my priority list. Once we introduce Nimuri to him we'll have to make sure she doesn't let anything slip. She's going to spoil him." Hisashi chuckled. "And we're not." Touché. Shouta sometimes swore that Nezu had bugged their apartment, despite never having set foot in the place. Nezu seemed to have a way of knowing when people were talking about him. His phone started ringing. He took one look at the ID before letting Hisashi see and picking up. "Eraserhead." Nezu's cheery voice responded. "Hello, Shouta-kun. Is Hisashi-kun there with you?" Shouta put the phone on speaker. "Yes, he's here and he can hear you." "Perfect. I understand it's been a while since you brought home Midoriya and since I've made my offer. And may I also mention that Tsukachi let it slip that you two scheduled a social worker to inspect the apartment so you could go about filing for adoption? Congratulations." Shouta was never bringing the detective coffee again. "All of that is correct." He could practically hear the rat's smile. "In that case, have the two of you put any more thought into my offer?" They actually had. It had been in the first few days after they brought Izuku to their apartment. They had both decided to take the offer, only not exactly right away. "Yo, we both talked about it and decided that we would like to take you up on your offer. But there's a few catches," Hisashi said. "Oh, yeah. I was wanting to stay out in the field while getting my teaching license and then do my top period after I get it. I want a chance to get a bit more publicity. Figured I could do more outreach that way." "Wonderful. I can work with that. And did you have any stipulations, Shouta-kun?" "Yeah, one. The kid's been staying with me during the day. He's been doing online school since he hasn't wanted to work on figuring out his quirk quite yet." Shouta had a feeling he was getting there though. "So I don't think I'll be able to start until he starts in person." "Nonsense," Nezu interrupted. "You can bring the kit with you." "I don't think that's the best idea." The kid tended to get overwhelmed just going to the park, especially if he saw someone using their quirk. It's like the excitement the kid felt just built up until he had to get it out somehow, which usually resulted in binkies and a horde of children who wanted to pet Izuku. He didn't want to imagine what it would be like taking Izuku to a hero school full of teenagers. He would be more than welcome to accompany you to the classes you shadow. And when he needed to do his schoolwork he could spend his time in the teacher's lounge or my office. That way you wouldn't need to worry about who was watching him and you worked towards your license. The rat had really thought of everything. Shouta looked to Hisashi, who gave a nod. He was fine with it and was leaving the final decision up to Shouta. "That sounds fine. Wonderful. You can start tomorrow. Just make sure you come in a bit earlier so we can go over the contacts and minor details." "What?" Shouta was currently debating his life decisions as he sat in Nezu's office. It was way too early to be out of bed. He was reading over the contracts Nezu had passed him. Meanwhile, Izuku was in the chair next to him. The kid was supposed to be working on starting his next quarter, but Shouta knew there was little chance of that actually happening today. When he found out he would be going with Shouta to UA, a few times a week it had taken him a full minute to stop looping the apartment. Shouta flipped to the next page and looked over to check in on Izuku. The kid had completely abandoned his work in favor of trying to sneak glances at Nezu. Shouta should have expected this. He loved heroes and now he was sitting right in front of one. He was probably trying to hold in a reaction similar to when he met Hisashi. Nezu's small smile and the glint in his eye all but gave away the fact that he had certainly noticed the kid trying to catch his eye. Shouta said he was going to keep Izuku away from the rat. He'd failed and it hadn't even been a full day yet. Shouta sighed. Maybe if he got it out now he'd be able to focus. Izuku. The kid jolted and looked at him sheepishly. Ah, so he knew he was busted. Do you want to ask your questions now? Nezu's smile widened. Ah, do you have some questions for me? Izuku looked ready to leap onto the desk with excitement. Shouta, not ready for a repeat of the kitchen incident, went ahead and lifted him up there with the tablet. Go wild, Kit. It went against his instincts to expose Izuku to the rat. But on the other hand, he knew that nothing would make the kid happier at the moment than talking to the hero. If it meant he'd have to tell Nezu off from corrupting the kid, then so be it. He finished up the rest of the paperwork while Izuku asked questions to an increasingly excited Nezu. Well, Izuku certainly is a bright mind, Nezu said as Shouta finished the last page. Izuku was beaming. Hisashi and I talked. You can't have him as a student until he's in his 3rd year, and that's if he even wants to attend UA, he said, giving Nezu a pointed look. Shouta passed over the contract. I think that's something the kid will need to decide for himself. Nezu was unfortunately correct about that. While it hadn't come up yet, he already knew he and Hisashi were going to have a hard time saying no to anything the kid asked for. Izuku just looked confused. Good, he wouldn't have to worry about it yet. Actually, the kid was looking fairly tired. They had gotten up early to come here, and he imagined that if the shuffling from Izuku's room last night was anything to go by, then the kid hadn't gotten much sleep the night before. It wouldn't hurt if he waited another day before starting on his next quarter. You tired, kiddo? Izuku gave a slow nod. All right, Nezu just has me shadowing the ethics course today for starters. How about you tag along and take a nap? Izuku simply sat on his haunches and reached up for Shouta. By now he was familiar with it. The kid had discovered a few weeks ago that he was able to find a fairly comfortable place to nap inside Shouta's capture weapon. Shouta lifted Izuku up and helped him find purchase in the capture weapon, only letting go when he felt the kit was secure. Izuku let out a sleepy squeak before relaxing into his shoulder. Shouta slipped the tablet into the bag he'd brought with him before gesturing to Nezu to lead the way. I take it your capture weapon makes a great napping spot for the child? Nezu asked. Shouta narrowed his eyes. Yes, interesting. Why did he feel like he had just revealed something that he'd regret? Why in the world had he decided that coming back to high school as a teacher was a good idea? And then Izuku shuffled around a bit more in the capture weapon. Right, his kid. Izuku slept all the way to the room and through the first half of the class. He barely moved the entire time Shouta shadowed the class. He was thankful that the students all seemed to be on their best behavior while he was here. He imagined that would change the longer he was around, or until Izuku woke up. The teacher, one who had actually been an old teacher of Shouta's, had stepped out for a moment. The students were supposed to be quietly working on a rough draft for their most recent ethics essay. Emphasis on supposed to be. Shouta could feel when Izuku woke up. He shuffled around in the capture weapon and eventually Shouta was able to make out his little green head in his peripheral. He shrugged it off and continued reading through the current teacher's class outline. If Izuku wanted to do something, chances were he'd let Shouta know. He and Hisashi had worked with Izuku a lot these past few months to try and let him know it was okay to ask for what he wanted. So if Izuku wasn't actively trying to get Shouta's attention, then he was either still sleep-addled or trying to figure out what the students' quirks were. Shouta was banking on the latter. Aizawa-san, one of the students near the front spoke up. He was not prepared for this. Yes, he raised an eyebrow and looked at the student. The kid looked intimidated. Good. I was just wondering why there's a rabbit in your scarf. At the mention of himself, Izuku quickly hid himself back in the capture weapon. Shouta didn't blink as the entire class whipped their heads up to look at him. What rabbit? The kid looks more than a little put out. There was a rabbit in your scarf. It's green. They point to where Izuku is hidden. He makes a point of looking down at his shoulder. I don't see a rabbit. Get back to work. The kid sputters and turns back to their work. The other students look confused. Shouta hides his smile in the capture weapon and ignores the way Izuku pokes at his cheek. Izuku may or may not realize what Shouta is doing and helps him to do it a few more times before the actual teacher gets back. When they go to leave, Nezu escorts them out with a smile. They agreed not to mention this to Hisashi. Izuku had the best week ever. On the day Izuku finished his first quarter, he'd woken up after his nap. Shouta had sat him down to talk about his new job. The Nezu, had asked Shouta and Hisashi if they wanted to be teachers at UA. Hisashi wanted to wait a little bit, but Shouta said yes, and he explained that that meant he'd be going into UA a few times a week. Izuku had been really happy for Shouta. He was a really good teacher, but then he said that Izuku would be going with him, and Izuku had barely made it off the couch before the excitement got to him. Shouta had made sure that Izuku was okay with it, and he was more than okay. Even if he was going to spend most of the time in the teacher's lounge, he still would get to see heroes. And maybe he'd even get to see the hero students. Kaken would be so jealous if he found out Izuku was going to UA. Without him, Izuku would just have to remember everything about UA. That way when he saw Kaken again, he could tell him all about it. Izuku had barely managed to get any sleep. He knew he would be really tired if he didn't, but he was just too excited. Even though Hisashi had told him he would be really tired, he couldn't help it. He did end up being really sleepy the next day, but he stayed awake long enough to ask Nezu a whole bunch of different questions. He got to ask Nezu all about his quirk in UA, while Shadow was reading through papers about his new job. Izuku did end up needing to take a small nap though, and when he woke up he realized he was in a classroom. He stuck his head out of the capture weapon so that he could look at the students. All of them were writing away at something, but he was more interested in their quirks. There was one in the back that looked to have some sort of fish mutation quirk. Could she breathe water? Did she need to do something to keep the fins in her hair from drying out? Maybe. Izuku had been startled into hiding when a student mentioned him. He really didn't want this to end up like that one time at the park when a lot of people tried to pet him. There were too many then, and there's a lot of students here. And then Shouta had told the student that he wasn't here. And then he made it into a game. Izuku would pop out until a student noticed him before hiding again. It was really fun and it made everyone look really confused. He figured it was a little bit mean though, so he promised Shouta that he wouldn't tell Hisashi what they were doing. The rest of the week was spent alternating between days spent at UA and days spent at home. On UA days, Shouta would go out and do hero work at night, so he'd spend the night playing games and watching shows with Hisashi. One night he wanted to finish an assignment and Hisashi helped him with it. Hisashi was a good teacher too. On set, both Hisashi and Shouta were home. They'd spent the entire day together. They didn't go out and do anything special, but that was fine. Izuku laid on Shouta, who was taking a nap, while Hisashi read him a book. Izuku had slept in, only making his way out of the burrow when Shouta came and got him for a late breakfast. Hisashi had some work to do for the radio show, so while he was doing that, Shouta had helped Izuku take some more notes on quirks. He couldn't wait until he could put them all into notebooks. Izuku himself was starting to feel a bit sleepy listening to Hisashi read. Then there was a knock at the door. Shouta gave a little jolt as he woke up and Hisashi slipped the bookmark into the book and set it on the table. "I'll be right back," Hisashi said with a smile. Izuku couldn't quite hear who was at the door, but Hisashi came back only a little bit later with a large white envelope. Shouta sat up, adjusting Izuku as he went. "Is that what I think it is?" Izuku perked up. They were expecting something. Hisashi was beaming. "Yep." Shouta was smiling too now. "Kit, there's something that we were wanting to ask you." Hisashi sat down on the other side of Shouta. "While you and Shouta were at school the other day, we had a social worker come by. She was doing an inspection to make sure that our house was safe for kids." Izuku was confused. Why did someone need to come to make sure the apartment was okay for him? It was great here. He had everything he needed and wanted. "She was doing an inspection so that we could be approved to adopt," Shouta said. Izuku froze. "Adopt? That was something that was forever. They wanted to adopt him. They wanted to be his dad's permanently. They wanted him to stay forever." Izuku fumbled for his tablet. Hisashi and Shouta were smiling as he quickly typed out a message. "You want to adopt me?" Hisashi nodded and pulled papers out of the envelope. "There is nothing we want more than to adopt you." He showed Izuku the papers, which sure enough had his name and the word adoption on it. "We were just wanting to make sure that this was something you wanted, Kit," Shouta said. Izuku didn't hesitate at nodding. They were his dads. They wanted to be his dads. Izuku wanted them to be his dads. They were going to be his dads for real now. He started sniffling. He was so happy he felt like he could cry. He wanted to cry. He wanted to be able to wrap his arms around his new dads and tell them how happy he was. Hisashi pulled a pen out of his pocket and didn't hesitate to sign it. "Guess you're our kid officially, huh?" Shouta signed it as well. "I'll take this to go get filed first thing tomorrow. Welcome home, kiddo." He gave Izuku's head a pat. When he pulled away, Izuku reached up with his paws to hold on. He couldn't give him a proper hug yet, but he could do this. "You happy, kiddo?" Shouta asked. Izuku squeaked and nodded. He was really, really happy. He looked to Hisashi, who he also needed to give a hug to. Izuku was their kid. He had two dads who actually wanted him. They weren't just fostering him anymore. This was his home. Izuku reached for his tablet. He needed to thank them and tell them how much this meant to him. But a thank you didn't feel like enough. He needed to do something. Izuku thought for a moment, paws hovering over the keyboard before it came to him. He could tell and show them how thankful he was if he wasn't a rabbit anymore. He didn't need to be a rabbit anymore. Maybe he could just be a rabbit when he wanted to. They said they would help him when he was ready, and he felt ready. Shouta and Hisashi picked up the tablet to read the message, eyes widening as they did. "I want help to use my quirk. That way I can hug you." There, now they would know that he was really happy and just couldn't thank them yet. Wait, why was Hisashi crying? Before he knew it, he was in Hisashi's arms as his other new dad cancelled his quirk to stop him from crying too loud. That day Izuku learned that Hisashi was like him and mom. He cried when he got really happy too. Shouta and Hisashi had both been more than a little happy when the adoption papers arrived. Even though the inspection had only been a few days ago, a social worker had come personally to drop them off. It paid to no Nezu. Though he also had a feeling part of the process being so easy came with the fact that Izuku's quirk status hadn't been updated yet. Considering everything they had gone through to meet and foster the kid, the whole adoption process almost felt anticlimactic. They just had to file the papers and wait for them to go through. Though Shouta rather it be anticlimactic than the pain the whole process was supposed to be. Again, they had Nezu to thank for that. However, it was a little bit more than surprising when Izuku let them know he was ready to work on his quirk. Shouta could feel his eyebrows shoot up as he looked at the message Izuku had typed on the tablet. He wanted to change back, so that he could hug them. It was official, he was going to kill anyone who so much as looked at his kid wrong. He looked over to his husband who, unsurprisingly, was starting to tear up. Shouta activated his quirk just in time for Hisashi to let out a wail and scoop Izuku up into his arms. Izuku looked concerned and poked Hisashi lightly on the cheek with his paw. Hisashi sniffed loudly and absolutely beamed down at the kid in his arms. "Sorry for scaring you, baby. I'm just really happy right now." Izuku's ears perked up as much as they could and he nuzzled into Hisashi's face. Shouta wasn't about to be left out, so he leaned his head against his husband's, pressing a kiss to his cheek. It was salty. "Cry baby. You're cry baby." Hisashi leaned back into him. "Damn right." He grinned. "I put a ring on it. A light swat. No swearing. I'm sure Izuku knows not to use swear words. Right, kiddo?" He gave the kid a pointed look. Izuku returned the look with an eager nod. "See." Hisashi shook his head, getting hair in Shouta's eye. "It's the principal, you heathen." "You're heathen," he responded cheekily. Hisashi ignored him and scratched behind Izuku's ears instead. "When do you want to try and figure out your quirk?" The kid, eager as ever, quickly typed out a response. "Now please." Shouta should have known. Whenever the kid sets his mind to something, he wants to get it done. "All right, we can do that. Good thing your dads are masters at wrangling hard-to-use quirks, yo." Hisashi shot him a finger gun. Shouta enjoyed the warm feeling that swelled in his chest. He cast a glance down at the papers on the table. They were dad's. Izuku squeaked in excitement and hopped off of the couch, startling Tofu, who was once again on her cat tree. He did a quick lap around the living room before halting in front of the couch. He was hopping in place a bit. He and Hisashi had been preparing for when Izuku was ready to change back. Their plan would be Shouta using his quirk, and helping Izuku get a feel for his own from there. Of course, they didn't know much about Izuku's quirk aside from the transformation part. Because of that, they had backup plans, which had mostly involved a lot of late-night research into quirk counseling methods and transformation quirks. But while they had plans about how to go about this, he wanted to let Izuku make the first move. The kid seemed to know more than both him and Hisashi about quirk science after all. He set the tablet on the floor for Izuku. Izuku responded by pausing his little hops and tilting his head in confusion. Hisashi gave him a nod. "It's your quirk. I imagine you've thought up plenty of ways you want to start figuring it out." Izuku nodded frantically and started typing away at the tablet. What they received was nothing less than a short essay, with the conclusion being that he wanted to try using Shouta's quirk first so that he could test something specific. "Okay, little listener, just let Shu know when you're ready to try," Hisashi said after reading through Izuku's message. Izuku glanced around before scooting away from the coffee table to the more open part of the room. Probably a good idea, seeing as they weren't completely sure how his quirk worked, and from what he and Hisashi had read, force-manifested quirks could be particularly tricky. Without mutations, it was often hard for a body to deal with a force-manifested quirk. Shouta waited for Izuku to give a signal. The kid seemed to take a deep breath before giving a little nod. Shouta activated his quirk. He felt his eyes strain and his hair start floating up around him, and nothing happened. Izuku was standing there with his eyes squeezed shut. He stayed like that before relaxing and looking around. When he saw Shouta's quirk active, he gave a little hop and ran back over to the tablet. Shouta let his quirk deactivate while the kid typed out his thoughts. Hisashi passed him his eye drops. "The quirk isn't being a bunny. It's changing into a bunny." They read over the message. Hisashi nodded along. "That would explain why Shu's quirk didn't work. If your quirk isn't actually being used right now, then there's nothing for him to erase." "Smart thinking, yeah." Izuku wiggled at the praise. "Do you have something else you want to try?" Shouta asked. The kid seemed to think for a moment before deflating and shaking his head. "All right, here's where the research they did would hopefully come in handy." "That's okay, kid. We have a few things we can help you try. Quirks are confusing and we can't expect to figure this out right away." Hisashi gave Izuku a reassuring smile. He's trying to say that it might take a while, but that's to be expected, especially since no one here has any experience with transformation quirks. Izuku nodded in understanding. Shouta could see Hisashi running through his mental checklist of methods to try. How about you start by telling us what was going through your mind the first time you used your quirk? It's okay if you don't remember though. If that's the case, we can start somewhere else. Izuku started pawing away at the tablet. His enthusiasm seemingly dulled a bit, which made sense. He had a force-manifested quirk. Izuku's experience with using his quirk probably wasn't the best, but it would help them overall if they had a baseline to start at. Eventually, Izuku nudged the tablet towards them. Shouta picked it up. Nothing felt right. My feet and head hurt a lot. My feet looked wrong. Then I fell asleep. Okay, they could work with that. And they did. Hisashi started him on some breathing exercises. They knew the kid had a tendency to overthink things, or freak out, so trying to start him with a clear mind would help. While Hisashi continued to work with Izuku through small exercises, Shouta went to the kitchen to make them a late lunch. He could hear the murmur of Hisashi's voice as he heated up some of the leftover chicken katsu and made a small salad for Izuku. When he walks back in, Izuku appeared to be alternating between stretching out and focusing on flexing his paws. This a good time for a break. Can't figure things out on an empty stomach. Hisashi and Izuku were more than willing to put a pin in things to eat. Honestly, Shouta wasn't even sure how much progress they would be making today. There wasn't much out there on force-manifested quirks, and with how long Izuku has been in his bunny form, they were certainly in a gray zone. Assuming they could figure everything out in one day was illogical. It didn't matter how long it took though. They would be here to help Izuku, and if needed they could reach out to professional quirk counselors to get help. Granted, Hisashi was halfway through his certification, but an outside perspective couldn't hurt. Izuku would certainly be meeting with a quirk counselor for regular appointments at some point. If they started sooner rather than later, Shouta didn't see anything wrong with that. But for now, he and Hisashi will do their best. Izuku was a little bit frustrated. He had been trying to figure out his quirk all day. Kaken didn't have this much trouble when his quirk came in. Aside from a few burns on his hands, Kaken was able to figure it out right away. So Izuku felt a bit bad that he couldn't. He needed to figure out his quirk so that he could give his dads a hug to thank them. Hisashi and Shouta didn't seem as worried as him though. They had told him that not using his quirk for so long probably made it a bit harder to figure out. Hisashi said that a lot of quirks used sensations or feelings, and since it had been so long he might not remember the ones to use. Izuku really wanted to figure this out though. It was getting close to dinner time and he just knew that they were going to tell him to stop for the day if he didn't figure it out soon. It shouldn't be this hard. He could see Hisashi look at the clock. Izuku was probably right about them telling him to stop soon. He was going to try one more time. Hisashi had told him to focus on what it felt like to be in human form. He told him to try and remember what it felt like to wiggle his fingers and toes. Izuku tried to remember what his favorite foods tasted like, or what it felt like to run around on two legs. It was hard though. Izuku hadn't had his favorite foods in a long time. At the home he ate whatever was given to him. He didn't want to annoy anyone by asking for food he liked. The others were annoyed enough by him just being there. So the last time he had his favorite foods were when his mom made them. But he did have new favorite foods now. Some of the fruits Hisashi and Shouta gave him were really good. And Izuku wasn't really sure if he wanted to try and remember how it felt to run on two legs. Most of the time when he ran it was to get away from someone. He did get really good at running because of it. If he ran fast enough he wouldn't have to worry about people coming after him when he left school. The other kids would still be packing their bags by the time he was out the front gate. He also didn't really want to remember because the last time he was running away he got his quirk. The feeling of wrong in his feet before he passed out was something he didn't really want to remember. The feeling before he passed out. He figured that his quirk changed him after he passed out, because he would have remembered getting small. So something happened before he passed out. What if, hey, little listener, Hisashi gently nudged him out of his thoughts. How about we call it a day for now? Yeah. We can have dinner and watch a movie, and you could try some more tomorrow. Hisashi scratched at his ears and Izuku leaned into it. It felt nice. Izuku shook his head. He wanted to try just one more time. He typed it out on the tablet. One more time, please. All right, but don't strain yourself. Izuku nodded. He wouldn't. He had an idea about his quirk. Shouta's quirk didn't work on him, which meant that the transformation was the quirk, not being a bunny. That didn't mean that was all his quirk was though. He didn't really know how his quirk worked, and he knew that transformation quirks tended to work differently for every person. He couldn't explain it, but he knew that whatever had been wrong with his feet wasn't part of him turning into a bunny. Maybe it wasn't just a transformation quirk. Maybe trying to think about wiggling his toes didn't work because his feet didn't look normal anymore. This time when he tried to use his quirk he didn't think about running around or wiggling his toes. He thought about being bigger. If he was bigger he could hug Hisashi and Shouta. He used to be bigger and when he was his mom would hug him all the time. She'd hug him whenever he wanted, or she'd hug him when he was sad. She'd hug him and it would make something warm build up in his chest that made him want to burst. He hadn't felt it for a long time after his mom died. But Shouta and Hisashi would hug him after they found him, and he felt the warm feeling then too. Izuku looked up to Shouta and Hisashi, who were watching him from the couch. Hisashi gave him an encouraging smile, and Shouta rested his head on Hisashi's shoulder. They looked warm, and Izuku wanted to be warm with them. He could feel Shouta and Hisashi watching him as he made his way over to the little stairs. Izuku hopped up them and made his way across the cushions. Shouta helped him with a little nudge to get up his legs so he could settle between them. He adjusted himself so that he was sitting up on his hind legs, like how he used to sit on his mom's lap when he was still too small to reach the computer. He was warm, just like he was with his mom. "Are you done for the night?" Shouta asked. Izuku shook his head. He just had to think. The warm feeling was right there, nestled into his chest. It was different from how it always felt. It was like now that he was aware of it, it was something that he could touch, could pull on. So that's what he did. Izuku tugged on the warm feeling and thought about being bigger. He didn't think about toes and fingers because if he was right they might be different. Instead he just thought about wanting to be bigger and wanting his arms back. He wanted to be able to wrap Hisashi and Shouta in a hug. He wanted to be able to pick up Tofu so that he could get revenge for the time she trapped him under her paw. He had to stop himself from jolting when the warm feeling started to grow. The warmth started to seep down his body. It filled everywhere from his paws to the end of his ears. When he could feel nothing except warmth, there was another change. He started to get bigger. Hisashi hadn't been expecting too much right away when Izuku said he was ready to figure out his quirk. Transformation quirks were already notorious for being difficult to figure out. And with being a force-manifested quirk, the little listener had his work cut out for him. There was only so much that they would be able to help Izuku with. While Hisashi may be close to getting his quirk counseling certification, his main focus was on emitter quirks like his own. Though now he was seriously thinking about expanding on that. The only tips he was able to give Izuku were the ones he and Shouta had found during their late-night research sessions. Izuku had been nothing if not committed though. He kept at it, and Hisashi had to resist cooing every time Izuku's nose would scrunch up in concentration. He worked at it for hours, trying each and every tip Hisashi gave him, not willing to move on to the next until he felt he'd exhausted that method. He and Shouta had reassured him throughout that he might not get it right away, and that would be okay. Hisashi figured they'd cut him off around dinner time. The kid would probably be disappointed, so they'd let him pick a movie and try again on a different day. There wasn't any rush, He still had his own problems with quirk control when he got really excited about something. Eventually he looked up at the clock, and sure enough it was starting to get close to when they normally had dinner. "Hey, little listener." Hisashi gave him a little nudge. It looked like Izuku was lost in his head again. "How about we call it a day for now? Yeah. We can have dinner and watch a movie, and you could try some more tomorrow." There wasn't really a point in him overworking himself today when there was always tomorrow. Izuku typed out a response. "One more time please." And how could he say no to that? Hisashi gave Izuku the go-ahead and went to join Shouta on the couch. He hadn't been wanting to leave the room in case something happened, good or bad. It was obvious that Izuku quickly got lost in his thoughts again. "Is the last one?" Shouta asked. Hisashi wiggled a bit to get comfortable. Yeah, he wanted one more go before dinner. Shouta leaned into him. "I can cook tonight. You made lunch though." He watched as Izuku stretched out a bit. "And you've been working with our kids since then. And we both know that I'm not as bad at cooking as you make me out to be." He gestured to the papers on the table. "You can cook tomorrow as a thank you for me getting up early to file those." And how could he say no to that? "Sounds good, hot stuff." He pressed a kiss to Shouta's lips. When he pulled back, Shouta gave him a lopsided smile and sunk down into his capture weapon. Hisashi didn't think he'd ever get over the way Shouta's smile made his stomach swoop. They had been so rare after Burrow, and they still were. With the kit in their lives, it felt like he was seeing Shouta's smile more than he had in the last couple of years, and he would be a fool not to cherish it. He looked back to Izuku to see the kit look up at him. He gave a small smile. He knew that Izuku wanted to figure this out today, but he needed to know that if he didn't, then it was okay. Izuku hopped over to the couch and up the stairs. With a little bit of help from Shouta, he settled in the divot between his and Shouta's legs. Only instead of snuggling down like usual, he was sitting on his hind legs. "Are you done for the night?" Shouta asked. He was a little surprised when Izuku shook his head. What was the little listener doing up here with them if he wasn't done trying to change back yet? He and Shouta seemed to have the same train of thought as they sat there and silently observed the kit. They got their answer only a few moments later when suddenly Izuku began to shift. He slowly started getting bigger, most of his fur receding, leaving pale skin in its place. Only, things didn't go exactly as expected. He and Shouta shifted to make room and to get a better view of what was happening. Thankfully, it didn't look like he was in any pain. Izuku only looked a bit uncomfortable. The main odd part was it looked like Izuku's clothes had changed with him, or had at least gone somewhere when he was in rabbit form. As the little listener changes back, they were able to make out a dirty school uniform. The other odd part was that some parts weren't shifting, only getting bigger. Maybe those were last. He looked at Shadow with uncertainty as Izuku clung to them the second his fingers were shifted enough to do so. Hazashi wasn't even sure he realized he was doing it with the way his eyes were clenched shut. He seemed to be focusing very hard. There were 2 small thumps on the ground, and Hazashi glanced over the edge of the couch to see that 2 small red shoes had hit the floor. What the hell was up with the kid's quirk that clothes apparently shifted with him? After about a minute the shift seemed to stop, leaving a small green-haired boy with a smattering of freckles nuzzled between him and his husband. The first thing Hazashi thought was how absolutely adorable the little listener was, quickly followed by the realization that he didn't exactly look like his school picture anymore. Shouta caught his eyes, pointedly looking down at Izuku before giving a shrug. It was something they could deal with as a family. Hazashi waited a moment for the kid to open his eyes. Did he even realize the transformation was finished? And, well, the fact that Izuku managed to figure it out pretty much by himself was impressive. When Izuku still didn't move or open his eyes, Shouta gave him a light nudge like they had any other time. Izuku seemed lost in his own head. "Izuku, you can open your eyes now. You did it." Izuku scrunched his face before slowly peeling his eyes open. He unclenched his hands from where they had been gripping his and Shouta's sleeves. He brought his hands in front of his face, clenching them and unclenching. It was like he was inspecting his hands with the ferocity of a sleep-deprived Tsukachi. Actually, he looked exhausted. Poor kid, his quirk must have wiped him out. Izuku kicked his legs and finally managed to look away from his hands to look down at his feet. He seemed to jolt out of his stupor as he grappled for his foot. And Hazashi couldn't blame him. His feet weren't exactly what the kid was used to. His quirk must have a mutative aspect, as instead of the small feet they were all expecting, he had 2 large rabbit feet instead. His leaning over to reach his feet caused his rabbit ears, which were also still there, to swing down into his field of vision. Izuku jolted again and grabbed one of his ears, holding it and turning to look at Shouta. Shouta raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement and Izuku pointed to his ear. "Not what you were expecting." He let go of the ear, opening his mouth before pausing and shaking his head. Shouta chuckled, reaching out to scratch at the base of Izuku's ears like he'd done 100 times before. "Don't worry, kiddo. We'll help you figure things out." "Shoes right, we'll help you," Hazashi added. Izuku nodded absent-mindedly and flexed his hands again. What Hazashi wouldn't give to know what was going through the kid's mind. The kid must have remembered something because suddenly his face lit up and he turned to Hazashi. "What's you?" Hazashi didn't even get to finish his sentence before his arms were full. Izuku had his arms wrapped around Hazashi's middle as far as they could go. He only paused a moment before returning the hug. Right, Izuku had wanted to figure out his quirk so that he could hug them. He sniffled back tears and tried to keep a cap on his quirk. How did they get this lucky? Hazashi enjoyed his hug until Izuku pulled back and gave the same treatment to Shouta. He wrapped his arms around Shouta and buried his face in the capture weapon. Shouta, already being prepared, didn't hesitate to return the hug, going as far as to pull Hazashi into his side. "Wanted both my favorite people in this one," Shouta reasoned. And this time Hazashi went ahead and let the tears fall. This was easily one of the best moments of his life. He could die happy now. He could be sacrificed to Nezu the next day and easily say he'd lived a fulfilled life. Eventually the kid released Shouta, but rather than pulling out of their arms this time he just turned a bit in their arms and kept observing his new additions. Hazashi was proud of the way he didn't scream when Izuku observed his little furry feet, which were adorable. The fur stopped a little ways above his ankle. The feet were pretty much just a larger version of what they were in his bunny form, only not shaped in such a way that would make walking on 2 legs uncomfortable. The added length had probably pushed his shoes off during the change back. They would have to look into getting him some custom shoes. He knows there's brands that cater to mutation quirks. If they can't find anything, Hazashi is sure they can place a custom order. Hazashi figured he'd move on to the ears next. Instead, Izuku nudged the back of his shirt up and revealed a little green puff ball that Hazashi realized was a tail. Izuku's quirk was a lot like a recently debuted hero with a rabbit mutation quirk. Only Hazashi didn't think she could change into a bunny like Izuku could. Izuku tugged on his tail a bit before Shouta pulled his hand away. "Careful with yourself, kid." When Izuku looked up at them, Hazashi continued. "Just because it's new doesn't mean it's not a part of you. It may take a bit to get used to, but we'll help." Izuku nodded, a look of sleepy determination taking over his face before he got back to observing his mutations. Rather than tugging, he took to petting down his ears and feeling around where his ears sprouted from the top of his head. As their kid continued his observations, he shot a look at Shouta and quickly signed a few things. The kid's clothes were a mess and could potentially be considered evidence with how torn up they were. They were also a little bit on the small size, a reminder of just how long Izuku had been in his rabbit form. Though, since the kid wasn't a bunny at the moment, it would probably be safe to get him an actual bath. Aizawa nodded along with his reasoning and gave Izuku, who was still in his lap, a little nudge. "Would you want to get some clean clothes and take a bath? You could use some shampoo." He ruffled Izuku's hair, which was currently a curly disaster compared to the pictures they had seen of him. Izuku looked up at him before quickly looking down at his school uniform. When he looked back up, his cheeks were red and he gave a small nod. "All right, Hisashi can help you, and I'll grab you some spare clothes and get started on dinner," Shouta said, shifting Izuku off of his lap and into Hisashi's arms. Izuku sleepily curled into Hisashi's arms and grasped at the lapel of his shirt. "Let's go get you all cleaned up." "Yeah." He stood up slowly, letting Izuku get used to his new height. Hisashi walked them to the bathroom, stopping to pull the biggest towel they had out of the hallway closet on the way. He wrapped it around Izuku's shoulders like a cape and he gave him a crooked smile when Izuku looked up at him questioningly. Every hero needs a cape at one point or another. Izuku shook his head but clutched at the towel and gave him a beaming smile anyway. And Hisashi was sure that he'd do anything to see that smile again, because this kid was a literal son. He sat Izuku on the toilet seat with his little towel cape while he filled up the tub. Izuku was kicking his legs, eyes glued to feet. It would probably take the kid a little while to get used to his new mutations. Most kids with mutation quirks are born with them, or tend to get them early. Izuku not only got his late, but certainly wasn't expecting it. There would be a learning curve. He might even have to figure out how to walk again. Hence why Hisashi carried him to the bathroom. The kid already looked exhausted, so that would be something for another day. When the tub was filled, he helped the kid get out of his dirty clothes and into the tub. Hisashi folded them and set them by the door for Shouta to collect. Hisashi figured it probably wasn't a good idea to have Izuku dunk his head with his ears, so he settled for pulling a cup out from under the sink. "Do you want some help, or would you like to do it yourself?" Izuku blinked up at him and opened his mouth, only to close it before shakily signing the sign for help. Hisashi managed to avoid melting into a puddle and went about wetting Izuku's hair, doing his best to avoid the base of his ears. Scrubbing in the shampoo, he made a note to get specialized products. He'd need something for the curls, and his fur would probably need something different as it was a different texture from his hair. He carefully scrubbed down the lower part of Izuku's ears before using the cup to rinse the shampoo out. There was a light knocking at the door and he turned to see Shouta. In his arms there was a pile of the clothes they had bought for when Izuku turned back. Hisashi waved him in and Shouta traded out the clothes in his hands for Izuku's ruined uniform. "Enjoying the water, Kit?" He had a fond smile as he looked down at Izuku. Once again Hisashi made sure to burn the moment into his memory. Izuku nodded up at him happily. His curls must have grown out a bit while he was in his rabbit form as when wet they fell into his face. "Good. I'll go get started on dinner." He pressed a kiss to Hisashi's head as he left. Hisashi helped Izuku with the conditioner, making small talk as they let it set. "So, you'll probably have a bit of a learning curve to get used to being in your human form again. But don't worry, Shouta and I will be there to help." Then, in what was quite possibly the smallest voice he had ever heard, Izuku spoke up. "You want me?" It was rough from disuse, but Hisashi could still make it out. He didn't hesitate before answering. "Of course we want you. We signed the papers and everything. You're our kid. Why did you think we wouldn't want you?" It would probably be a good idea to get to the root of those thoughts before anything got worse. He knew how those sorts of thoughts could grow out of control. "You didn't know I was going to have ears and stuff," he said, gesturing to his feet. "And that's okay. You didn't know you were going to have them either." Izuku shrugged and Hisashi gave one of his ears a light pull. "Ears are not your kid. No take-backs." Izuku gave a sleepy nod and looked down at his feet to hide his smile. Hisashi wondered if that was something he already did or if he had picked it up from Shouta. Either way, this kit was almost too cute to handle. Hisashi helped the kit finish washing up, and fell a little bit more in love with his husband when he realized Shouta had cut a small hole in the red shorts for Izuku's tail. He helped Izuku navigate his ears while putting on the green sweatshirt. When they were done, Izuku fiddled with the hem of the sweatshirt. He carefully worked through drying Izuku's ears before hanging up the towel on the rack. "Think you're up for trying to walk, little listener?" Izuku looked down and experimentally lifted up his feet before slowly taking a step forward. He imminently stumbled and shook his head at Hisashi. "No worries. It might take a little while to get used to your mutations. It's okay if you need some help." He reached down and picked up Izuku, who quickly wound his arms around Hisashi's neck. "MK," he mumbled. This was too cute to handle. "Let's go see what your dad is making." This time his response was simply a nod against his shoulder. At this rate, he wasn't sure the kid would stay awake long enough to make it through dinner. They made their way to the kitchen and Hisashi set Izuku down on one of the bar stools. He was thankful they had gone for the ones with actual backs and armrests. The kid might fall off otherwise. Shouta set a plate bowl in front of Izuku. It looked like he was going for things that would be easy on the kid's stomach. After all, he hadn't eaten anything except fruit and vegetables for the last few months. The plate was rice, lightly seasoned chicken, and steamed vegetables. And for them, Shouta had done the same and made some miso soup in addition. Thankfully, Izuku managed to stay awake all the way through dinner. He'd even felt awake enough to request that they all watch a movie. Granted, he fell asleep 10 minutes into it. Shouta barely blinked before scooping Izuku off of the couch and taking him to his room. Hisashi followed behind. He moved Izuku's little burrow off the bed and next to the nightstand. Standing back up, he paused, looking at the picture of Izuku and his mom. The kid couldn't have been more than 5 or 6, and the wide beaming smile he had in the picture was the one he'd given Hisashi earlier. Midoriya and Co had done a good job raising her son. It was obvious she'd shown him so much love in a world that wanted to hate him, and for that Hisashi was thankful. He hoped that wherever she was that she could relax in the knowledge that Izuku had Shouta and Hisashi now. They would do their best. He turned back and watched as his husband tucked in their kid, making sure his ears weren't trapped under his head. He pulled up the covers before giving Izuku a small peck to the forehead. Hisashi leaned over Shouta's shoulder and did the same. They shuffled out of the room and flicked off the light. A small green light filled the room as Izuku's night light switched on. He smiled at the way he could see Izuku's nose scrunch. It was something he did all the time in his rabbit form. From the small smile on Shouta's face, he could tell that he'd also seen it. Shouta didn't speak up until they were back in the living room. I'll give the detective a call and in the morning I'll take in the paperwork. He'll want to interview Izuku now that he's able to be in his human form again. That's a good idea. You might also need to give Nezu a call in case Izuku isn't up for walking around UA. On Monday, Shouta nodded before simply leaning into Hisashi's side. Hisashi played with Shouta's hair, smiling as he looked down at the adoption papers that were still on the table. Like always, they had things to figure out, but for the moment everything felt perfect. Izuku slowly wakes up. He's pleasantly warm and tries to snuggle his way a little bit deeper into his burrow, if only to get in just a little bit more sleep. But when he tries to do that, his burrow feels different. The blanket smells like home, it's safe, but it's not the same texture. He doesn't want to get up yet. He pulls his little bunny closer. He can ignore the texture to sleep a little longer. He's really tired. Only, it's not his bunny. He groggily peels his eyes open to peer down. Instead of his rabbit, it was the Present Mic plush that was normally at the head of his bed. In his arms. Right, he figured out his quirk yesterday. He's back to being a human. Now that he was sitting up, his ears fell into his head. He's mostly back to normal. Izuku pulled back the covers so that he could get a look at his feet again. The Present Mic plush stayed in his arms. He gripped it a little tighter. He looked down at his feet when they were freed from the warm sheets. Sure enough, they were still all fuzzy. He was right about his quirk causing something else. So was his quirk a mutant quirk with a transformation aspect? Or a transformation quirk with a mutant aspect? He'd have to ask Shouta and Hisashi what they thought. The base of Izuku's ear started feeling itchy, and without thinking he tried to lift up his leg to scratch at it, which promptly sent him over the edge of his bed. Izuku hit the floor with a quiet thunk and stared up at the ceiling. Luckily, he managed to keep a hold of the plush. He wasn't a rabbit anymore, so he needed to remember not to do things he did as a bunny. He thought about the ear scratches, cuddling, and the idea of making a big nest on his bed. Maybe he only needed to not do a few things. He nodded to himself and got to his feet. There was the smell of something cooking coming from the kitchen. Hisashi or Shouta must be up. Izuku was really tired yesterday and it was hard to talk a lot, but he felt better now and there were so many things he wanted to say. His first order of business would have to be thanking them for taking care of him. Then he would have to thank them for the blankets and the toys in the room. Oh, he'd also have to thank them for all the times he went to the park. Izuku glances down at his free hand. Maybe it would be a good idea to make a list. That way he wouldn't forget anything. Yeah, a list was a great idea. There was a desk on the other side of the room. It didn't seem so far away now that he was bigger. He knew that Shouta and Hisashi had gotten him writing and drawing things to use once he could. Shouta had even stacked all the notes they took on the desk so he could organize them later. He'd just have to make his way over there. That wouldn't be too hard. His feet might be shaped a little bit differently, but that probably wouldn't change anything. Izuku made a move towards the desk. His little half-hop half-step left him on his knees. He frowned down at his feet. He tried to walk like he used to, but he'd done nothing but hop since he'd been a bunny, so he had tried to do that instead. He pushed himself onto his feet. He'd just have to try again. Izuku slowly took a step forward, testing his weight on the unfamiliar feet. Well, they were familiar, but his legs didn't really go with his feet anymore. When he felt like he wouldn't fall, he took another step. It felt a little bit like trying to walk around on his tippy toes, but also a bit like he was trying to hop. He would figure this out later. For now, he needed to get to the desk. Izuku eventually worked his way over and climbed up onto the chair. It was an adult-sized desk, so it was still a bit big for him. The bed was adult-sized too, but he liked how big that was. If he got lots of blankets together, he could make it really comfy. Maybe he could ask Hisashi and Shouta to put a blanket on their bed for a few days for him. Then it would be like the other things they gave to him. He focused back on what he was doing, rummaging around until he found a marker and a blank piece of paper. He pulled off the cap and started writing down his list of things to say thank you for. Izuku ended up stopping right away though. His handwriting was really bad. He hadn't had the best handwriting before he got his quirk. but now he could barely even read it and his hand shook when he tried to hold the pen. He tried again, moving his hand slower this time. It was still really shaky. Izuku could feel his eyes start to well up. He dropped the pen and held the plush to his chest. If he couldn't write down a list, how was he supposed to remember everything to say thank you for? He looked down at the plush, its smile stared back. Hisashi and Shouta had done so much for him. Everything from the tablet to breakfast. The tablet. He could type out his list. Izuku could practice writing later, for now he could type out the list. Only, now he had to make it out to the living room. He could probably do that. Izuku shuffles off of the chair, hanging onto it while he gets used to being on his feet again. This time he makes his way over to the wall, using it as much needed support. He slowly made his way out of the room, almost tripping over his own feet once or twice. Shouta and Hisashi would probably have some ideas on how to make walking easier. Izuku was barely out of his room when he was able to make out the sounds of Shouta and Hisashi talking in the kitchen. He hadn't really thought too much about it, but his hearing was probably better now alongside his sense of smell. The point was, even though they were talking really quietly, he could tell they were in the kitchen. Well, he did kind of already know that because he smelled food, but it was still really cool that he could hear so well. There was only a little bit more stumbling before he made it to the kitchen. While his original goal was the living room, he was starting to feel kind of hungry and figured a pit stop in the kitchen would be okay. He could make the list in a little bit. The wall worked really well as a support and he was able to make it all the way to the kitchen without falling. Shouta was at the counter when he shuffled in and cut off what he was saying to smile at Izuku. "Morning. You hungry?" "Hisashi is making blueberry pancakes," Shouta said. Izuku nodded. "Why yeah, that sounds really good." Talking wasn't as easy as it hoped it would be. It seemed like he'd have to practice so much to learn how to do everything again. "Well, you have perfect timing. I'm about to plate them up and you can have the first plate, you dig?" For now though, he could focus on eating. Everything else could wait a little bit until he'd had breakfast. Shouta hated waking up early, but he hated dealing with frustrated people quite a bit more. He couldn't imagine a worse hell than waiting in a line to turn in the adoption petition. So, the alternative was waking up early before the inevitable crowd arrived. By the time he left the building, it already looked like a good hour or two wait. Hisashi had the coffee pot already on by the time he walked into the kitchen. His husband was leaning against the counter next to the pot, so he went ahead and pulled out one of the bar stools and sat down. "Did filing it go all right?" Hisashi asked. The clerk had given it a glance, just to make sure the information was correct before sending him on his way. "It went fine. Though once Izuku talks with the detective, we should make sure to schedule an appointment with a quirk counselor to get his quirk registered." The detective was planning on stopping by later today to get Izuku's statement. They had given him a call after the kid went to bed to update him on the situation. And since Izuku could talk now, Tsukachi could get the rest of the facts and officially close and archive Izuku's case. And as for getting his quirk registered, they should do it sooner rather than later if it was causing people to cut corners with his safety. Hisashi had made a point of talking about the way the inspector had barely glanced around, let alone ask questions about how Izuku was doing with them. Regardless of whether or not a kid was registered as quirkless, you'd think social workers would at least pretend not to be quirkless. Shouta didn't actually mind that the lack of care for Izuku was making the process go faster. But that shouldn't be a factor in the first place, and that made his blood boil. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Izuku will probably want to know absolutely everything about his quirk. Hey, do you think they'll let Izuku name his quirk? Shouta hadn't actually thought about that. Usually they don't, cause kids come up with the weirdest things. But maybe since he got his quirk so late, they'll let him. Maybe. Thank God they didn't let 4-year-old kids pick their quirk names. He's bad at picking names now. Hell, Hisashi picked his hero name for him. If he had gotten to pick, the name would have been something ridiculous, like Quirk Stopper. He shuddered at the thought. "Give me a bit more than that, shoo." Hisashi pulled out his mug, gesturing to it in a way that meant it was now a hostage. He rolled his eyes. "I think that Izuku is logical. He'd take what was found out about his quirk and come up with a reasonable name for it." Shouta stopped and gave Hisashi a flat look. He gestured for Shouta to continue. "I also think that Izuku is a hero-obsessed 8-year-old who would try to make his quirk name a homage to All Might if he stopped too long to think about it." Hisashi laughed and poured the coffee into the mug at last. "I can see it now. We'll be coming back home with quirk registration papers that say Bunny Might, which is why I said maybe. It depends on how logically the kid approaches it," he said, accepting the mug from Hisashi. His husband then turned back and fished out his own mug, filling it halfway, then pulling out the creamer. "I bet we could talk the counselor into letting Izuku pick the name for his quirk, so long as we help him with it." Shouta mulled it over. Yeah, they probably could. The kid went through hell not only to get the quirk, but after he got it as well. Naming it was something he should get to do. Maybe it would help him feel like the quirk was his own. Izuku had seemed pretty thrown off by the mutation part of his quirk. Even if it was adorable, it wasn't something he was used to. The mutations just separated him even more from how things used to be. It was something the kid would have to get used to. So if naming the quirk helped with that, then he was more than happy to help Hisashi talk the quirk counselor into approving whatever name Izuku wanted. I'd agree to help you with that, but I stand by the fact that his quirk name can't be an All Might reference. Hisashi smiled and nodded. Why did he have a feeling that if the kid wanted to reference a hero, then that would be what he got? He was halfway through his mug before Hisashi spoke up again. What the kid had for dinner last night seemed to settle fine. Shouta would agree based upon the lack of upset stomach from the kid. Would Izuku have even noticed though? He was pretty tired last night. Do you think he would like pancakes for breakfast? I can even make them with blueberries so he still gets some fruit. I think that the kid would eat almost anything we gave him without complaint. But I do think he'd like pancakes. And the blueberries are a good idea. Izuku had asked for something specific to eat only twice in all the time they had known him. He was getting better at asking for what he wanted though, and hopefully that meant Izuku viewed the apartment as his home. Him feeling comfortable enough to change back would suggest that he did. They continued to chat about plans for the day as Hisashi got started on the pancakes. They would need to let Izuku know that the detective would be coming later. They had been exposing him to more people in the form of UA, teachers, and Nezu, but he still tended to get nervous when someone other than Hisashi or Shouta was around him. That was part of the reason they hadn't introduced Nimiri or Hisashi's family yet. The current excuse they had lined up for the inevitable backlash was that they wanted to wait until the adoption went through. He loved the Yamada family, but all of them were just as energetic as Hisashi. That much social interaction tended to leave him drained. If that was his reaction, Shouta didn't really want to think about how overwhelmed Izuku might get. Hisashi poured some of the batter into the pan. Do you think we should tell your parents about Izuku sooner than we plan? That way we could keep them updated on when Izuku would be ready to meet them, Shouta suggested. That would probably be a good idea. Knowing Mom, if she found out we kept a grandkid from her, she'd drive over with Dad whether or not Izuku was ready to meet them. And that wouldn't be very cool for the little listener, Hisashi said. My thoughts exactly. You know, it's only a matter of time before Nimiri breaks in here. And I know for a fact she still talks to your mom. If we can tell them the situation ahead of time, it won't come back to bite us in the ass. He gestured to Hisashi to give his mug a refill. Hisashi, rolling his eyes, grabbed the pot and topped off his mug. And why can't we do the same for Nimiri? Shouta just gave him a look. Hisashi sighed. Right, she definitely wouldn't listen to anything beyond we have a kid now. He returned to the stove and flipped the pancake. We do not need her smothering him before he has a chance to get used to anything in his human form. Speaking of the kid, some movement by the kitchen entrance caught his eye. Shouta turned to see Izuku in the doorway, using the wall as support. He's probably going to have to learn all over again how to walk. Between spending most of a year as a rabbit and now having mutations to his feet, the kid had his work cut out for him. By the end of the month, Hisashi will probably have a full photo album dedicated to any milestones. His husband already had an album on his phone dedicated to pictures of Izuku, including the first one that Shouta took at the clearing. Izuku looked uncomfortable standing there in the entryway with the Present Mic plush in his hands. Shouta gave him a small smile. He'd been experiencing a lot of life changes very quickly. The kid probably wasn't sure if things would be changing now or not. The least Shouta could do was give him a bit of reassurance. Morning. You hungry? Hisashi is making blueberry pancakes, Shouta said. Izuku nodded. Why yeah, that sounds really good. Shouta held back a wince. The kid would probably have to get used to talking again too. He'd hoped that Izuku's voice would be better this morning, but it was still scratchy and sounded borderline painful. He noticed Hisashi already filling a plastic cup with some water for the kid. He even pulled a straw out of who knows where. Hisashi set the cup at one of the open seats next to him. Well, you have perfect timing. I'm about to plate them up and you can have the first plate, you dig? Hisashi's eyes widened when he saw the plush. Shouta could see him biting back a scream as his eyes teared up. Izuku nodded, ears bobbing in front of his face. He let go of the wall and made his way over to the bar stool. The kid was just a bit too short to be able to get on it. Need a hand there, kid? Shouta asked, biting back a smile. Izuku looked up at him, looking as conflicted as an 8-year-old could. It took a moment for him to come to a decision. Why, yes please, he said in that hoarse voice of his. Shouta lifted him up, making sure he was secure on the stool before pushing over the water cup. The way it wobbled when Izuku grabbed the straw made him realize they might want to invest in some spill-proof glasses while the kid got his coordination back. At least Hisashi had given him a plastic cup. He did not want to worry about glass today. Izuku, looking tired, occupies himself with the water for as long as it takes Hisashi to finish plating up the pancakes. The Present Mic plush is settled in his lap. He hands Shouta his plate and then sets the other two down. He had cut up Izuku's for him already. Hisashi had pulled his stool around to the other side of the counter, wanting to sit across from them. Though before he sat down he pulled out some syrup from the cupboard. The kid looked more than excited to be having something other than greens for the second meal in a row. That look only increased when Hisashi spoke up. Do you want some syrup on your pancakes? It makes them taste pretty good. A dig. He shook the bottle in front of Izuku. Izuku opened his mouth, paused for a moment and furrowed his brows when nothing came out. He seemed to shrug it off and just nodded in response. Hisashi poured a generous amount over the kid's pancakes. Shouta didn't think much about the kid not speaking. His throat seemed sore, and he had spoken earlier. Not to mention, despite his excitement, Izuku still looked tired. Maybe he'd open up a bit more once he actually had some energy. Using his quirk last night left him wiped out. He was knocked out of his thoughts by Hisashi half frantically waving at Izuku. "Oh kid, ack." Shouta turned to see what Hisashi was gesturing at and snorted. When Izuku leaned over to try and get a piece of the pancake with his fork, he'd apparently leaned too far. The bottoms of his ears were currently covered in syrup. Hisashi, grab a washcloth. Shouta got out of his seat and gently pulled Izuku's ears out of his food, careful not to get the syrup on anything else. Izuku, who had been sitting there confused, saw the syrup and shrunk down slightly. "Sorry, it's fine. You're still getting used to your mutations. And Hisashi and I didn't consider them. It would be illogical for us to be upset." That seemed to reassure Izuku, who stopped trying to sink into himself. A moment later, Hisashi was taking one of Izuku's ears to clean, and handing Shouta a washcloth to get the other. It took them only about a minute to get all of the syrup off of his ears. Even then, Shouta kept holding them. "Hisashi, could you go grab one of the fabric hair ties? One of the larger ones that you use for buns." He nodded over his shoulder in the direction of their room. Hisashi seemed to understand what he was getting at and smiled. "Sure thing, Shu. I'll be right back." He popped out of the kitchen. Izuku looked up at him questioningly. "Each hair tie?" "Yeah, remember when we would tie your ears back so you could see easier? We're going to do that here to keep them out of your food." Izuku's eyes lit up. Oh, okay. Do you think other people with mutation quirks need to do things like that too? Shouta blinked at the kid. This was the most he'd said all day. Shouta hummed in acknowledgement. "Yes, there's a lot of different kinds of quirks. People sometimes have to make adjustments because of their quirks. For example, we cut a small hole in your shorts so that your tail wouldn't push them down." Izuku looked down at his tail, almost causing Shouta to pull on his ear. There's plenty of other people who have things like that. Like how Kaken didn't touch things a lot after getting his quirk. That way he didn't blow them up. The kid went from excited to downright ecstatic. Exactly. Shouta had no idea who Kaken was, but he made a note to ask about him later. Could Kaken be a friend of Izuku's? The kid always seemed pretty adamant when he said he had no one. Maybe someone who used to be his friend. That seemed to be the most likely option, considering that Izuku had no family aside from them now, and considering the fact that Izuku had been quirkless until recently. He'd seen the statistics for quirkless kids. Needless to say, they weren't good. Hisashi popped back into the kitchen, brandishing the pale yellow hair tie. "Got it." He handed it over to Shouta, who carefully tugged Izuku's ears together. He looped them through the hair tie a few times until they stayed in place. "Not too tight?" he asked, pulling back. Izuku experimentally shook his head. "No, this works." He imminently tucked back into the pancakes. Shouta and Hisashi took their seats again, also resuming eating. Hisashi kept a running commentary while they ate, talking about how things had been going at the station. Shouta occasionally added his thoughts, or hummed to show he was still listening. Though when Izuku finally peeked his head up again, Shouta figured it was a good time to broach their plans for the day. "Izuku," he started. Izuku turned and looked at him to show he was listening. "There's going to be someone coming by later today." Izuku instantly looked on edge. No one other than them had been in the apartment while Izuku was here. "Who?" he asked quietly. He patted Izuku's head. "It's nothing bad," Hisashi piped up. "A detective will be coming down from the station. He needs to talk with you a bit to get some information to close your missing persons case." Izuku shook his head. "Why? I am not missing anymore. Why do they need to ask me stuff?" Shouta was a bit surprised. He sort of thought Izuku's interest in heroes would extend to police officers. Maybe it was more so the topic rather than who would be coming over. They need to know what happened in the first place. It's just part of their jobs. They don't want what happened to you to happen to other kids. This seemed to make the kid shrink in on himself even further. "It won't happen to anyone else." Hisashi shared a look with him. Izuku seemed so sure that it wouldn't happen to someone else. "Why not? Other kids aren't quirkless." He looked down at his lap, squeezing the plush. Shouta took a deep breath to stop himself from seething. Now was not the time to get mad about how fed up things could be. He slowly reached out and poked Izuku in the cheek before ruffling his hair. "They want to know because they care." Mostly it was Tsukachi at the precinct who cared, but Izuku didn't need to know that. Izuku's eyes watered and he nodded, turning back to his plate and shoveling in a few more bites of his food. It had been awkward at first, but Izuku mostly seemed okay at using a fork, though that didn't mean his face wasn't covered with syrup and bits of food. Shouta could see that Hisashi had another washcloth at the ready for when he was done eating. Shouta wanted to say more, but Hisashi shook his head. He probably needed some time to digest what had just happened. Best not to press it for now. Maybe they could bring it up again after they found a therapist for the kid. So, kid, I got a chance to meet another hero the other day. Izuku looked up as Hisashi started talking. How much do you know about Gang Orca? His amazing husband apparently knew the perfect way to help the kid forget about the previous topic, as the kid positively lit up before he started talking. The thing was, the kid just kept talking. He rambled on about Gang Orca and his quirk, sometimes getting a little bit sidetracked and mumbling to himself before one of them asked another question. This was so much deeper than the conversations they'd had through the tablet. With the tablet, Izuku was short with his answers and didn't really go off on any tangents. He stuck to the topic the best he could. But now it was like someone had set him free. He was talking more than he ever had before, with or without the tablet. The best part was, he seemed just so happy that he and Hisashi were just willing to listen and ask questions. Don't even get him started on the kid's reaction when they gave him some new things to think about. This was different than how things were before, but Shouta would probably have to say the change was one for the better. After breakfast, they had moved the conversation to the couch. The plush came along with them, much to Hisashi's joy. Izuku continued to ramble and mumble softly until there was a knock on the door. While Izuku still froze, he seemed less apprehensive than he had been earlier. Shouta took it as a win. Shouta left Hisashi and Izuku on the couch in favor of answering the door. Izuku was currently interrogating Hisashi about his quirk again. Apparently he hadn't gotten to ask everything he wanted that day in the clearing. Shouta opened the door, fully expecting to see a tired Tsukachi, so he was a bit surprised when it was Sansa at the door instead. He raised his eyebrow. Tsukachi got called out for a case, Sansa said, shrugging. And don't you usually go with him? He nodded. Normally, yes, but given the fact that Midoriya hasn't registered his quirk yet, Tsukachi didn't want to leave this to someone else. And Shouta really appreciated that. If someone else had been asked to handle it and saw that Izuku was still registered as quirkless, they might not have even shown up. Well, in that case, thanks. He moved aside and waved Sansa into the apartment. Sansa walked in and went about introducing himself to Izuku. Hisashi, who also seemed confused as Shouta had been, signed a quick where. Shouta responded by signing that Tsukachi had a different case. When he observed the kid, he realized that maybe Sansa being the one here was for the better. Izuku seemed absolutely fascinated by Sansa's quirk, and he kept looking between the officer and Tofu, who was once again on her cat tree. All right, Midoriya-kun, would you be fine with me asking you a few questions? Sansa had sat down on the couch a little ways from Izuku. Meanwhile, Izuku had crawled onto Hisashi's lap and had his hand in the plush in a vice grip. He looked to Hisashi for an okay before speaking. Sure, okay. You can always let me know if you don't want to answer a question, or if you need something to be elaborated. He flipped open a notepad. I understand that you were living in the woods for quite some time. Do you know how long you were out there? Izuku shook his head. And no, but I know that IW was still 7 when I got there. Shouta knew they already knew that based upon the information in Izuku's missing persons report, so it was fine that Izuku didn't know exactly how long it had been. Well, based upon what we found out, it seems like you were out there for about 6 months before Eraserhead found you. He could see Izuku squeeze Hisashi's hand a bit tighter as he nodded along. That's a long time. It is, so it's a good thing that Eraserhead found you, right? He pointed towards Shouta. Izuku nodded and seemed to relax a bit more. Why yeah, it's a good thing because he and Hisashi are my dads now. They're adopting me. I heard about that. Congratulations. They're a lot of fun. And they made me a bedroom. I didn't like us sharing a room at the home. He frowned a bit. Here is better. Sansa took that as his moment to continue. We know you were on your way back to the home when you went into the woods. Can you tell us what happened? The older kids didn't like me. Which older kids? Izuku sunk down a bit more into Hisashi. The ones at the home and at school. They didn't like me, so when IW was on my way home they threw rocks at me. Once again, Shouta would like it to be known that he hated people. I didn't want to get hit. Cause one of the boys from the H home had an accuracy Q quirk. So I ran into the W woods, but they followed me. Do you know the names of the boys? Izuku shook his head. No, they didn't like me, so they didn't tell me. Most of them were from the H home. Sansa wrote a few things down. What happened when they followed you? I ran faster and faster, but I started to feel weird and I fell. Then I fell asleep. And then when IW woke up, I was alone and a bee bunny. I tried to change back. He looked at his furred feet. I couldn't though, and it wasn't as safe for me to go back, so I decided to stay there. Did you stay there until Eraserhead found you? Izuku nodded, almost proudly. Why yeah, I made myself a burrow, and I had my bee blanket with me, so it was really soft. The plants were really tasty too, and there was water nearby. Sansa nodded along. Sounds nice. It was, but it was really lonely. Hasashi squeezed Izuku around the middle, tickling him lightly and instantly improving the kid's mood. Not so lonely anymore. Izuku laughed and shook his head. Hasashi's all right. I'm not lonely anymore. I have Shouta, Hasashi, and Tofu, he said, pointing to where Tofu was. The interview didn't last too much longer. Sansa mostly spent the rest of the time asking Izuku about how he was enjoying the apartment, or about school. By the time he finished up, Izuku had started asking him questions about his quirk. Shouta had chuckled when he'd asked the officer whether the bell he wore was part of his quirk or not. Well, I think that was all the questions I had, Sansa said, standing up and brushing a bit of green fur from his pants. Thank you for answering my questions, Midoriya-kun. Thank you for letting me ask about your quirk. His smile was blinding. Sansa made an expression that Shouta assumed was him returning the smile. You're welcome. All right, kid. How about Hasashi helps you get changed out of your pajamas and I'll walk Officer Sansa to the door, Shouta suggested. Izuku paused for a moment before nodding and readjusting himself in Hasashi's arms to make himself easier to hold. Izuku waved a goodbye as Hasashi walked him down the hall. He's a great kid, Sansa said once they had turned the corner. Shouta hid his face in the capture weapon. Thanks, he came that way. Shouta walked him to the door. Thanks for coming to do this. I'm not sure that anyone else would have been as accommodating as you. Sansa waved him off. It's fine. Then his eyes widened. Right, I almost forgot. It has to do with your kid. He was instantly on guard. What about him? The lady who filed the missing persons report came in a few days ago to ask for an update. He seemed to shudder at the thought. Shouta thought back to the report. She claimed to be a family friend of his mother, correct? Yeah, her name is Bakugo Mitsuki. She was ready to tear the station apart when she found out Midoriya had been found and we didn't call her. The man looked haunted. Is she someone I should be worried about? If this person was one of the people who had treated his kid wrongly, he needed to know. Sansa shook his head. I don't think so. She just seems really protective. After she first filed the report, she came in almost every day with her kid for the first few months. Then it was a few times a week by herself, and then every once in a while. This was her first time coming in since you took the kid home. So she just found out. Yeah, thank God she listened when we explained that we couldn't give her your address. She was really upset. But when I explained I'd be coming to interview in a few days, she gave me her number to pass on to you. Sansa fished a paper out of his pocket and passed it over. Sure enough, it said Bakugo Mitsuki followed by a number. There is also a call me below the number. Thank you. Whether you call her or not is up to you. But just a warning, I doubt you being a pro hero will stop her from trying to fight you if you get on her bad side. And with that, Sansa took his leave. Shouta scratched his head and made his way back into the living room, looking at the paper. Should he call her? If she was a family friend, why had Izuku claimed that he didn't have anyone? Was she someone that Izuku just hadn't seen very often? Wait, if she was the one who had filed it, then based upon the report, her kid had been the one to notice Izuku was missing in the first place. Maybe the lady's kid had been friends with Izuku. Shouta looked up and watched as Izuku carefully made his way back into the living room. He was holding Hasashi's hand, and it was clearly the only thing keeping him from falling over. Izuku, he called. The kid looked up from where he had been carefully watching his feet. Why, yeah. He glanced at the paper. Might as well ask. Do you know anyone named Bakugo? Izuku completely froze. When he finally seemed to reboot, it was with a huge smile on his face and stars in his eyes. Kakin. Well, that answered that question. The cops weren't listening. Once he told the hag that Deku was missing, she got him in the car and they went to the police station. She said that they needed to report him missing so that people would know to look for him. When they got to the station, one of the extras behind the desk started asking them questions about Deku. What was his full name? Who were his parents? When did Katsuki last see him? What was his quirk? When the hag told them that Deku was quirkless, the officer stopped typing. He had looked at her and said they would keep an eye out. They said that Deku had probably ran away. They said he'd turn up in a few days. They were lying and Mom was mad. They kept going back to the station. And they even tried going to other stations. But no one would listen to them. Katsuki didn't understand why. Sure, Deku wasn't as great as him because he was quirkless, but why did that mean that they didn't need to save him? Deku was missing and no one but his parents and him cared. He didn't want Deku to follow him everywhere, but that didn't mean he wanted him missing. When the hag and his dad weren't busy, they printed out posters and hung them up nearby. The hag said it was so if anyone knew anything about Deku, then they would call her. It was 2 weeks before one of the officers actually did what they were supposed to. Even then, they only did it because Mom started yelling at the extra at the desk and some detective came to see why she was yelling. Katsuki was just glad that he seemed mad like the hag when he found out why she was screaming at the extra. After that, they went back to the station every day for a while. The detective said that he had a hero looking for Deku. So they came back every day because the hero would find Deku and then he wouldn't miss any more school. And once Deku was back, Katsuki would make sure he didn't go missing again. Deku missing was a distraction and Katsuki couldn't be distracted from being the best hero. Deku coming to school hurt had been a distraction too. He would have to make sure Deku knew he wasn't allowed to get hurt anymore. He wished Auntie hadn't died. She would have made sure Deku was fine and that he didn't go missing. She also made really good spicy curry. He missed her. Things didn't feel right when he thought about her being dead. Things felt wrong with Izuku gone too. The heroes should have made sure she was safe from the villain, because heroes save people. And the hero the detective told them about would find Deku. But they kept going back every day. And every day the detective told them that they hadn't found Deku. Every day turned into twice a week. And eventually Katsuki stopped going with his mom. He stopped going with her because the feeling of worry got worse every time there wasn't any news. It felt like Izuku going missing was something that he should have stopped. If he still walked Deku home like he used to, or if he had made the bullies stop, he could have done something. After the first few months, every time Mom went to the station, he and Dad would wait for her to get back. Dad would pull him into his side and they would watch something. And when Mom got back, she would sit on the couch with them. She didn't have to say anymore that they didn't find him. After Izuku went missing, he realized that the extras at school didn't care either. The teachers didn't call his name, but Katsuki saw the way they would all look at the nerd's seat before marking him absent. The only time he had even heard someone mention Izuku was some extra who said they were bummed he was gone cause no one else was as easy to hit. Katsuki almost got a mark on his record that day. It had been 4 months since they made the report, and Katsuki didn't spend time with the extras who followed him around anymore. Katsuki walked into the classroom and pulled to a halt. Something wasn't right. Normally when he came into the classroom, all of the extras were talking, but today they were quiet. Well, they weren't completely quiet. There was the occasional snicker. He looked around, trying to figure out what was off. He paused when the extras that always followed him gave him wide smiles and pointed towards Izuku's desk. Katsuki slowly looked past them and he felt his stomach drop. With his bag clenched in his hand, Katsuki walked back to Izuku's desk. Laying seemingly harmlessly on the desk was a singular spider lily. The extras were barely holding back their giggles. "You do this?" he asked. They laughed. "Yeah, he's probably dead by now anyway," the extra with the extending fingers said. He nodded and picked it up. Katsuki could feel their eyes on the back of his head as he walked over to the garbage can. He looked back at them, making sure they were watching as he blew it up and dropped it in the trash. "Izuku isn't dead," he ceased, hands still popping off small explosions. How many times had something like this happened to Izuku when he wasn't here? He knew that he had hurt Izuku, but how many others thought it was okay? It wasn't. This wasn't okay. Katsuki didn't bother looking at them and he went to sit in his seat. He didn't need those extras. That wasn't something that a hero would do. And Katsuki needed to be a hero for Izuku, so he couldn't let villains follow him around anymore. And they didn't. Katsuki told them to leave him alone. They got the message after he popped a few explosions at them. He didn't hit them though, because he wasn't going to act like a villain anymore. It was fine if he didn't have any friends for a while, because once Deku wasn't missing anymore, Katsuki was going to be his friend again. Izuku needed someone to look out for him. And with how smart the nerd was, he could probably come up with a whole bunch of ways for Katsuki to use his quirk. He was just glad that his mom didn't say anything when he stopped leaving the house to spend time with the extras. A few more months passed with no news about Izuku. Katsuki was sure that Izuku would turn up eventually, but Mom looked sadder every time she went to the station, which wasn't very often anymore. Then one day, out of the blue, Aldra shut down for a week. When the school opened up again, there was an assembly. There was a police officer there as the new principal explained that a lot of the teachers were fired for quirk discrimination. The rest of the assembly was the new principal talking about how serious quirk discrimination was and that if they were caught doing it, they could receive a mark on their record. The assembly ended with several new teachers being introduced. And for some reason, as Katsuki walked back to class, he couldn't shake the feeling that this had something to do with Izuku. He'd seen people getting picked on for their quirks, but it was never as bad as what happened to Izuku. He felt like he was missing something. It was only a week or so later when Mom went to check the station again. He had a feeling she was going to be stopping soon. Katsuki. They were sitting on the couch, and his dad was helping him with his homework while they waited for Mom to get back. He looked up. His dad looked sad, but he always looked sad when Mom went to check for information on Izuku. "Yeah, you know that the chances of anyone finding Izuku are pretty small." His dad was talking like he didn't know that. He knew that people stopped looking after a while. That's why if Izuku didn't get found, he was going to be the best hero and find him. "I know." He set his pencil down and gave Dad his full attention. He ruffled his hair and Katsuki waved his hands away. "Mitsuki and I were discussing talking to the detective about having a service for Izuku." His dad looked really sad now. "Yes, we want to have a funeral for Izuku, but he's not dead." He jumped off the couch and clenched his fists. He didn't want to accidentally burn his dad or the couch again. His dad reached for him and he pulled back. "Katsuki, no." Katsuki stomped his foot. "Izuku isn't dead. If he was dead, then Katsuki couldn't be his friend again. He couldn't apologize for being mean. As if summoned, Mom slammed open the front door. She barely paused to kick off her shoes before she burst into the living room. It took one look at her face to realize something had happened. "Mitsuki, are you okay?" His dad took one look at the frustrated tears in Mom's eyes before tugging her into a hug. "They found him." She returned the hug, reaching out and pulling Katsuki into it as well. This time he didn't squirm out of it like he normally would. "They found Izuku." Katsuki looked up at his dad. There was a hopeful look on his face. Mom nodded before looking angry. "They found him, but they won't take us to go see him. All they would tell me is that he's alive and that they put him with an emergency foster family. Why can't we see him?" Katsuki demanded. If they found Izuku, then why couldn't they see him? Katsuki still had the option to go see him when he was at the foster home, even if he never did. They said that he was in an interesting situation, and because of that they're letting the foster family make most of the decision. They wouldn't even give me a number to call. Instead, I had to leave mine with the effing feline one and hope that they call. She was really upset. Normally Mom at least tried not to swear around him. Dad rubbed his hand up and down her back. "So we'll wait for them to call. What if they don't? What if they put him someplace that'll hurt him? We already let Inko's kid down once." Katsuki didn't like the idea of Izuku being somewhere that could hurt him. He promised himself that when Izuku was found he wouldn't let him get hurt anymore. He clenched his hands again. "We can make them tell us. Get the stupid detective or whatever to tell us where Izuku is." His mom's face softened as she looked down on him. "I tried, Katz. It doesn't work like that. But it should work like that. They were the ones that told the police Izuku was missing. They were the only ones who cared. Why shouldn't they get to know where Izuku was?" Katsuki couldn't fail again. He hated that they had to wait. He hated it. He was barely able to focus on his homework again when he eventually went back to the couch. His mom followed him and his dad went to go make dinner. Katsuki finished another problem before looking over at his mom. She was trying to make herself watch the TV, but he could tell she wasn't actually watching it. "When are they going to call?" Katsuki hated that answer. Katsuki was trying to get his mind off of Izuku that weekend. There wasn't anything he could do no matter how much he wanted to. He had no way of finding out where Izuku was, and no way of talking to him. The only thing he could do was try and ignore it, because until the nerd's stupid foster family decided to call, they were stuck. His dad was trying to teach him and Mom some sort of card game when the phone rang. She looked at them before getting up to grab it. Katsuki tried not to hold his breath like he had for every other phone call they'd received the last few days. Most of them had been about his parents' work. That or people trying to sell them stuff. Bakugo Mitsuki speaking. She held the phone, listening for a moment before she froze. His foster dad. A pause. Both his dad and him were now focused on the phone call. "Why the hell didn't you call sooner? Is Izuku okay?" She paused again before relaxing a bit. "Good. That means the nerd was fine. What do you mean a few changes? Actually, you know what? I'm not doing this over the phone. That little boy is like another son to me. You are going to bring him over here so that my husband, son, and I can see that he's okay for ourselves." She looked over at them and Dad gave her a thumbs up. "Today, we don't have any plans and we were getting ready to start planning a funeral, so you are coming over here today." She was tapping her foot. "Perfect. Is the number you're calling on a cell phone?" The answer must have been a yes. "In that case, I will text you our address. I expect you here soon. And if there is a single hair out of place on his head, then so help me." She smiled. "Glad we're in agreement. We'll see you soon." She hung up. Katsuki didn't even give her a second. Was that Izuku's foster whatevers? "He's coming over." She nodded and crossed her arms. He introduced himself as Izuku's foster dad, someone named Aizawa Shouta. He'll be bringing Izuku by in about an hour. His dad cleaned up the card game and started talking with Mom. Katsuki wasn't paying attention though. He needed to figure out what he was going to say to Izuku. He already knew that he needed to apologize for acting like a villain. And he needed to let Izuku know that he was going to be his hero from now on. But what if Izuku didn't forgive him? He had been really mean, and he had even used his quirk on Izuku. If Izuku didn't forgive him, then that would be fine. Katsuki could just try and make it up to him by protecting him anyway. No one else was going to pick on Izuku for being quirkless, or for muttering, or for wanting to be a hero ever again. Maybe Katsuki could help make it up to Izuku by helping him train to be a hero. They used to say that they were going to be the best heroes together, but when Izuku didn't get a quirk, he would do better now. If Izuku forgave him, they could go back to the way that things used to be. Back when Izuku used to come over almost every single day and they would play with hero action figures, or they would go explore the woods and catch bugs. If he got out his action figures and had them ready for when Izuku came over, maybe he would know that Katsuki was being serious about not being a bully anymore. He would even let the nerd be All Might if that made him happy. Katsuki headed for the stairs. He needed to clean his room up a bit before Izuku came over. He smiled thinking about it. The nerd hadn't been in his room for a while. Katsuki could show him all of the new hero merch he got. He could probably even talk to Mom about getting Izuku's stuff out of the storage so that he could have all of his hero merch back. The nerd had been really sad when they put it away so he could move into the home. He pulled open the door to his room. There wasn't a lot to clean up. He liked to keep his room clean so that nothing was in his way. You can't have distractions when you're aiming for the top. But he could pull out the action figures that he didn't have on display so that they could play with those ones. Katsuki slid open his closet, pulling out the small tub of his lesser-used toys. The extras hadn't wanted to play with them, so when he stopped wanting to play with Izuku he had put them away. But now he was coming back. He could take them out again. Katsuki was about to close the closet door when something caught his eye. It was an All Might-themed blanket that Izuku had left at his house. He hadn't wanted to talk to Izuku to give it back, so he never did. He just left it in the corner where he sometimes put his clothes when his dad didn't fold them and he didn't want to. He pulled it out. He could give it back to the nerd when he came over. Time flew by as he made sure everything was perfect. Katsuki needed to do better, so he couldn't mess this up. Then again, he wasn't really sure if he could mess this up. He remembered one time when they were still friends and he gave Izuku a popsicle. The nerd had almost started crying because he was so happy. Maybe all he had to do was just let Izuku know that they could be friends again if he wanted to. Well, that and apologize. Villains didn't apologize, so if he didn't want to be one anymore then he needed to stop being mean and actually saying sorry. Before he knew it, his mom was calling for him to come downstairs. A car had pulled up in front and there wasn't really anyone it could be other than Izuku and his foster family. Katsuki waited with his parents by the door, trying not to snap with the pressure that filled the room. They were finally going to get to see him, and after they were friends again Katsuki could make sure that he knew he wasn't allowed to disappear again. Mom waited until there was a knock at the door to open it. When it opened, two men stepped inside. One looked like he might be homeless, and the other had bright yellow hair and some kind of jacket. Katsuki looked at their legs to see if Izuku was hiding behind them. He had always been kind of short. When he didn't see him, Katsuki looked at the men again in confusion. This time he saw Izuku in the blonde man's arms, partially hidden in the jacket, and Katsuki was confused. For some reason, Izuku had long ears coming out of the top of his head. And because he wasn't wearing any shoes, he could see his feet were different too. His feet were longer and had green fur. There was more green fur on Izuku's back. Was that a tail? Izuku kind of reminded him of a bunny. In his shock, he had missed his parents greeting the two men and checking in on Izuku. Izuku had started crying and had pulled Mom and Dad into a hug. When they pulled back, Izuku looked down at him and smiled through the tears. "Kaken," he yelled, motioning for the blonde man to set him down. That snapped Katsuki out of it. It didn't matter if the nerd apparently had a quirk now. He was still the same nerd. He still cried way too much, and he still had that stupid nickname for him. He could worry about the quirk and scratchy voice later. For now, he would worry about what he could do. When Izuku was free from the man's arms, he hadn't wasted any time stumbling over to Katsuki. He stood there for a moment, looking a little unsure. He was still crying. Katsuki didn't give him the chance to work himself into a panic. Instead, he pulled Izuku into his arms and gave him a hug. When he felt his eyes start to sting, he hid his face in Izuku's shoulder. "Kaken?" Izuku asked, returning the hug. "I'm sorry, Izuku. I was really mean to you. Then you were gone and I couldn't say sorry." He could feel his own shirt getting wet as Izuku started crying more. "It's okay, Kaken. I forgive you." That was all he needed to hear. "Can we be friends again, Izu?" The hug tightened. "Of course, Kaken. You were always my friend. Even when I was mean. Even when you were mean." Izuku was practically vibrating with energy. And to be honest, Shouto wasn't exactly sure what to do. He looked down at the paper in his hands. The words "call me" were screaming at him. "Little listener, who's Kaken?" Hisashi asked. Izuku was bouncing in place. "Kaken is the sea coolest. He has a quirk that can make explosions. He mimed making an explosion with his hands. It's because he sweats nitro. He sweats as something that explodes." If Izuku was steady on his feet, Shouto was sure he'd be bouncing around the room. "Is he your friend?" Shouto asked, still finding it odd that Izuku had only mentioned him once before. Izuku liked to talk about everything, especially the things that he liked, so it seemed odd that this Kaken hadn't been mentioned sooner. The kid seemed to shrink a bit at his question. "I don't know." Hisashi shot him a bit of a worried look before scooping Izuku up into a hug, bringing them both over to the couch. "Can you explain what you mean by that, Kit?" "Shouto, and I won't know if you don't tell us." He ran a hand over Izuku's back. "We were best friends. But then I got diagnosed quirkless. He didn't like that and started calling me a Deku." Izuku teared up at the last part. Shouto sat on the couch and joined in on the hug. He was absolutely pissed. The reason the kid had been worried about coming home with them in the first place was because he thought he was useless and a waste of their time. Now he knew those thoughts stemmed from how other kids who were supposed to be his friends treated him. None of the adults in his life probably made it any better. And just based upon how the kid was, there was a pretty good chance he hid everything he could from his mom. From the look on the kid's face, it was clear he was about to get lost in his head. baby. No, Hisashi started, getting Izuku's attention back on him. That was wrong of him and I'm sorry he called you a Deku. Friends aren't supposed to be mean like that. Izuku nodded a bit, sort of like he didn't quite believe what Hisashi was saying but that he wanted to. Kakuna started getting better, he tried. Kit, that still doesn't mean it was okay for him to say that to you, shout or reason. He would definitely be adding this to the list he and Hisashi were making of topics to cover for when Izuku started therapy. But Kaken was nicer than other people. He never called me as stupid like the teachers did. He was looking at them like he was trying to get them to understand something. But Shouta had a feeling that he and Hisashi were both too busy trying to take in the new information. If Nezu hadn't already gone after the school, he imagined Hisashi would have been tearing it down next time he was in the area. What kind of school lets their teachers call students stupid? He hated that he knew the answer, a quirkest one. He was not going to let his kid think that was okay. That wasn't okay for the teachers to do. No one should be mean or call others names because of their quirk, especially considering they're not true. He gave Izuku's cheek a small poke, getting a little smile out of him. You're not stupid. Your teachers were wrong. You're incredibly smart and are reading quirk research papers far above your grade level and understanding them well enough. He's right, yo. Not to mention you're almost all caught up to the other kids your age, even though you missed a lot of school, Hisashi added. So when we say our kid is smart, who are we talking about? Shouter rolled his eyes at Hisashi's antics. Give me a little more conviction there, buddy. Hisashi smiled. Who's our smart kid? Me. Hisashi held out his hand for a high five, which Izuku happily gave him. That's right, Kit. The kid's smile slowly slid off of his face. Kaken did get better though. After Mom died he wasn't mean to me anymore. And when he saw someone else being mean to me he would get their attention so they would stop. It shouldn't have taken Izuku's mom dying for someone who had apparently been his best friend to realize that he shouldn't be a bully. Shouta didn't like it. Shouta and Hisashi both had their own bullies to deal with growing up. He wasn't going to let Izuku go through that anymore if there was something they could do about it. At the same time though, if Shouta was right then Kaken was the one who let people know that Izuku was missing. The only reason the missing persons report was even filed in the first place was because of the kid and Bakugo Mitsuki's persistence. I'm glad that he started being nicer to you. But he shouldn't have been mean to you in the first place. You being quirkless didn't make it okay. Izuku nodded and leaned into them a bit more. Seems like they were getting close to Izuku's talking limit for now. The kid's voice was still kind of hoarse. He hoped that talking so much wasn't irritating him further. He still had something he needed to ask. Hisashi was petting down Izuku's ears. The kid would probably end up falling asleep if Hisashi kept that up, so he should ask his questions sooner rather than later. Before Officer Sansa left he gave me a note with Bakugo Mitsuki's phone number. Apparently she was the one to report Izuku missing and she's been going back pretty often to check for updates on the case. Shouta watched as Izuku's eyes widened yet again. Auntie M. Mitsuki was worried about me. That answered the question Shouta had about if she was even close to Izuku to begin with. Sounds like she was, little listener. I didn't mean to make her worry. This kid, would it kill him to worry about himself? Shouta sighed and pulled Izuku in a bit tighter. I'm sure she knows that you didn't mean to, but adults worry about people they care about anyway. Would you like me to give her a call and let her know you're okay? Izuku nodded excitedly and Shouta looked up at Hisashi to make sure it was okay with him. When Hisashi gave his nod of approval, Shouta pulled out of the hug slightly so he could fish his phone out of his pocket. He dialed the number and held the phone to his ear. It rang 3 times before someone picked up on the other end. The voice on the other end was straight to the point. Bakugo Mitsuki speaking. From the way Izuku perked up he assumed that the kid recognized the voice. It was also confirmation that the Izuku did have better hearing as Hisashi and him suspected he might. This is Aizawa Shouta. I'm Midoriya Izuku's foster dad. Officer Sansa passed on your number to me and informed me that you are a family friend of the Midoriyas. He reached over and ruffled Izuku's hair. His foster dad. Yes. Was he going to end up repeating himself this entire conversation? He was starting to feel like Sansa had exaggerated her personality a bit. Why the hell didn't you call sooner? Never mind. Is Izuku okay? Shouta felt a bit more relaxed knowing that Izuku's well-being was one of her priorities. He needed to remember that while Bakugo may be a stranger to him, she was someone Izuku seemed to consider family. Sansa actually didn't give us your note until this morning. And as for Izuku, he looked down at the kid who was beaming up at him. He's doing all right, a lot better now that he's here. He lightly tugged on Izuku's ear. He may have a few changes though. He smiled as Izuku pouted and batted at his hand. Hisashi took mercy on Izuku and helped him fend off Shouta's assault. What do you mean a few changes? She asked incredulously. He could have worded that better. Actually, you know what? I'm not doing this over the phone. That one was loud enough for Hisashi to hear it. He shot Shouta a questioning look. That little boy is like another son to me. You are going to bring him over here so that my husband, son, and I can see that he's okay for ourselves. I need to see if that's fine with my husband. Give me a moment. He held the phone slightly away from his face. Izuku was sitting there nodding up at them excitedly. His answer was clear. He signed to Hisashi for his opinion. His husband took one look at the kit before folding and signing his response. I can't say no to that face. I'm fine if we're both there with him. We're both okay with planning a time for you and your family to see Izuku. The kid looked ready to binky with joy. Did you have a particular day that worked for you? My husband and I have busy schedules, so it would be easiest to work around yours. She didn't even hesitate. Today, Izuku looked happy with her answer. We don't have any plans and we were getting ready to start planning a funeral, so you are coming over here today. He raised his eyebrow and signed a quick today to Hisashi. Hisashi gave him a shrug and thumbs up. He guessed they were doing this today then. So much for trying to keep events this weekend to a minimum. That works for us. He could hear the smile in her voice. Perfect. Is the number you're calling on a cell phone? Yeah, it is. In that case, I will text you our address. I expect you here soon. And if there is a single hair out of place on his head, then so help me. Was she technically threatening a pro hero? Yes. Would Shouta have done the same for Izuku in her position? Absolutely. Trust me when I say we're on the same page. Glad we're in agreement. We'll see you soon. She hung up and only a few seconds later his phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. He put the number into his phone. He had a feeling they would be seeing a lot of the Bakugas in the next few years. He gave Hisashi a look. Hey, little listener, how about you go get together anything you want to take with you to the Bakugas? Oh, okay. He bounced up and stumbled his way over to the wall. Once there, he hurried his way over to his room, presumably to pack his backpack full of toys. The second Izuku was out of sight, Hisashi turned to him with a panicked look. Shoo, what are we going to do? Presumably we're going to go over to the Bakugas to show them that Izuku's okay and learn a bit more about our kid. Hisashi grabbed his hand. I know that. I mean, what are we going to do about meeting other parents? What if we mess something up and they think we're bad parents? Shouta was more worried about the Bakuga's brat than being seen as a bad parent. He squeezed Hisashi's hands. Breathe. We've been doing a pretty good job so far. We got him out of the woods and into a bed. He's fed, clean, and he seems pretty happy here. We also have him catching up on the school he missed. I don't think we're bad parents. We care about the kid and his safety. He nodded. Right. We're great parents, yo. Izuku is happy and that's what matters. I just think we'll need to keep an eye on Kaken. He is not going to be calling our kid useless again. Not on my watch. He would not be taking out his rage on an 8-year-old. But he would not let the brat get away with anything else. You got that right. If he does, he'll get to see my DJ punch up close. Hisashi. Yes, Shu. He responded innocently. You can't punch a literal child. Not only is that illegal, but that would certainly make you look like a bad parent. Why was he the rational one about this? As much as Hisashi liked to put on an act, he was usually the more put together out of the two of them. He tried to laugh it off. Okay, no punching kids. Shouta just rolled his eyes and let him have this one. Whatever, you're driving. We don't need to traumatize the kid with my driving quite yet. Hisashi chuckled. I still don't think Nimari has forgiven you. He shrugged. In my defense, I did try to warn her. She just ignored me and insisted that I'd do fine. She didn't seem to get that saying something didn't mean it would be willed in existence. They chatted for a few minutes while the kid got his stuff together. Shouta had a feeling the plush was going to end up in the bag. Hisashi figured it would be a good idea to have a quick lunch before heading over. He didn't want them to feel pressured to provide them with something. Shouta didn't see anything wrong with his reasoning, so he texted the Bakugas to let them know they would be over in about an hour. Izuku hadn't exactly been happy about the time delay. He wanted to leave as soon as possible, though Shouta was glad they had time as there was one more question he wanted to ask. Izuku was quickly wolfing down the apple slices that Hisashi had cut for him, having already finished off his sandwich. Hisashi and him were both still working on theirs. Slow down a bit there, kid. You're going to make yourself choke if you keep eating so fast. Izuku pouted, but listened and actually finished the bite he was on before taking another. Shouta mentally prepared himself. He had told Hisashi what he was wanting to ask, so at least he wouldn't be caught off guard. Izuku, I was hoping to ask you a few questions before we go see the Bakugas. Is that okay? He looked at Shouta curiously, but nodded. That's okay. You see Bakugo Mitsuki and her husband as family, right? You called her Auntie Mitsuki. Yeah, Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru would take care of me when Mom was busy. He didn't seem to know where this was going. Remember back in the clearing, I asked you if you had any family and you said no. Why didn't you mention the Bakugas? Shouta had a feeling that whatever his answer was to this would give them some insight into things that might need to be addressed at a later point. As he had predicted, Izuku's mood dropped a bit. Well, they aren't family like you and Hisashi. And Mom was dead and Dad didn't want me. And I didn't want to cause any trouble for them. He ruffled Izuku's hair. He enjoyed the warm feeling that came with Izuku calling him family, even if it was brought down a bit by the rest of what he said. I'm sure they wouldn't have seen it that way. It sounded like they really missed you. Anyway, I was just curious, so you don't have to worry about that at the moment. Hasashi gave Izuku a reassuring smile. Just focus on how much fun you'll have seeing them in a bit, and finish your food. With renewed interest, Izuku went about finishing his lunch. While they already knew Izuku probably had some issues surrounding being abandoned, this was just a confirmation. They'd need to make sure they kept that in mind going forward so that they didn't unintentionally do something to worry Izuku. That meant that longer undercover cases would be on hold until the kit settled in more. Izuku finished his lunch pretty quickly, forcing him to sit there while they finished. Hasashi said he could go and put something on the TV, but apparently he preferred watching them eat in an attempt to get them to go faster. Honestly, having an 8-year-old stare you down was pretty good incentive to eat faster, or slower depending on if you wanted to tease them. He wouldn't recommend it, however, if your kid was able to see right through the teasing in order to call you out. Before he knew it, Izuku was waiting by the door with his bag on. Shouta scooped him up and slipped on his shoes. He frowned. On the way back from the Bakugo's, they should stop by a store that specializes in mutant quirks. Izuku would need shoes that he could actually wear as soon as possible. The drive took a bit longer. They had forgotten to account for traffic, but eventually they pulled up in front of a fairly nice 2-story. It seemed that whatever the Bakugo's did for a living left them pretty well off. This the one? Hasashi asked, looking back to check with Izuku. Izuku was nodding and trying to wiggle out of his booster seat. Shouta was glad they had thought ahead enough to get one. This is Kaken's house. Shouta helped him get out of the seat. Hasashi shut off the car and came around to scoop up Izuku. Shouta picked up Izuku's bag. We're fine to park here, right? Hasashi looked up and down the street. Shouta shrugged. Should be fine. Some of the other houses have their cars in front. Hasashi was not doing a good job at hiding his nerves. He started walking towards the door before Hasashi tried to come up with a reason to delay the inevitable. Shouta would be lying if he said he wasn't worried about how this was going to go, but they were already here. He could hear Hasashi pick up Izuku and shut the car door. Wait up, Shu. He paused long enough for Hasashi and Izuku to catch up. He poked the kid's cheek. You okay, Kit? Izuku's excitement had been replaced by apprehension. Izuku thought for a moment before answering. I'm scared that they'll be mad at me. Hasashi adjusted his grip on Izuku. Why would they be mad at you? I don't know. Shouta ruffled his hair. Well, I don't think they'll be mad at you. Bakugo-san sounded like she had been really worried about you. Izuku nodded, but still looked a bit worried. Are you ready to go in? Hasashi checked. Yeah, we can go in. They walked the last few steps to the door and knocked. Judging by the way it immediately swung open, they had seen them pull up. Shouta appreciated them waiting until they actually knocked. They were greeted by a woman with a shock of blonde hair, presumably Bakugo Mitsuki, and he assumed the man standing next to her was Bakugo Masaru. There was a bit of movement behind the two of them. The tiny carbon copy of Bakugo Mitsuki must be Kaken. The two older Bakugos seemed to be too focused on Izuku to speak. There were tears welling up in both of their eyes. Izuku had tears in his too. I'm Aizawa Shouta and this is my husband, Yamada Hasashi. We're Izuku's foster fathers. He held out a hand for them to shake. The man took it. Bakugo Masaru, thank you for bringing Izuku to see us. Call me Mitsuki. You brought Izuku back to us, so you're good as family now, back, Mitsuki said. With introductions out of the way, they didn't hesitate to pull a crying Izuku into their arms. Shouta held back a flinch at two strangers trying to touch his kid. He could hear them whispering, glad you're okays and don't scare us like that again. Eventually they pulled back and Izuku gave them a beaming smile. They made the right choice coming here. Izuku looked down to the other kid. Kaken. He motioned for Hasashi to put him down, only seconds away from jumping out of his arms. When set down, Izuku stumbled his way to the other kid, still crying, but now looking a little unsure. Was the kid the one he had been actually worried about in the driveway? Maybe he had been worried about Kaken being upset, not the other two. Kaken stood there watching Izuku for a moment with a blank look on his face. Without warning, he moved, pulling Izuku into a tight hug. Kaken. Izuku returned the hug. The kid finally spoke up. I'm sorry, Izuku. Mitsuki was watching them with a fond smile, a few tears still lingering. I was really mean to you. Then you were gone and I couldn't say sorry. Shouta supposes he could be talked into arranging more playdates between the two. The kid seemed genuinely sorry, and he had a feeling crying wasn't something he did often. It's okay, Kaken. I forgive you. The kid was too nice for his own good. They looked like they were about to squeeze each other to death. Can we be friends again, Izu? Of course, Kaken. You were always my friend, Izuku said without hesitation. Even when I was mean. Even when you were mean. Shouta could make out a small owa coming from Mitsuki and Hasashi. They all gave the kids a moment to themselves, letting them pull out of the hug on their own time. When they did, Mitsuki spoke up. Tatsuki, how about you go play with Izuku in your room? I know you were wanting to show him some things, right? She gestured to the stairs, which might not be the best idea for Izuku considering he was still getting used to his mutation. On the bright side, he knew the kid's actual name now. The adults need to have a talk, so go scram and have fun. Katsuki grabbed Izuku's hand. Yeah, come on, I got new figurines I want to show you. He went to tug Izuku forward. Wait, Kaken, I need my bag first. He looked up at Shouta with pleading eyes. That was his quay. Shouta slipped the bag off his shoulders and passed it to the kid. Go have fun, but be careful with the stairs. Izuku took the bag and smiled brightly. Okay, I'll be super careful. Ready, Kaken? Katsuki rolled his eyes and led Izuku to his room. Shouta was honestly pretty impressed by the way the kid quickly realized Izuku was having trouble walking. He adjusted himself to support Izuku rather than tugging him along, and he was quite cautious with the stairs. Once the boys were out of sight, Mitsuki directed him and Hisashi towards the living room. They all sat awkwardly, facing each other on opposite couches. He reached for Hisashi's hand, giving it a light squeeze. We have a lot to talk about. Would you like me to get some tea? Bakugo asked. Hisashi would probably feel more comfortable having something to hold in addition to his hand. That would be great. Thank you, Bakugo-san. He got up and waved Shouta off. Like my wife said, you're pretty much family now. Please call me Masaru. Shouta nodded. He could do that. Mitsuki watched him leave the room. We better wait until he gets back before I ask any of the bigger questions. But Izuku is doing okay, right? The little listener is doing a lot better than when we first met him. Hisashi wasn't wrong. The kid had an actual home now, and he wasn't at risk every day anymore. He's been a lot happier since he came to stay with us. He's still working on opening up. I'm glad. When Katsuki came home from school one day saying that Izuku was missing, I honestly thought there was a good chance he wouldn't be found. I'm not blind to how quirkless people are treated. Hell, it had been one of Inko's biggest worries when he was diagnosed that he would just disappear. Her brow furrowed. It just felt like we let the kid down. We should have been able to do more. Masaru walked back in with a tray, setting the cups in front of each of them and pouring. Hisashi happily took his and gave it a long sip. Thank you, this is pretty good, yo. He smiled. You're welcome. All right, now that we're all here, you two are going to tell me everything you know. Her gaze had gone from sad to piercing. Sansa seemed to have the right idea when it came to her personality. Start with where he was, how the F he got a quirk, and how he ended up with you two. Hisashi gave Shouta a nudge. The beginning was his part to tell. Well, for starters, Izuku's stress manifested a quirk the day he went missing. We haven't taken him to a quirk counselor quite yet, but we're assuming it's a transformation quirk with a mutation aspect. That's why he looks like a rabbit. Mitsuki asked. Yup, his quirk lets him turn into a super cute bunny. Hisashi responded. Masaru nodded along with the explanation. So where was he? That requires a bit of a longer explanation. If Shouta hadn't ended up in that clearing when he did, then Izuku would still be out there. Mitsuki gestured for him to go on. He was living in the woods by himself for about 6 months. Both the Bakugos were sitting there slightly shocked. Well, we're going to need a little effing more than that. Start again from the beginning and don't leave anything out. Have your husband take over if needed. She pointed to Hisashi. He seems like he's better at telling stories anyway. She wasn't wrong there. All right, it started when I was assigned to Izuku's case. From there he started telling them everything that had happened the last few months, leaving out any sensitive information that they didn't need to know yet, such as him getting his teaching license at UA, or Hisashi being Present Mic. He did, however, mention them submitting the adoption papers, which was probably a good thing considering the Bakugos looked as though they had been planning on filing for Izuku's adoption themselves. Shouta was a bit smug about the fact that he and Hisashi had beaten them to the punch. Granted, they had the advantage of having found and fostered Izuku. Whatever, you snooze you lose. Shouta was, however, a bit surprised when during the conversation Mitsuki mentioned that they had the things from the Midoriya's apartment put into a storage, and that if they wanted to get some of Izuku's things from it they were more than welcome to. It only took one thought of his few items from before they took him home for them to say yes. It was clear that the figure, blanket, and especially the picture of his mom was important to Izuku. If they had the opportunity to give him a little more of that, of course they were going to say yes. Izuku had been nervous about seeing Kaken again. What if Kaken was mad at him? He really didn't want Kaken to be mad at him, even if he wasn't sure what he would be mad about. Maybe Izuku missing school. He always seemed to get upset when he missed school. They had been able to tell that Izuku was nervous, stopping before they all got to the front door to check in on him. He was just being silly though, so he didn't make them wait too long before knocking on the door. Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru had opened the door right away, and it wasn't even a minute before they pulled him into a hug. Izuku could feel his eyes tearing up when they did so. The hug had that warm feeling building up chest, and with his quirk he could smell them in the house a lot stronger than normal. It was really familiar and made the warm feeling settle a bit deeper in his chest. Maybe he could ask them for a blanket or something to take home with him. That way he could have the warm feeling at home too. When they pulled back, Izuku saw that Kaken was a little ways away, so he had Hisashi set him down so he could say hi. He'd been a little bit worried when Kaken didn't say anything at first. Maybe he really was mad like Izuku thought. But then he had pulled him into a hug. Kaken hugged him and cried, and apologized for all the times he had been mean to him. Of course Izuku had forgiven him. He was more than happy that Kaken wanted to be friends with him again. He had really missed it. Then Auntie Mitsuko had suggested that they go play in Kaken's room. Izuku was really excited about that. He hadn't played with Kaken in a long time. Of course he had to get his bag from Shouta first. He brought some of his new toys to show Kaken after all. Kaken helped him get up the stairs and to his room. It was a bit different from how he remembered. There was more merch and some things had been moved around. He had been pulled into the middle of the room and sat on the floor, only for Kaken to drop a blanket on him. It took a moment, but Izuku recognized it as one he thought he had lost a while ago. He remembers crying to Mom about it. Kaken, had he found it and kept it safe for him? Kaken crossed his arms and looked away. As yours. I found it in my closet. You can have it back. Izuku smiled and blinked back a few tears. It was perfect. Now he didn't even have to ask if he could have something from him for his bed. Thank you, Kaken. TCH, you're welcome, nerd. He sat down next to Izuku. So what happened? He tilted his head. What do you mean? Kaken looked at him like he was missing something obvious. What happened while you were missing? Oh, that had been fairly obvious. You're all. He gestured to Izuku's still tied back ears and his feet. He shrugged. I got a quirk. Kaken frowned. I figured out that much. How did you get a quirk? And where were you? I was worried about you. He looked away at the last bit. Well, as some of the kids from the H home and school chased me into the W woods, and I was so scared that I got my quirk. He couldn't really think of any other way to describe it. He needed to get away and hide, so he got a quirk that let him do just that. That can happen. He scooted a bit closer to Izuku. Why yeah, I can turn into a bunny and my feet all look like this now. He said, kicking out his legs. But I'm not very good at turning back and I got stuck as a bee bunny. I couldn't leave the W woods, so I stayed there until Shouta found me. You were in the woods the whole time? He asked. And most of it. Shouta and Hisashi took me H home and started fostering me. And now they're adopting me. Izuku said with a smile. He was really glad that they were adopting him. They the two that brought you? Izuku nodded. So if they're adopting you, then they're your dad's, right? Izuku wasn't sure where he was going with this. Yeah, then why do you call them by their first names? Kaken asked. Izuku froze. That was a good question. If they were adopting him and were officially his dad's now, did they want him to call them dad? It would be confusing if he called both of them dad though. Maybe he should talk to them about it later. I don't know. Just call them dad and papa or something like that. It's weird to call them by their first names. Kaken made a face. How would you feel if I called my mom Mitsuki? Izuku wrinkled his nose. That's weird. Exactly. Kaken made a good point. He should try it later and see if Shouta and Hisashi were okay with it. For now though, he reached into his bag and pulled out his Mirko figurine. It wasn't a very good one because she hasn't been a hero for very long, so there weren't a lot of toys for her. But he really liked that her quirk was really similar to his. He showed the figurine to Kaken. Do you want to play heroes? He asked. Kaken smiled, reaching over to grab an All Might figure. Yeah, but if you're going to be the bunny girl, then I get to be All Might. Oh okay, Kaken. Kaken told him a little bit later that once Izuku got more used to his quirk, they would need to start practicing. After all, they would have to practice and train a lot if they were going to be the best heroes together. Shouta honestly thought bringing Izuku to see the Bakugo's went pretty well. Granted, things did get a bit chaotic when Izuku and Katsuki burst into the room as Hisashi was summarizing their plan for Izuku's quirk counseling. Katsuki had proceeded to lock eyes with Hisashi and demand to know whether or not he was actually Present Mic. He was then accosted with a barrage of questions from the explosive blonde about what UA was like and about working as a hero. Revealed by my own kid, Hisashi complained dramatically. Izuku was smiling at his antics. Sorry, Papa. Kaken wanted to know why I had a Present Mic in my B-bag. Shouta watched as Hisashi registered the words. He froze before tears welled in his eyes and he absolutely melted. The only thing stopping him from freaking out was the presence of the Bakugas and the kids. Shouta silently offered his hand, holding back a wince as his husband squeezed it. He may have been prepared to use his quirk on Hisashi if needed. It's fine, kid. He sniffled. Hisashi took a second to pull himself together and started answering their questions. His smile didn't leave his face for a second. Shouta pretended not to notice the way Katsuki nudged Izuku. While he didn't approve of the kid's past actions, he seemed to be doing pretty alright now. After the impromptu question session with Hisashi, the boys went outside to run around. Katsuki said something about Izuku needing to get used to his legs so that he could start training as soon as possible. And God, if the kid wanted to be a hero, chances were he would want to go to UA. Seeing as he was already semi-familiar with the school, that meant the kid would probably end up being free game for the rat. His fate was sealed from the second he introduced the two of them. At least he would be able to help with Izuku's and Katsuki's pre-UA training if that was something they wanted, and if the Bakugas were okay with it. Once they finished summarizing the last few months for the Bakugas, Shouta got up to check on the boys through the window. They appeared to be playing some sort of two-person tag game. Izuku seemed to currently be it and was trying to run after Katsuki, who appeared to be encouraging him to tag him. Izuku wasn't doing the greatest, he was occasionally stumbling, but it was an improvement as he wasn't actually falling. Katsuki seemed to say something else that gave Izuku pause. The kid paused to think about whatever was said for a moment before lowering his body a bit. It was suspiciously similar to the way Mirko the rabbit hero had moved in the clips he had watched with Izuku. Then Izuku pushed off hard with his feet, almost touching Katsuki, that is until he sidestepped. This time Izuku did fall, but he quickly got back up, seemingly excited about his discovery. Shouta found himself chuckling. Izuku was probably going to want to write this down somewhere when they got back to the apartment. As Ashi slid up next to him, what are the kiddos up to? Playing tag in an attempt to get Izuku used to moving around with his mutations. Mitsuki and Masaru had joined them at the window as well, as Ashi had his phone out and was taking pictures. It looks like he's using the way Mirko moves as a reference for trying to tag Katsuki. As Ashi paused his picture taking. Seriously, Mitsuki just laughed. That's Izuku for you. If the kid didn't want to be a hero, he would be one hell of an analyst someday. There's always the option to do both if he wanted to, Shouta added. There were plenty of heroes who had more than one job. They all watched for a few more minutes before leaving the kids alone. There were going to be plenty of grass stains on Izuku's clothes by the time they headed home. The rest of the visit was spent asking the Bakugas about what Izuku had been like when he was younger. They also asked for a few stories about Inko. Masaru had been more than happy to pull out a picture album. He promised Hizashi that he would make copies of a few of the pictures for them. Eventually the boys came back in, Izuku looking more than a little exhausted. Poor kid was probably worn out from so much excitement in the last few days. So they went ahead and said their goodbyes, with promises for the boys to meet up in the near future. They were about to head for the car. Shouta had Izuku's bag slung over his shoulder and was pulling open the door when there was a small tug on his shirt. It was Izuku. Yeah, Izuku rubbed his eyes. Dad, can you carry me? Oh, he can now see why Hizashi reacted the way he did. Shouta sucked in a breath and forced his voice to come out steady. Yeah, kid. See me here. Izuku held out his arms so Shouta could easily pick him up. Shouta scooped him up and settled him on his hip. He leaned his head on Shouta's shoulder. His ears were out of the hair tie and drooping in front of his face. Mitsuki and Masaru each gave him soft smiles, waving them out the door. Go put the kid to bed. He's had a big day. He nodded. First thing when we get home. Wait, Katsuki, who had mysteriously vanished, was now back, holding an All Might blanket. It's Izuku's. He almost forgot it. Hizashi took it with a smile. Thanks, little listener. Thanks, Kaken, Izuku mumbled. And with that they left. Shouta made sure the kid had the blanket to use on the drive back. There was no way he wasn't falling asleep. Shouta called it as not even 5 minutes into the drive Izuku had fallen asleep. They'd have some more things to figure out later, such as actually setting up a quirk counseling appointment. But that could be done tomorrow. Sitting in one of the plastic chairs, Izuku kicked his feet around. The day after they had gone to see Kaken, Papa took him to a store to get some clothes and shoes while Dad went to UA. They wanted to give him another day off from school, which was why he didn't go with Dad. He had been really excited to get to pick out some new clothes. Papa let him get a few All Might shirts too. He just had to pretend that Papa wasn't the one who got them for him if Dad asked. He also picked out other things too. He found out that he didn't really like long pants anymore because it felt weird on the fur he had on his lower legs. So he picked out a lot of shorts instead. He found some funny shirts too that just said things like pants. He liked those a lot. What he didn't like getting, though, was shoes. Before he got his quirk, he would always wear his red sneakers, and he liked them a lot. He liked the color and they fit well. But now that he had his quirk, he didn't really like shoe shopping. Papa had taken him to get shoes first thing. That way he could walk around the other stores without stepping on anything gross or pokey. The store specialized in mutation quirks, so Papa said they would probably be the best place to find shoes for him. And they did find shoes, even bright red ones like his old shoes were, which he liked. But trying them on, he found that he didn't really like shoes anymore. The shoes felt weird, and he didn't like the way his fur felt in them. Even putting on socks didn't help very much. They also found out that his toenails were different too. He had claws on his feet now. Eventually, Papa managed to talk him into wearing the shoes after they got them, at least until they could talk to a quirk counselor in a few days, which led them to where they were now. They were sitting in the waiting room of the quirk counselor office. Dad and Papa were sitting in the uncomfortable plastic chairs next to him. He was kicking his feet trying to get the shoes to stop feeling so weird. Izuku would just have to get used to them like how he had to get used to walking and talking again. Shoes still bugging you? Papa asked. Izuku nodded. They weren't too bad. He would be fine wearing them, but they still bugged him. It's fine. They're not too bad. His dad looked up from the paperwork and shook his head. If they're bothering you, we'll bring it up with the quirk counselor to see if they could offer alternatives. He wrote something down on the paper. Okay. He liked that his dads listened when something was bothering him, even if it wasn't that bad. After all, Izuku was getting the hang of walking again. And walking with the shoes on, they just felt weird. They only waited there for a little bit longer before the secretary called for them. Appointment for Midoriya. Dr. Hirakawa can see you now. Dad and Papa stood up. He took Papa's hand and they were led through a hall and into an office at the end. It was different from the office he was in when he was diagnosed quirkless. Instead of looking like a doctor's office, with white and metal, the room was a light yellow, with what looked like grass painted around the bottom of the wall. The secretary gestured for them to sit down. These chairs were padded, unlike the ones outside. If you would sit tight for a moment, she'll be right in to see you. It wasn't even a minute later when there was a knock on the door and a lady with a doctor's coat came in. She smiled softly when Izuku looked at her. Hello, you're Midoriya Izuku, correct? When he nodded, her smile got a little bit wider. Great, I heard you were needing to get your quirk registered and find a few things out about it today. She introduced herself to them as Dr. Hirakawa. She even told them a bit about herself. She was in charge of helping people whose quirks came in really late, or if their quirks weren't like their parents. Izuku's quirk was both. See, can I ask you questions about my quirk? Dad picked him up and shifted him over to the taller table with crinkly paper. The doctor had sat down on a rolling stool and scooted over to him. Of course, but could you wait a little bit? I need to ask you some questions about your quirk first. He nodded and she started asking him some questions about his quirk, like when he got it and what it felt like. She listened to his heartbeat and checked his reflexes while she did. Dr. Hirakawa said that most of the questions had been answered already and were in her files, but that usually the kids knew more about their quirks than their parents who filled out the forms. Izuku couldn't help but laugh at the way Dad rolled his eyes. The appointment lasted a really long time. They even ended up taking some of his blood, which he really didn't like. Dr. Hirakawa said they had to check to make sure he was healthy after living in the woods for so long. On the bright side, Papa let him squeeze his hand when they did, and even covered his eyes so that he didn't have to see the needle. Dr. Hirakawa even let him keep his shoes off after she examined them when he told her they were uncomfortable. The coolest part was getting x-rays of his mutations. Alright, while we're waiting for the radiologist in the lab to get back to us, I know I asked you to fill out a sheet of any concerns you had. Dad nodded and passed over the paperwork he'd been filling out earlier. There's a few things we were wanting a second opinion on. He reached over and rubbed Izuku's head. He smiled and leaned into his hand. She read over the paper for a moment and smiled. Well, I think the first thing here can be explained by his quirk. Sometimes mutations quirks can manifest with more instinctual behavior. It says here you like to have something that your dads have worn. She asked him. Yeah, when my bed smells like them, it doesn't feel lonely. They had given him a blanket from their bed for the new pile he had on his bed. It was really nice, and even better since Kaken gave him a blanket too. That's very normal for people with mutation quirks. Sometimes they like to have things that smell like their family and friends. I would say that's true for you as well. She glanced back down at the paper. Sometimes families whose children manifest mutation quirks out of the blue aren't really sure what to do when there's behavioral changes too. But you three seem to be doing just fine. I'd recommend doing your own research on rabbit behavior to see what fits and what doesn't. Papa nodded. We have been doing a bit of that. We wanted to see if the little listener here being a cuddle bug was an added bonus of his quirk or not. And the verdict? He chuckled. We think it's a bit of both. She smiled and kept going down the page. In terms of meat in his diet, I would say start with smaller portions and keep an eye on his eating habits and how well he does with it. Has he eaten meat since he's changed back? Yeah, a bit. He hasn't had any problems with it as far as we could tell though. Papa squeezed his hand. She wrote something down. Then keep an eye on it. If any concerns pop up, I can recommend you a few nutritionists who specialize in quirk-specific diets. Dad and Papa listened while she answered their questions. And then someone came in with the information from the tests, and she was able to answer a lot more of their questions. She even told Izuku that his feet had denser fur on the bottoms that would protect him from rocks and stuff. So the only reason why he would need to wear shoes was to keep his feet clean. Izuku wondered if his dads would let him take them off next time they went to the park. So, now that we have all of that out of the way, we can go ahead and fill out the quirk registration form. It will get updated as we learn more from the follow-up appointments where my colleagues or I will see him actually use his quirk. She rolled the chair over to the desk and pulled out a paper. She filled out a few things on it. His quirk will be classified as a mutation quirk with a transformation aspect. There's rabbit mutations in the feet, ears, and with the addition of a tail. And the transformation aspect is the ability to change into a rabbit, and most likely uses energy for the transformation. That sound about right. She looked at them. Yeah, what do you think, Izuku? Papa gave him a small nudge. He wasn't on the table anymore. Instead, he was on the chairs between his dads. That sounds right. Perfect. The additional information we learned today will also be added to the file, which you will receive a copy of from the front desk." His dad nodded. "Now for the fun part. Normally I wouldn't do this, but since you're a big kid I'll make an exception. Do you have any ideas for what you want to name your quirk?" Papa perked up and looked at him excitedly, while his dad groaned and hid his smile in the capture weapon. "I didn't really think about it. Kaken didn't name his, so I didn't think I would get to name mine." Izuku thought for a moment. His quirk gave him rabbit mutations and let him turn into a rabbit. But he couldn't call it rabbit because that's what Mirko's quirk was called. He wanted his to have a different name. He could call it Bunny, but that didn't sound like a very good quirk name for a hero. It sounded too much like a little kid. "What about our rabbit form? Because my dads call this my human form, but I still look a bit like a bunny. And sometimes I am a bee bunny, so that's my bunny form." She nodded and wrote it down. "Sounds like a perfect name." She wrote a few more things down in other areas on the sheet before slipping it into a folder. "That wraps up your first appointment. The others will be more focused on helping you figure out more about your quirk and learn how to use it." Dr. Hirakawa looked to his dads. "It was very nice to meet you all. And you two can set up his first follow-up counseling appointment with the front desk when you get the files." They all said their thank yous and goodbyes, only stopping by the front desk for a little while before leaving. Instead of going home though, his dads took him to get ice cream. They said he deserved a treat after being cooped up in the office all day. Izuku was not going to say no to ice cream. "I can't believe you didn't tell me you adopted a kid." Nimori practically screamed in his ears. This must be what Shu felt like when he wasn't keeping his quirk in check. He was a bastard for refusing to come with him. He claimed that Izuku was too tuckered out to come with them, so he'd stay with him at the apartment. Izuku had been practically passed out when he left. But that wasn't the point. She drew the attention of everyone in their section of the restaurant. The adoption was only finalized last week." But you've been fostering the tyke for some time, right?" She raised an eyebrow. "Yes, but..." Nimori held up her hand to silence him. "No buts. This is a betrayal. You will be introducing me to my nibbling as soon as possible." They had figured as much, already having a few days in mind that would work. "I'll text you when I get home what days work for us." She nodded. "Acceptable." She paused for a moment before holding her hand out across the table. "You know the drill, hand it over." He sighed and pulled out his phone, opening it to his picture album of Izuku and pulling up the first image. It was the one Shouta had taken at the clearing before he had even met the little listener. He smiled. He was sure if he compared the photo with the one from Izuku's counseling session the other day he would be able to see a bit of growth. She snapped her fingers. "Judging by the look on your face, you either really love the kid, or they're adorable. So give." As Ashi passed over the phone, Shouta must be rubbing off on him a bit because he smiled at the look of confusion on Nimori's face. She flipped through a few pictures, the look of confusion growing. The first few pictures he and Shouta had taken before Izuku changed into his human form. "Hazashi, while these pictures are really cute, I thought you adopted a kid, not a rabbit." He bit back a snicker. "That's our kid. His name is Izuku and he's 8 years old." Now she just looked even more lost. He gestured for her to hand back the phone. When she did, he scrolled down the album a bit and selected a different picture. This picture was one Hazashi had snuck the first night after Izuku figured out how to change back. It was of him snuggled halfway in Shouta's lap while they sat on the couch watching a movie. It was easily one of his favorites because he had managed to take the photo just as Shouta looked down at Izuku with a small smile on his face. Not only was it a picture of his husband and kid, but he'd managed to immortalize one of Shouta's smiles in picture form. He handed the phone back and watched as Nimori's eyes widened. "Oh, that's precious. That's a picture of Izuku after he started learning to figure out his quirk." She looked up at him. All the other pictures were of Izuku. "He has a mutation quirk that also lets him turn into a rabbit. Judging by your face, I feel there's a bit more to the story." She flipped to another picture and her face melted just a little bit more. "There is. He was diagnosed quirkless at 4. Nimori looked at him like he'd just said the dumbest thing ever. He stress manifested his quirk at 7 and ended up living in the woods until Shouta found him and we eventually took him home." A dark look crossed her face. "And he's okay. Leave it to Nimori to ask the important questions." "Yeah, the little listener is doing a lot better now. He had his first therapy session the other day, and his quirk counseling sessions are going great." Hazashi was pretty proud of how far Izuku had come. He had seemed to go back into his shell a bit after changing back, not sure how they would react to the change. But in the last couple of weeks he had been smiling a lot more. He'd ramble about quirks he saw without pause. He'd laugh loudly and tease him and Shouta. He'd call them Dad and Papa without pause. It warmed his heart to see Izuku doing so well. It probably also helped that Katsuki and Izuku had had more than a few playdates. "I'm glad to hear that. I think I'm starting to realize why you waited so long to tell me." She took a sip of her wine. Hazashi rubbed the back of his neck. "He still gets a bit overwhelmed when meeting new people. We think it's 'cause he was out there on his own for so long. Hazashi gave her a pointed look. We also wanted to give my parents a chance to meet him before you told them everything about him. She snorted into her glass. Guess that explains why she was so cagey on the phone the other day. You can blame that one on me. I wanted to tell you in person, he said. She set down her glass to free up her hand. Nimori reached over and gave his a squeeze. And I love you for that. Though, I'm still upset that you kept my nephew from me and I will be spoiling him to make up for it. I won't say no to that. She looked through a few more pictures, resulting in her practically cooing over his phone. Tell me about him, or am I going to have to wait to find out about that too? She asked pointedly. Hazashi laughed. No, I'll tell you. He likes heroes. His current favorites are a tie between All Might and Shouta. I'm second and a newer hero, Mirko, is third. The one with the rabbit quirk. That's the one. He likes that her quick is similar to his, he answered, taking a bite of his food. Izuku is also a little genius who loves anything to do with quirks. We're talking quirk science, as in research papers. Hazashi, not that I'm doubting my nephew's abilities, but every proud parent thinks their kid is a genius. She didn't even look up from his phone. You'll just have to wait and see. He couldn't wait to see the look on Nimori's face when Izuku asked her questions about her quirk that she had probably never even considered. I look forward to it. Izuku wasn't sure what he had expected when Papa said he had a fun day planned. He had finished catching up at school and Dad suggested that he and Papa do something together to celebrate while he was at UA. He said they could celebrate as a family over dinner, but that the two of them could have a fun day out. Papa looked really excited and said he had an idea. He'd asked Izuku if he wanted it to be a surprise, or if he wanted to hear about it first. He'd picked the surprise. They had said goodbye to Dad and after an early lunch they left the apartment. They had to take the train since Dad took the car, which meant that Izuku had to wear his shoes since the floor might be dirty. Even after they got off the train they still walked for a little bit until they got to a building. Papa was holding his hand and smiled down at him. Here we are, kiddo. He gestured to the building. Izuku looked at it for a moment, trying to place it. He'd never been here before, and he didn't think he'd seen it on TV or anything. Where are we? He asked. Let's go in and I'll show you. He followed Papa in through the front door. The woman at the front desk took one look at Papa and smiled. Hello, Yamada-sama, welcome back. Hello, Seiga-san. Papa waved. How are you today? I'm well. Yourself? I'm great. The kiddo finished catching up with his school work. Decided to bring him in as a surprise. He squeezed Izuku's hand a little tighter. He still didn't really like strangers, but he was getting better after talking with Yutani-san a lot. Her smile widened as she noticed Izuku. You must be the little Midoriya. You can call me Seiga-san. Yamada-sama has told us all so much about you. How are you liking living with your dads? Izuku shrunk slightly at the bombardment, but Papa gave him a small nudge to let him know he was there. I like it. They are really nice. We even have a cat. Her name is Tofu. I'm happy to hear that, she responded. Your dad here was so excited to tell us all about you once you moved in. He looked at his papa for confirmation. I think you were all I talked about for a month. I'm sure everyone got real sick of it. Seiga-san shook her head. Nonsense. Everyone here loves hearing about your kid, especially since you refused to bring your husband in for us all to meet. You've totally met him. She raised her eyebrow. Once, and that was when he brought you food and dropped it off. No one even found out he was your husband until after he had left. Papa scooped him up and started towards the elevators. I'm taking my son and leaving, he said playfully. I will not stand for this slander. She rolled her eyes but waved to Izuku who was still looking at her. Have fun, Midoriya-kun. Izuku, still a bit unsure of what was happening, waved back. The doors closed on the elevator and Papa hit the button for the third floor. At this point Izuku was wondering if he should just have Papa tell him where they were. He didn't want to ruin the surprise, but he was really curious. Don't worry, yo. You'll be able to tell what the surprise is in just a second. He swore that sometimes his dads could read his mind. The doors to the elevator pulled open and they stepped out. It looked like a smaller version of the area downstairs, except this time there were words on the front of the desk. Put your hands up, radio. We're at our radio station. Izuku exclaimed. We sure are, little listener. You like your surprise. I thought you might like to see where I work. Yeah. He adjusted his grip so Izuku was facing him. Yeah, me and Mom listened to it all the time. When she had a day off we would all listen to it all day. She would turn it up especially loud when she was cooking. Sometimes they would even sing along to the songs that played in between segments. Now Dad and I listened to it, but you can't tell him I told you that. He said it would go to your head. Papa's eyes started to water a bit. My lips are sealed. He won't hear it from me. I really like your radio show. It was really fun to listen to. And then now it's even better 'cause you're my papa. He sniffed. Glad to hear it, kiddo. Now, he turned to face the entrance. Do you want a tour? Izuku nodded. He really did want a tour. That sounded super cool. Would he get to see where Papa recorded his shows? Maybe he would get to learn how everything worked. He'd have to tell Kaken all about this next time he saw him. Let's do this. Papa pumped up his fist. Can I get a yeah? Yeah, Papa spent the rest of the day showing him around the station. He did get to learn about how things at the station work. He didn't understand all of it, but he did have a lot of fun. He even got to watch Papa record part of his show. And when he had people call in, they let him call in and ask Papa a question for his show. He had a really great day. When he and Papa got home, though, his joy was replaced with nerves. After Dad asked about their day, he reminded Izuku that he would be going to school in person in a few weeks. He was worried about going back to school. At Aldera, people weren't nice. The other students picked on him a lot, and the teachers never listened to him. He also didn't do very well at in-person school. Would he start doing bad again? Iwatani-san said it was a good idea to talk to his dads when he was worried about something. But he didn't want to worry them. It would probably be fine. He would just tell them if the other students or the teachers were being mean. It would be fine. He'd have Kaken with him. Izuku didn't feel like things were going to be fine. His dads told him that he wasn't going back to Aldera, which meant he wasn't going back to school with Kaken. Dad said it was because they didn't want him going to school with anyone who had been mean to him before. It made sense, but now he was going to a new school and he didn't know anybody. This time he did tell them that he was worried about going to school. They reassured him that he was going to do great. They also said that if anyone was mean to him again, to tell them, they would make sure it stopped. Mom hadn't been able to stop it, so he just stopped telling her so that she wouldn't worry. He trusted his dads to try their best, though. If they said they would stop it, then he'd tell them and let them try. He was still worried, though, because he wasn't starting at the beginning of the year. Everyone would already have friends, and he was worried that no one would want to talk to him if they already had friends. That's how it was at Aldera. Papa went with him to drop him off. When he was actually there, he felt a bit better about things. He was a little more excited than nervous. Izuku felt a bit more prepared being there with his yellow bag from Mom. He also had new notebooks and school supplies. And the final thing in his bag was a bento that Papa had made for lunch. The first thing he did was go to the office with Papa so that he could get his class information. The people at the front desk were very nice, and the principal even talked to him and said that if he had troubles here like at his last school, they would be dealt with. Izuku wasn't really sure what to say to that, so he had just thanked him. Papa said goodbye and gave him a hug, leaving him waiting in the office for his new teacher to collect him and show him where the class was. He didn't feel like he waited long, but he must have, because before he knew it, his new teacher came to the office and introduced himself. Izuku could feel his nerves building again as he was led to his new classroom. What if he tried to introduce himself and messed up? Everyone would laugh at him. Then no one would want to be his friend and they would all pick on him. He should just go back to the office and ask to call Papa. He could try going to school again tomorrow. The teacher paused in front of a door and gestured for Izuku to stop. He looked up, and sure enough, the number matched what the schedule he had gotten said. Wait here for a moment. I'm going to let them know we have a new student. Then I'll call you in to introduce yourself. Izuku nodded and watched as the teacher entered the classroom and started quieting everyone down, leaving Izuku alone with his thoughts. What if all his new classmates hated him? He took a breath. No, he needed to not think the worst all the time. Iwatani-san said that when he realized he was thinking the worst, he should try to look at the positive. He had his quirk under control enough that his dads were okay with sending him to school. He shook his head. His ears were tied back so they wouldn't fall in his face during class. He shuffled his feet a bit. His shoes didn't bother him too much anymore, so he would be able to focus. He had a homemade bento in his bag, and even if everyone did hate him, he would just be going home to his dad's after school, and he had Kaken. Everything would be fine, or at least fine-ish. Come on in, his teacher called through the door. Izuku took a deep breath and walked into the classroom. He didn't look at anyone as he made his way to stand up front where the teacher was gesturing. He only looked up when he pulled to a stop and turned to face the class. They all looked normal. No one was pointing at him or laughing. He didn't recognize anyone. He found that to be a relief. Please introduce yourself. Tell everyone your name, previous school, and your quirk. This was fine. He could do this. Hello. My name is Midoriya Izuku. I didn't go to school for a while, so I've been doing online school to catch up. And, amunku, my quirk is called rabbit form. He fiddled with the hem of his shirt. So your quirk makes you look like a rabbit? Someone called from the back. Izuku went to answer, but the teacher spoke up. Please save any questions for Midoriya until lunch, please. A small groan went through the class. Was everyone that curious about his quirk? Midoriya, you'll be sitting behind Mutsumi. Mutsumi, please raise your hand. A girl in the back raised her hand, and he went and sat behind her. The teacher didn't wait very long before starting the lesson, so Izuku didn't have any time to worry about his introduction. He did, however, notice a few curious glances throughout the class, but it was probably fine. No one looked mean after all. When lunch started, Izuku was shocked by the number of people who swarmed his desk. It was mostly people wanting to know about his quirk. No one really seemed to want to ask questions about him. I've never seen anyone with a bunny quirk. It's so cute. One girl squealed. That caught him off guard. Oh, can you do anything else? Someone else asked. He was starting to feel overwhelmed. It was like that time in the park. I can turn into a rabbit. The kid who asked quirked his head a bit. I guess that's cool. Izuku smiled. Someone thought his quirk was cool. He answered a few more questions before someone else came up to his desk. Give him some space. He can't eat his lunch with everyone crowding him. It was another one of his classmates. This one had sharp teeth and a scar right above one of his eyes. Izuku shot his classmate a thankful smile. He was actually starting to feel kind of claustrophobic and hungry. The bento Papa made him was still in his bag. He hadn't even had a chance to get it out because people were standing by his bag. A couple of his classmates grumbled or rolled their eyes, but they all backed off and went to get their own lunches. He watched them go before turning back to his classmate who had helped him out. Thank you. I was getting hungry, but I didn't know how to ask them to leave without being rude. No problem. You should eat before lunch is over. He gave a sharp-toothed smile. Izuku reached down to grab his bento. His classmate seemed really nice. Maybe Izuku should ask him if he wanted to have lunch together. That was how people made friends, right? He was a little out of practice since he hadn't made any new friends since he was diagnosed as quirkless. Well, maybe he could count being friends with Kaken again, but that didn't seem right since they had been friends before. It was decided. He would ask his classmate to have lunch with him. Izuku finished fishing the bento out of his bag and looked up, ready to ask. Only, his classmate was gone. He looked around the classroom. He must have left to have lunch somewhere else. Izuku felt himself deflate a bit. So much for that idea. Or, maybe not. He checked to see how much time was left before lunch ended. He still had a good 20 minutes. He could find him and ask if he wanted to have lunch together tomorrow. Izuku could eat a bit of his lunch while he looked, and maybe he'd even find him fast enough to eat with him. With a plan in mind, he asked one of his other classmates for directions to the lunchroom. With a vague map in mind, he was able to find the room and quickly determine that the boy wasn't there. Where else could he be? Izuku had seen a lot of people walking around and eating outside when he'd looked out a window. He could be out there. Cramming a bit of his lunch into his mouth, Izuku started a sweep of the school building's perimeter. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to find him. On the bright side, he did get through his lunch. With probably only a few minutes before lunch ended, Izuku started his way back to the class, cutting through the alley between two of the buildings. About halfway through, the space opened up a bit, revealing a group of kids sitting there and eating their lunch. There were 5 of them. They immediately noticed him. Hey, you can't eat here. This is our lunch spot, one yelled. Izuku flinched back a bit at the sudden yelling. It hurt his ears. Oh, sorry. IW was just wanting to get back to class and this was faster. A few of them were standing up and walking over to Izuku. The rest sat there looking interested. Something at the back of his mind was screaming at him to run. It felt a lot like when he first got his quirk and was being chased. He really hoped they weren't going to chase him. I don't recognize you, another said. Izuku rubbed his arm. I'm new. The first one who yelled spoke up again. Doesn't matter if you're new. We're the only ones who can come over here, and mutants aren't allowed. What? Izuku was confused. Were they trying to pick on him for having a quirk? That didn't make any sense. Did some people dislike others for their quirks even if they weren't quirkless? It seemed like this other kid didn't like mutant quirks. Weird. He waved his hand at Izuku. You heard me. We don't like mutants, so get out. Another one came up beside the yelling kid. Are you going to leave or do we need to make you? Oh, I see can leave, Izuku said, gesturing behind him. These people were a lot like the ones from Aldera. Hey, came a voice from behind Izuku. Leave him alone. Izuku turned to see the boy that had helped him earlier storming over. His skin looked different. Oh, that must be his quirk. His skin looked a lot stiffer, so maybe he had some sort of quirk that made his skin hard or really strong. That was a really cool quirk. Oh look, it's Kirishima again, one of the girls who was sitting said, rolling her eyes. The two who had been getting close to Izuku held out their fists like they were ready for a fight. His classmate, who was apparently named Kirishima, kept going until he was standing in front of Izuku. You don't get to be mean to him just because of his quirk. What are you going to do about it? The yelling kid asked mockingly. He really didn't seem nice at all. Izuku would definitely make sure to avoid him after he got out of here. Kirishima stood up straight and smiled. I'm going to protect him. Hearing his classmate say that made something warm bubble up in his chest. Did this mean they were friends now? Because the only other people who looked out for him like that were his dads, auntie and uncle, and Kaken. Izuku would have to ask on their way back to class. In the meanwhile, Izuku didn't want Kirishima to get hurt because of him, so he tried to tug on his arm to get him to move back. All that got him was a quick don't worry from his classmate. How could he not worry when he was worried about his classmate? Just when it was looking like their other kids might try to start a fight, there was another voice from behind them. What are you guys up to? The voice called down the alleyway. The other kids looked startled and frowned. Aw man, Ashido's here to ruin the fun. Again, Kirishima's smile got even wider. Mina, hi. Izuku looked back to see a girl with pink skin and hair to match. It also looked like she had little horns in her hair. She had a mutation too. He glanced back at the mean kids. Did they not like her either since she had a mutation? That seemed likely considering the reaction to her. Or did she do something that made them not like her? He again made it seem like she had a habit of stopping them when they were trying to be mean. Kirishima seemed to know her though and seemed happy to see her, so chances were she was nice. Izuku hoped she was nice. He wanted to ask her about her quirk, like what it was and if the little horns helped at all. The horns could always be something unrelated to her quirk. Maybe she got them from one of her family members. Izuku shook his head. This was not the time to be thinking about quirks. She came over and stood next to him and Kirishima. You guys aren't being mean to the new kid, right? The yelling kid stared her down for a second. Nah, just making sure he knows that this is our spot. She smiles. Well, I'm sure he knows now. She nudged Kirishima. Yeah, so we'll be leaving now, he added. The mean kids moved aside to let them pass. Izuku was helpless to do anything as the girl looped one of her arms through his, and the other through Kirishima's and tugged them out of the little alley. The girl glanced back to make sure no one was following them. Well, that was kind of scary. She rounded on Izuku. Hi, I'm Ashido Mina. You can just call me Mina. Are you okay? They aren't very nice, so I didn't want you to get stuck talking to them. Hi, I'm fine. Thanks for getting us out of there. He turned to Kirishima. Thank you for trying to stop them from being bullies. You're welcome. I wouldn't be very cool if I let them be mean to you. He gave Izuku a nod and a smile. So, are you going to introduce me? Mina asked Kirishima. Kirishima rubbed the back of his neck. Right. This is the new kid in my class. Midoriya, right? Yeah, I'm Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you. Can I call you Midori? She reached out and shook his hand. Sure. He looked at Kirishima to try and figure out if she normally gave people nicknames right after meeting them. Kirishima shrugged. Oh, that reminded him. Your name's Kirishima, right? He blinked. Did I not introduce myself? Izuku shook his head. My bad. Yeah, my name is Kirishima Ijiro. Izuku gave him a smile and remembered why he was out here in the first place. Kirishima. Yeah. Izuku took a breath and pushed down his nerves. I was wondering if you wanted to be friends and have lunch with me tomorrow. Kirishima looked a little surprised. Sure, that sounds fun. Izuku could feel his eyes widen and start to tear up. Really? Yeah. Mina pouted. Hey, I want to be his friend too. Izuku felt like this wasn't real. You do? Yes, we can be mutation buddies. She pointed to her horns and his ears. Izuku found himself mimicking her smile. I do like that. They spent the rest of the time talking. And even after lunch ended they kept talking until Mina had to go to her own class. The rest of the day Izuku had a smile on his face. He was so excited to tell his dads about his new friends once he got back from school. Maybe they could even have a playdate later and he could introduce them to Kaka. He would also have to remember to ask his dads for a scarf or two to give to them. Izuku wanted to make sure all his friends had a place in his little bed nest. Then he wouldn't have to worry about missing them. For the first time in as long as he could remember, Izuku found himself excited to spend the day at school. Shadow was really happy for Izuku when he came back from his first day of school bursting with energy. So much so that Hisashi and him had to take the kid to the park to run off some steam. After Izuku ran around for a few minutes he managed to actually get a few words out. Izuku excitedly told them about his day, making sure to tell them all about his two new friends. It was only made slightly depressing by the ramble the kid went on about how he wasn't exactly sure how to make friends because he hadn't made any in years. Aizawa also made a note to call the school about the apparent group of kids who liked to bully other kids who had mutation quirks. Though hearing Izuku ramble about Kirishima, who was in his class, and Ashido, who stopped the bullies, made him feel a lot better. They had been worried about sending Izuku to school in person, but his quirk counselor was happy with his progress, as was his therapist. There was no reason not to send him as he was caught up with his school work and doing better around others. That didn't stop him from worrying though. He'd kept his phone close all day in case of a call about Izuku. It was a few weeks of hearing about Kirishima and Ashido, who he called Mina, before he and Hisashi met them. Izuku had been begging, well, giving them puppy eyes for days at that point. So after they talked about it, they sent Izuku to school with their phone number to give to Kirishima and Ashido's parents so they could arrange something. Both of their parents had gotten back to them the same day. Kirishima's mother seemed to be absolutely delighted in the fact that he was friends with Izuku. They said that he hadn't stopped talking about him since he moved to the school. Apparently, despite being friends with quite a few of his classmates, Kirishima hadn't had too many that he was very close to. Ashido's parents were quite kind as well, joking about her viewing her and Kirishima as Izuku's heroes, and honestly that probably wasn't too far off. Izuku was the kind of kid that when shown a shred of kindness would latch onto it. He seemed to bring the best out in everyone around him. After a bit of chatting in their new parent group chat, he and Hisashi were able to find a day that would work for the kids to come over. Apparently, they had all wanted to come to the apartment so that they could meet Tofu. This all brought Shouta to where he was now, shaking the hands of the other parents as Izuku led Kirishima and Ashido to see his room. Hisashi was doing most of the talking. They were mostly asking questions, such as when did they move in, leading to them explaining that they had only recently adopted Izuku and that he had been in online school while he caught up. There wasn't too much more small talk before the parents all left to run errands now that they didn't have to worry about a babysitter. Once the door was closed, Hisashi turned to him with a smile. Well, I'm going to go make snacks. And that made sense. That was something you were supposed to do when your kid had friends over, right? What was he supposed to do? They were all in Izuku's room, talking about something funny if the laughter was anything to go by. They were old enough that they didn't need a chaperone in the apartment, unless they were in the kitchen or something. Instead of agonizing over it, he should just go ask if the kids needed anything. That was the logical option. Shouta followed the giggles down the hall to Izuku's room. Getting closer, he was able to make out his son's voice. This is my present Mic plush. He was a gift from Papa when I moved in with them. He sounded so proud of himself. Shouta peeked around the doorframe to see Izuku sitting on his knees in his giant nest. He was proudly holding out his plush to the two others who were smiling up at him. Shouta shook his head fondly and knocked on the door. 3 heads snapped towards him. Hisashi's making snacks. You 3 need anything else? Kirishima and Ashido seemed a bit thrown off to have his attention on them, though they relaxed when Izuku brightened. No, we're fine, Dad. Can we watch a movie later though? Shouta pretended to think about it. Seems reasonable. He gave them a smile as Izuku bounced a bit on his bed in excitement. Just don't get up to too much trouble, he thought for a moment, and don't do anything Tofu would do. Izuku's face reddened. Dad, all right, I'll be in the living room if anyone needs anything. He started walking back when he heard Ashido speak up. Geez, your dad seems really scary. Izuku sounded affronted. He's not scary. Dad's the best. He found me when I was alone and saved me, so that means he's the best. Kirishima spoke up next. Your dad can still be scary and be the best. Yeah, Ashido agreed. Sometimes people say that my eyes are scary, but that just makes me super cool. My dad is super cool. Izuku seemed to agree thoughtfully, and with that Shouta left them to it. He got a bit of work done, tuning out the sounds of squealing children. He was glad Izuku was making friends, good friends, but did they have to be so? Happy, he looked over his schedule. His teaching certificate test was coming up, so he'd have to make time to prepare. They could go out to celebrate afterwards. Hisashi would probably insist. Ice cream would be an easy option, something that Izuku would enjoy. Shouta could feel himself perk up a bit as Izuku's laugh could be heard loud and clear. He could put up with a few more loud people in his life if it made his kid happy. It was still rare for Izuku's laugh to sound so carefree. He hoped having those two in addition to Katsuki would help bring it out of him. Hisashi plopped down next to him, throwing an arm around his shoulder and pressing a kiss to his cheek. Snacks are in the fridge. He gave a hum of acknowledgement and simply let himself enjoy being in his husband's space. From his experience, loud people had the ability to bring a lot of light to someone's life. Everything seemed to fly by. One day, Izuku was introducing Kaken to Kirishima and Mina. The next, they were in middle school and he was trying to convince Dad to help them train. They had managed to convince him to start with every other weekend. Sometimes when Izuku didn't have school, he'd tag along with his dad to UA. Dad would have him use his bunny form and just kind of spend time in the classroom. He liked to see if the students would notice him. Once Papa started working at UA, he'd go to class with him too. Though instead of testing his students, Papa would proudly introduce him in his bunny form as his son. Much to everyone's confusion, that is. Izuku still wasn't sure if he ever elaborated. One day though, he, Kaken, Kiri, and Mina were walking to his house and they passed by the trash beach. Mina made a comment about it being sad that the beach was so dirty. Kaken told her that if it bothered her so much she could clean it herself. Izuku didn't think she was supposed to take it seriously, but she did. The next week they started spending time after school cleaning up the beach. Kaken got on board once he realized that lifting trash could be a good workout, especially since they could all use their quirks to make the pieces smaller and easier to clean up. It only took him coming home dirty twice though before Dad asked what they were up to with their after-school workouts. When he told him, Dad had sighed and given him a tired look. After that they all had thick gloves to make sure they didn't get cut on anything. And Dad, Papa, or Auntie Mitsuki would be there to make sure no one got hurt. Between the 4 of them they had managed to clean up most of the beach by midway through their last year of middle school. Now they were just working on some of the larger things that they had to take apart before they could move them. Usually they waited until it was Auntie Mitsuki's turn to watch them, as Dad and Papa liked to remind them that public quirk usage was a little bit illegal. Izuku liked to argue that this offered them a more diverse training than what was offered at a gym. Dad didn't budge, though. Once most of the beach was cleaned up they did add a bit of sparring practice to their training. It was especially helpful for Izuku, who needed to get used to moving on unstable terrain without his shoes on. It was walking up to the entrance of UA with his 3 best friends that really put things in perspective. At one point he thought that he would never have anyone, that other than his mom no one could care about him. Then he had thought he was going to spend his days in the woods, but it was better than having people hurt him. If his dad hadn't found him, Izuku had a feeling he wouldn't be here right now. He would still be alone. But he had found him. Now he has amazing friends and a family that he loves. Now, Izuku was taking the first step towards a dream he used to think wasn't possible. There was a tug on one of his ears. It jerked his head back and knocked him out of his thoughts. Thankfully, it wasn't painful, just startling. "Oi, nerd, focus and don't stop in front of me," Kaken nagged. Izuku made sure the hairband holding his ears back was secure, didn't want them getting caught on anything or blocking his vision. "Sorry, Kaken." Kaken rolled his eyes and started tugging him forward. "Whatever, let's just get signed in. If you stood around staring all day, you would miss the test." "Ekubro, Midori, wait up you guys." A shout stalled them again. Izuku looked back to see Kiri and Mina waving them down. Kaken sighed but didn't do anything to walk away. "You two could have waited," Mina complained, "and wait for the rest of the nerd squad to show up." "Pass." Now that they were caught up, Kaken started walking towards the entrance. Kiri hurried up to him and slung an arm around his shoulder. "Oh, come on man, where's the love?" "Up your ass," he replied flatly. Kiri just laughed. Izuku and Mina shared a smile before they started following them. Izuku, who despite having his quirk for years, was still a bit clumsy sometimes when he was wearing shoes. This clumsiness showed itself when he almost immediately caught his foot on a brick and started falling. This was his life now, might as well accept it. Mina jerked him back to his feet, just barely managing to catch him in time. She laughed. "Careful, Midori. I think it's probably bad luck to fall on your face before you even get into the building." "You're probably right." He smiled and gave a dramatic bow. "Thank you for saving me again. You're my hero, alien queen." People stopped to look. He blushed slightly at the attention and Mina whacked his shoulder. "Yeah, you better remember that name, because in a few years I'll be climbing the ranks." "Hurry up," Kaken yelled from the entrance. "Coming," they responded. The written test wasn't too hard. Izuku was confident that they all passed with the way Kaken had been drilling them with mock exams for the last few months. He always seemed to know what material to cover. Well, except for the analysis questions on the test. There were 2 quirk-based and 2 situational. He feels like he did well with the quirk ones, though he's not so sure about the situation. The situational questions didn't give too much information regarding the setting, so depending on whether there was debris around, that would have changed the situation. So he worked with what was given and added on a few extra hypotheticals to the end of his answers. He wasn't sure if they'd appreciated his consideration for the possible variables or not, but he couldn't leave it out. They had all been in different exam rooms, so he met up with Kiri and Mina in an auditorium. Unfortunately, they were sat away from Kaken since he went to a different school than them. Kiri did manage to give him a thumbs up, though that was returned with a nod. Izuku smiled when Papa got up on stage and started explaining what the practical exam would look like. There were different battle centers that students would be going to, and a quick glance at Mina and Kiri's cards showed they were all split up. "There goes Plan A," Izuku mumbled. Kiri smiled. "That's fine, just means we all gotta really show our stuff." "Yeah, we got this," Mina added. Papa continued by listing the 3 different types of enemies they would be facing during the exam. There were different points attached to each of them. They were going to be going up against robots. Not ideal, but he could work with it. He would just have to make sure he avoided snagging his ears on anything, since they did add a bit of a trail. He would also have to be careful of jagged metal since he was planning on going barefoot. If he went with shoes, he could risk falling like he did earlier, so without would be better for his grip. He'd probably be able to move faster without them too. He'd been mostly practicing leg-based attacks, using Mirko's style as a starting point for his own efforts. He would want to aim for the joints. That would be where the robots would be the weakest. If they were trying to mimic actual villains, then the best place to go for would probably be the neck. Though the angle might be awkward if he tried to come at the neck with a side kick. Could hurt his foot. It would be a matter of how reinforced the robots actually were. They would probably not be going all out for students taking an entrance exam. But it could be dangerous to assume anything. So he should try to hit the joints from the top down if he had. Izuku was jolted out of his thoughts by Mina giving him a little nudge and pointing to someone who had stood up to ask a question. There was a spotlight on him. The other examinee was pointing to the handout. "On the printout, you've listed 4 types of villains, not 3. With all respect," he sounded a bit rude to be considered respectful, "if this is an error on official UA materials, it is shameful. We are exemplary students. We expect the best from Japan's most notable school. A mistake such as this won't do." Izuku thought he was done talking, but then he whipped towards them and pointed right at him. "Additionally, you with the unkempt hair and long ears, you've been muttering this entire time." If you can't bother to take this seriously, leave. You're distracting the rest of us. He bit back a squeak and shrunk down in his chair from the attention, at least until he heard a familiar voice. Oi, glasses. You're the only one distracting us. Leave him alone and sit down, Kakin yelled. Papa shot him a reassuring look and quickly went to de-escalate things. He'd seen what happened when someone responded negatively to Kakin defending him. He probably didn't want any explosions. The rest of the explanation went uninterrupted. Papa explained that the 0-pointer was just an obstacle for them to avoid during the exam. Izuku made a mental note to avoid them. He didn't need to spend time he didn't have going after a robot not worth any points. After Papa dismissed everyone, they all split to go to their designated battle centers. While on the bus, Izuku saw that he was unfortunately in the same area as the person who pointed him out to the whole room. He shrunk back a bit. No point in letting him know they were in the same area when he seemed to dislike Izuku. When they got to the testing ground, Izuku left his shoes on the bus and got off. They were at an entrance to a literal city. Dad had never let Izuku tag along to any of the heroics classes when he came to visit, just in case something went wrong. He never would have guessed that the testing grounds were this huge. How much money did UA even have? Honestly, it was all a bit overwhelming. Izuku took a deep breath and let it out slowly. He needed to be at his best for this. He could be overwhelmed later, when he had Tofu and his dad's for emotional support. For now, he needed to focus. A voice startled him. You there? I saw you left your shoes on the bus. That is quite irresponsible. Izuku winced and turned his head. It was the other examinee who had called him out earlier. Now that he had Izuku's attention, that seemed to be permission for him to continue talking. Going without shoes will most likely result in injury to your person. You are just going to end up becoming an obstacle for the other examinees. He was chopping his hand as he spoke. Izuku gestured to his feet. I have a mutation quirk. He looked down. It gives my feet a bit of extra padding. And shoes sometimes make me trip, so it's actually probably safer for me to go without. Izuku was mumbling by the end as the other's stare only seemed to intensify. He noticed the other people in the area were starting to stare too. While he liked his quirk and the increased senses that came with it, he didn't really need to hear the way people were talking about him almost falling out front or getting called out during Papa's lecture. Before the guy could say anything else, Papa's voice erupted over the speakers. Right, let's start. Izuku didn't need to hear anything else. Papa wasn't like Dad in the sense that he liked to play tricks with people. If Papa said they were starting, then they were starting. Izuku bolted through the door and into the city. It was only a moment before he heard others starting to follow. There was a limited number of robots. His best bet would either be to get to the center where the most would probably be, or to use his hearing to find and pick off the ones on the perimeter. Perimeter would take longer, so considering he was on a time crunch, center it was. He had this. Taking a breath, he put as much force into his legs as he could and kicked off. Wind whipped past his face as he booked it down the main road, only slowing when a robot pulled out of a side road and into his path. 2-pointer. Izuku used his momentum to throw himself into an axe kick. His heels smashed into the head of the robot, crushing it. Not wanting to lose his momentum, he continued on, pushing off of the robot as it fell. He cast a glance back to see that the robot was no longer moving. That was all it took to take them down. Well, in that case, he could do this. He pressed on towards the center. Izuku spent the test kicking apart as many robots as he could find. A few times he found himself lunging towards the other examinees instead of the robots. So many people were trying their best, leaving them exhausted and without the best situational awareness. A few times robots had been about to take a swipe at someone's back before Izuku tugged them out of the way or took it down. He was trying to catch his breath. The test couldn't be too much longer. By his count, he had about 40 points. Was that enough? So many people had also gone for the center that there weren't too many left that he could hear. By the time he got to them, someone else would have taken them down. He needed a new plan, and fast. Maybe he could head to. The ground was shaking. Izuku could hear crashing in the distance. Something big was coming down the main street. Izuku looked up to see a robot the size of a building. That was the 0-pointer. That thing could kill somebody. Papa had said that was an obstacle that they should avoid, and everyone seemed to be taking that advice. The yelling set a jolt down his spine. That voice in the back of his head telling him to run. So he did. He was running with the rest of the group when a specific yell stood out. Help! I'm stuck. Izuku pulled to a stop, almost tripping a few people as he did. He listened more intensely, scanning the area as fast as he could. If someone was trapped, Izuku would need to find them as soon as possible. They were on a bit of a time limit here. A cough. There. Izuku zeroed in on someone trapped under a rather large rock. He pushed off back through the crowd. If she was caught on something, trying to pull her out would only cause more harm. Just looking at the slab of concrete, he wouldn't be able to lift it by himself, and he couldn't count on her or her quirk to be able to help. He needed something to help. He scanned the street as he ran. On the side there was a pole. Someone or one of the robots had probably knocked over a street sign. Izuku could work with that. He hoisted up the pole and pulled to a stop in front of the girl. "Hi, I'm going to try and get you out. Can you move at all?" He tried to give her a reassuring smile, the one that Kiri would give him when he messed something up. She seemed startled to see him. Hi, thank you," she grunted as she tried again to pull herself out. "No, I'm stuck." Izuku nodded and stood up. "All right, I'm going to use this pull to try and give you some more space to wiggle out. When I tell you to, can you try and pull yourself out?" She looked less frazzled and more determined, even if there still was an edge of panic to it. "Yeah, I can do that. Tell me when." He went to the side and crammed the pipe into an opening and pushed down as hard as he could. The rock shifted slightly. "Try now." "Okay." He could hear her struggling for a moment. "I'm out." He dropped the pole and ran back to her. "Are you okay?" The 0-pointer was uncomfortably close now. They needed to move. She was having a hard time getting up. "I think I twisted my ankle or something." With the size of the rock on her, Izuku couldn't be surprised if it was fractured. He could offer her a shoulder, but he could probably move faster. "Mind if I pick you up?" Her face heated a bit. Izuku's did as well. He probably could have phrased that more politely. "Hey, she glanced back to see the 0-pointer. "Okay." Izuku wasted no time scooping her up and running towards where the other examinees were watching them. Now that they were actually heading away from the massive building-destroying robot, they both let out a sigh of relief. "I'm Uraraka Ochako. Thanks for helping me," Uraraka said. He chuckled at the humor of the situation. "It was no problem. My name's Midoriya Izuku. It's nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you too." By the time they made it what could be considered a safe distance from the robot, his papa was on the speaker again. "All right, listeners, that's time. Please make your way to the exit. And if anyone is injured, help is on the way." With that, the 0-pointer had pulled to a stop and people started making their way to the entrance. Izuku, who had yet to set Uraraka down, started heading that direction as well. Chances were the medical team had Recovery Girl on it. Better to walk to her rather than waiting. There was no sense in Uraraka being in pain longer than necessary. Recovery Girl raised an eyebrow as he carried Uraraka over. He had met her once or twice when he was brought to UA and got into a few predicaments while in his bunny form. He carefully set her down, but kept her arm around his shoulder once they reached Recovery Girl. "What happened here, sweetie?" "I got trapped under some rubble and I think I twisted my ankle," she hummed. "Well, let's see what we can do about that." She leaned over and placed a kiss on her hand. Uraraka clearly didn't know about Recovery Girl's quirk from the way she was startled and then slumped with exhaustion. Recovery Girl handed her a few gummies. "Eat these, dear, and then get yourself home to rest. You should be all better now." Uraraka nodded, and once Izuku was sure she was stable, he let her go. "Thank you," she said to Recovery Girl and then turned to Izuku. "Hopefully I'll see you later." "Yeah." He waved her off as she walked towards the exit, looking more than a little drained. "Now, you." Recovery Girl pointed at him. "Me?" Izuku asked. She nudged him with her cane. "You're always up to no good. Where are you injured?" Izuku shook his head and held up his hands. "I'm fine. Honestly, I'm just a bit tired from so much exercise." She eyed him skeptically and nodded. "I'll be asking your fathers next time I see them whether you were lying or not." "That's fair." Izuku may or may not have had a history of trying to hide any injuries received from the so-called predicaments he found himself in over the years. "All right, eat these and get home to rest." She gave him a few gummies before heading to the next visibly injured examinee. Izuku popped the gummies in his mouth and headed for the bus that got them here in the first place. He still needed to get his shoes. He hoped he had done enough to pass. His dads hadn't told him anything about the exams. That included how many points were needed to pass the physical portion. When he got back to the main campus, it didn't take long for him to find Kaken, Kiri, and Mina all waiting for him. Apparently his group was the last ones to finish between the four of them. Mina saw him first and waved, nudging the other two and pointing him out. He hurried over, grinning now that he was back with his friends. He was still a bit worried that the guy that kept popping up to chew him out would show back up. "Hey, bro, how do you think you did?" Kiri asked. Izuku stumbled a bit. "I'm not actually sure." Mina raised an eyebrow. "How are you not sure?" He twiddled his thumbs. "I think I did well. I smashed as many robots as I could. I'm just not sure how many points I needed, and I did stop a few times to help people out." Kaken just rolled his eyes. "You probably did fine." "I hope so." He changed the subject. "How do you guys think you did?" Kaken and Kiri grinned at one another and fist bumped. They were in the same area, Mina explained. Bakugo and had it in the bag. The idiot and I blasted him all to hell. They were grinning at one another, wider than before. Mina sighed. "I wish I could have been with you, Midori. I did fine on my own." But apparently the two of them were on a mountain of parts by the end of it. Yeah, that seemed like the two of them. When Dad started helping them train, he had told Izuku that hopefully Kiri or Mina would help to even Kaken out. Instead, they all kind of enabled one another. He wouldn't have it any other way. After that, they all started heading home. They chatted about what happened during their exams until they had to part ways. Now all that was left was for them to wait to see whether or not they had gotten accepted or not. Izuku wished he could be as sure of himself as the others were. He had a list of backup schools to apply to in case he didn't get in. When he got home, he simply decided not to focus on the exam. Instead, he scooped Tofu off of her tree and plodded over to the couch. He flicked the channel to Hero News and activated his quirk. He enjoyed the way Tofu immediately curled around him and began grooming his fur. Kaken still laughed at him when he did this, but a grooming from Tofu was shockingly good stress relief. His dads had to stay for a while after the test. That meant it was just him and Tofu until they finished up whatever faculty meeting they were stuck in for who knows how long. So until his dads got home and asked him how he thinks he did, he will just sit here with Tofu and try not to think about whether or not he failed. Tofu finished her grooming a while ago, leaving Izuku fighting off sleep. He was pretty much ready to give in when he heard the front door unlock. Shouta could say without a doubt that he was proud. He was proud when Izuku had asked him for help training. He was proud when Izuku came home beaming at him and his Ashi because he had gotten his first A on a test. He was proud when he found out their little group was cleaning up the beach. Granted, he was a little stressed, as not one of them had thought about protection against the sharp metal and germs. And he was proud now, sitting there in the exam spectator room, seeing his kid axe kick a robot without even pausing. He was proud. He had a feeling that it put the other teachers on edge. Instead, watching the screens with disinterest, he was grinning. Sure, he had a job to do, but he could take a moment to appreciate how far his kid had come since he found him in that clearing. After the initial viewing of Izuku, he did actually have to work. He saw that Katsuki, Mina, and Ijiro were all steadily gaining points. Knowing the rat, they would all end up in his class. You couldn't exactly intimidate students when they'd seen you melt over your kid's bunny form. Well, he was pretty sure Katsuki would be the problem. Ijiro and Mina never quite seemed to stop being scared of him. There were other students who caught his eye as well. He flipped through files as students started to distinguish themselves from the others. There was one with a copying quirk who seemed to be doing well enough. Depending on the kid's personality, he could be a good candidate for underground work. If he got in, Shouta would have to keep an eye on him and talk to him about that if he managed to stick around long enough. He almost skimmed past the kid, but another caught his eye. There was a kid with purple hair trying his best to take down robots with whatever he could. Had being debris the other examinees left in their wake. It appeared that he didn't have a physical quirk to help him. Honestly reminded him a bit of himself. Erasure doesn't exactly help against robots. Looking at the kid's file, he noticed this one, unlike the other, had applied for the general education course as well. He had a backup plan, smart. Shouta let his eyes trail over to the kid's quirk information. Brainwashing, not the best against robots, but would be a great quirk for an underground hero. Shouta flagged the file for later. There was potential there. Occasionally, Shouta would peek back over to see how Izuku was doing. Pride welling up in his chest as his points steadily increased. Villain and rescue. The kid was doing great. It wasn't too long before Nezu called time for the 0-pointers to be released. Shouta honestly thought it was overkill for an entrance exam. But putting people in high-stress scenarios did tell a lot about their character. The robots were released in each area and students started running. Katsuki and Ijiro used the distraction to take down the stragglers. Mina helped up someone who tripped. And Izuku, Shouta tensed and leaned forward to see what the hell his son was doing. Why was he running back towards the robot? A different camera angle showed that Izuku was running towards the robot because of another examinee caught under some rubble. He glances at Nezu, who is grinning. Clearly, he doesn't have any intention of stopping this. All Shouta can do is watch. He knows his kid is smart, but sometimes Izuku can be very single-minded when it comes to saving people. He watches as Izuku grabs a pole on his way to help the trapped girl. Smart, giving himself something to get leverage. Izuku checks in with her and talks for a moment before glancing back at the 0-pointing and pulling around to the side. He jams the pole under the concrete and pushes down, giving the girl enough room to pull herself out. Then Izuku drops it and hurries back around to help her. With the 0-pointer closing in, he watches as his son scoops her up and hurries off to safety. A chill goes down his spine as Nezu's smile widened. Interesting. He crossed his fingers that Izuku's written exam scores wouldn't be an incentive for Nezu to seek out a personal student. Shouta will say, though, he absolutely did not like the way the blonde idiot was staring at his son on the screen with a contemplative look. He's not sure what made Yagi want to teach here, especially considering he didn't have his license, but he would be keeping an eye on him. He may be a harsh teacher, but when it came to his students and his kid, their safety was his #1 priority. After the exam ended, Shouta met with the rest of the teachers to discuss the initial results of the exam. He and a few other teachers would be helping Nezu go through them in the next few days. But for now, they needed to discuss any concerns or possible discrepancies. The meeting just seemed to drag on. And after an hour or so, he could tell his Ashi was starting to get a bit antsy as well. They wanted to go home and see their kid. It was another 2 hours before they were freed from the initial meeting, with the promise of more to come. Hisashi smiled at him on their way back. So, how'd the kid do? I couldn't keep my eye on him the whole time, but it looked like he got off to a smashing start. Yo, he did great, yeah. Shadow let himself return the smile. He did great. Though knowing him, he's probably stressing about how he did. Hisashi pulled into their building, chuckling. We should probably go make sure he's doing all right. He'll probably need to pass out after dinner. I'd wager the exam was pretty taxing on him. Then Hisashi added, especially since it seemed like one examinee wouldn't leave him alone. What do you mean by that? He asked. Hisashi filled him in on the way up to their apartment. Apparently some kid had been annoyed by his mumbling and called him out in front of everyone during the test rundown. Then the same kid had been talking to him about something before the test. Hisashi, being up on his tower, hadn't been able to tell what was being said, but that it seemed to bum the kid out. Izuku has improved greatly in terms of mental health over the last few years, but he still had insecurities. When they came up, the kid usually needed a cool down period. That typically meant cuddling with him, Hisashi, or both of them on the couch. Hisashi unlocked the door and they slipped in. We're home, he called out, careful not to be too loud. When there was no response, they looked at each other before slipping off their shoes and heading for the living room. They spotted him right away. Izuku was watching them. He was curled up with tofu in his bunny form, looking quite comfortable. Hisashi walked over and planted a kiss on Izuku's head. Hey, kiddo, you did great out there. I'm just going to go wash up, then I'll be back for cuddles. That seemed to lift Izuku's mood a bit. He gave a sleepy squeak and waved Hisashi off. Hisashi gave Shouta a nudge and smile as he walked off to wash the pound of hairspray out of his hair. He sat down on the couch. You did really well today, and I'm proud of you. In a flash, he had a kid leaning against him and a disgruntled tofu in his lap. Thanks, Dad. He ruffled his hair. You're the one who put in all the effort. What if it wasn't enough? Izuku shuffled a bit closer. He couldn't exactly tell the kid. He was almost positive he got in. He'd have to wait for his letter like everyone else. Then you try for somewhere else. UA isn't the only hero school out there, but they'd be idiots not to take you. I saw the way you ran in to help that girl. You're going to be a hero whether or not you go to UA. There was a sniffle. I'm going to be a hero. You are. Can we watch a movie? He snorted. You better pick before Hisashi gets back and has us watch another stupid comedy. With more light in his eyes, Izuku scooped the remote off the coffee table and started searching for a suitable movie. He settles on some mystery and they wait for Hisashi to join them. When Hisashi got back, they ended up ordering takeout and spending the evening on the couch. They may or may not have taken every possible opportunity to try and knock it into their kid's head that he did a great job, though it seemed to be built into his DNA to worry about these sorts of things. All in all, it was a good day once they got the kid to calm down. He was more than happy to spend the night with his family, taking joy in the way Izuku lit up like a Christmas tree when Hisashi started complimenting his initial robot takedown. It was a good night. Izuku wasn't panicking. Papa had excitedly called his name, handing him a letter. One look at it made his pulse rocket. It was a letter from UA, meaning that the piece of paper in his hand would determine the rest of his future. He had promptly taken the letter and locked himself in his room. Sitting himself at his desk, he stared down at the envelope. It seemed too small for an acceptance letter. So was it a rejection? A thanks for trying, but you didn't make the cut. What if he was the only one who didn't get in? Would Kaken and everyone be disappointed in him? No, Dad and Papa said they would be proud of him no matter what high school he ended up going to. He just needed to open it. With shaky hands, he opened the envelope. Only, instead of a paper, a little disc fell out. He was about to reach for it when it lit up, displaying a small hologram screen with Nezu. Midoriya Izuku, I wanted to start this by congratulating you on having one of the highest scores ever on the written exam. I was particularly impressed by the work you did on the analysis portion. Now as for your practical exam, you certainly have enough points to get into the hero course with 45 villain points. However, the villain points were not the only points you received. Nezu grinned a little wider. What kind of hero school would we be if we did not acknowledge those who helped others? He gestured to a screen behind him that showed short clips of him helping others during the exam. Because of this, we are awarding you 20 rescue points, putting your total at 65 points and getting you into the hero course. Welcome to UA. I look forward to seeing you there. Just when it seemed the video would cut off, Nezu continued. And, Midoriya, if you have an interest in furthering your analysis skills, please come talk to me. And with that, the disc cut off. Izuku took a moment to process. He did it. He got into UA. His dream school. He did it. He burst out of his chair and scrambled for the door. He practically threw it off its hinges in his hurry. Izuku ran into the living room, pausing to look at his dads who were both looking at him expectantly. Suwu, Papa prodded. I got in. Dad grinned. Knew you could do it, kid. I got in. Izuku ran and jumped onto his dad's. Papa squawked and Dad grunted as he accidentally elbowed him. Careful, kiddo, Papa said, pulling him into a hug anyway. I got in. Izuku yelled again. He almost couldn't believe it. He would have to call Kaken, Kiri, and Mina as soon as possible to let them know. He also needed to see if they got in. Maybe they would all be in a class together. That would be a lot of fun. Dad poked the side of his cheek and he pulled himself out of his thoughts. He would worry about all that in a moment. For now he would enjoy the way his dads were hugging and congratulating him. He was going to UA. His dads had offered to drive him for his first day. He wasn't exactly sure what he was supposed to do if he was there that early, and he couldn't walk with Kaken if they drove him, so he said no. The walk hadn't been too eventful. He'd met Kaken at the station and talked about how they thought the day was going to go as they went. They figured there would probably be an assembly of sorts introducing the new students and welcoming back the old. But Izuku wasn't so sure. He'd heard Papa and Dad talk about the freedoms they had at UA, in terms of how they structured their classes, and he'd tagged along a few times. He couldn't picture anything too crazy happening on the first day though. Before they knew it, they were in front of the gates to UA. He'd been through them before, but this would be his first time walking through them as a hero course student. This was one of his first steps towards becoming a hero. Out of nowhere, he and Kaken were tackled into a side hug. The blur of pink was probably the only thing that stopped Kaken from using his quirk on Mina. "Holy F, Pinky, you trying to get your face blown off?" he yelled. "Hi, Mina," Izuku said once he'd recovered. She pulled back and smiled. "Hi, Midori. Hello to you too, cats." Kaken just rolled his eyes. "Can you guys believe that we're actually here? I know we were here for the test, but now we're students. This is so exciting. Like we weren't going to get in. We all trained our asses off for this," Kaken said with a shrug. "Still exciting." Mina trailed off as she looked behind them. What the hell? He and Kaken looked to see what Mina was staring at. It was Kiri, only he'd done something to his hair. What the hell did you do to your hair? It's all city now." Kiri laughed. "Hey guys, though I would try something new, you know. New school, new me and all that." "No," Izuku interrupted. "I think it's cool. It looks a bit like Crimson Riot's hair." He'd had quite a few conversations with Kiri over the years about Crimson Riot. He was sure that's what he'd been going for. "Thanks, man," Kiri beamed. Kaken whipped towards him. "No, don't encourage him." Mina tilted her head a bit. "I don't know, cats, I think it could grow on me." He glared back. "Do not get into this. No, hear me out." Izuku smiled as his friends talked, argued and headed for the gate. He didn't exactly know what was ahead of them. Would they manage to survive their first day at UA? Well, they probably would. He just wasn't sure if they would manage to go the full day without destroying anything at this rate. All he knew was that they had a long way to go. After all, this was the story about how he and his friends became the world's greatest heroes. This was his chance. Hitoshi had tried his best when it came to the entrance exam. He had even managed to get 20 points. When it came down to it though, his score wasn't as high as all those HOLEs with flashy quirks. If the exam hadn't been so biased, he could have done it. He was just thankful his backup plan of getting into general studies worked out. He was going to make everyone who had ever called him a villain eat their words. He had a hunch that the exam was going to end up being geared towards students with more heroic quirks. So Hitoshi had started looking into backups as soon as possible. His research hadn't turned over anything of use, and he was about to give up when he found a small article about a student transferring into the hero course a few years ago. He had clicked on the article immediately. To his shock, he found the person who had transferred was the underground hero Eraserhead. Given his underground status, that would probably explain the lack of information. Reading through the article revealed the sports festival as the reason for his transfer. Apparently, if a student did well enough, they could request to transfer. Eraserhead had only competed in the sports festival his first year, and he had won it. Winning the sports festival couldn't be too hard, right? Hitoshi would just have to beat out every other student competing. Easy peasy. Who was he kidding? Even with his quirk, that would be nearly impossible. So he tucked it away as plan B. When he'd failed the entrance exam for the hero course, he resigned himself to said plan B. Even if he had a snowball's chance in hell, he was still going to take it. He'd come too far now to give up. Hitoshi had spent the time leading up to the festival working on his stamina and trying to figure out the logistics of a possible transfer. Each hero course only had 20 students, so would they be kicking one out if he got transferred? Hell, it would probably be a wake-up call for all those perfect hero students, make them realize they couldn't just coast on their quirk for the rest of their life. Granted, he had only just realized that about himself. Maybe if he had had a bit more training, he could have gotten enough points even without using his quirk. Turns out the class size wouldn't end up being a problem. Only a week into classes, it started circulating that one of the hero students from one got expelled. Apparently, the kid had tried to look up one of his classmates' skirts and Eraserhead kicked him out without hesitation. Oh yeah, that was another thing. 1A's teacher was effing Eraserhead, as in the one hero who he looks up to more than anything. As in the only person to have ever transferred into the hero course through the sports festival. He would probably also be one of the only teachers who would really understand what Hitoshi needed, with them both having weak mental quirks that were seen as villainous. He would be putting everything he had into the sports festival. Hitoshi had actually gone with other students to let the Golden Class 1 know that they would actually have some competition. They couldn't just expect no one to put up a fight since they had fought actual villains at an off-campus UA facility. The crowd was starting to get a bit antsy when the door to one opened. A girl with a brown bob was standing there, looking more than a little startled. Why the heck are you all out here? Another kid behind her spoke up. Do you students have some sort of business with our class? Glasses asked. They're scouting out the competition, said a blonde kid with spiky hair as he sauntered past the other two. Once he walked forward a bit more, Hitoshi could see someone trailing behind him. The other kid looked like Sunshine personified, if Sunshine was green and had a rabbit quirk. This was the human equivalent of a fluffy bunny. He looked like he had never had a bad day in his life with the way he was giving the blonde kid an exasperated smile. He was snapped out of it when blonde kid opened his mouth again. We're the class that survived a real villain attack. Bunny seemed to frown at the reminder. They wanted to see us with their own eyes. He switched to addressing the crowd. At least now you know what a future pro looks like. Now move it extras. Bunny tugged on the back of his shirt. Kakin. The kid gave him what could probably be considered a reassuring look before going back to glaring at the rest of them. Glasses and bob hair seemed more concerned about what he was saying. You can't walk around calling extras just because you don't know who they are. Glasses yelled. Hitoshi took this as his moment to speak up. So this is Class 1A. He started making his way to the front of the crowd. I heard you guys were impressive, but you just sound like an ass. He internally winced at the way Bunny seemed more upset by his words than the blonde a whole. Well, too deep into it now to stop. Is everyone in the hero course delusional, or just you? That seemed to get a reaction as he practically growled. Bunny looked pissed. And his words also seemed to be getting the attention of a student with startling red hair, and another who was pretty much completely pink. How sad to come here and find a bunch of egomaniacs. Hitoshi rubbed the back of neck. I wanted to be in the hero course, but like many others here, I was forced to choose a different track. The whole didn't seem to care that much, but Bunny was looking a little less angry and a bit more contemplative. I didn't cut it the first time around, but I have another chance. If any of us do well in the sports festival, the teachers can decide to transfer us to the hero course. And I heard they have an open seat, he said pointedly. Pinky in the back flinched. That shrimp shouldn't have been in here in the first place, a whole bit out. Hitoshi ignored him. He didn't need to respond to the obvious. Even if there's an open seat, it won't stop them from transferring someone out. While some of my classmates are here to scout the competition, I'm not. I'm here to let you know that, if you don't bring your very best, I'll take that open spot or steal one right from underneath you. He scanned the room as he spoke, making sure to meet each and every pair of eyes looking his way. Consider this my declaration of war. All of one looked more than a little thrown off by his words. Good. They needed to know that while they might have thought the festival was going to be something fun, that some of the other students out there would be fighting for more than a bit of screen time. Out of nowhere, some kid from 1B ran over and started yelling at 1A. He was going on about how they thought they were better than everyone else since they fought villains. He watched as something dark passed over Bunny's face. A hole looked back at him. Whatever he saw must have upset him. A hole clenched his jaw and started pulling Bunny out of the classroom and through the crowd. Red Hair and Pinky hurried over to join them. Bro, that might have been a bit much, Red Hair said to a hole. I think everyone hates us now. These people don't matter. The only thing that's important is that we beat them. For the hobo, Red Hair seemed to come to some sort of realization at a hole's words and nodded. Red Hair ruffled Bunny's hair and sighed. Maybe just choose your words better next time. Not everyone is versed in Bakugo. Pinky looped her arm through Bunny's and they pushed their way through the crowd. He wouldn't have pinned a hole as the type to be close to a whole group of people. The rest of Class 1 seemed unsure how to feel about what had just played out. Why did he feel like he had been a lot more of a jerk than he intended to be? They seemed to get upset whenever he mentioned the fact that they fought villains. That didn't make much sense though. They had been bragging about it, or at least he had been told that. He was pretty sure that the only person who had even been injured had been Eraserhead, who had apparently taken on a horde of villains by himself. Whatever, wasn't his problem to figure out. Then again, maybe he could even use it to his advantage. The week building up to the sports festival was weirdly anticlimactic. He worked harder on his stamina training on the days leading up, adding in some time with weights as well. The sports festival arrived before he could blink. He had to talk himself down a few times while in the locker room for 1 degree Celsius. He would do fine. There was nothing to worry about. This was only his last chance at his dream. Also, all the teachers would be there watching him. He was totally fine. Hitoshi was totally fine when he barely made it through the first event. He managed to skate through as number 38 in the obstacle course. He had been able to use his quirk a few times to help him out, But the thing about the obstacle course was that anyone he brainwashed was bumped almost right away, knocking them out of it. He relied mostly on the little physical abilities that he did have. Once again, he was regretting not starting his physical training sooner. The cavalry battle wasn't too bad. He brainwashed a few people to be his horses, 2 of which were the tail guy and the sparkly one from 1A. He had managed to keep to the perimeter, getting the points he needed while staying out of whatever the hell was happening in the center. He did have to dodge out of the way once or twice, but other than that no one really paid attention to him when there was the 10 million point bunny boy to go after. It was a bit of a surprise to see that Bunny wasn't on a team with a Hole. When he challenged one of they had seemed pretty close. Instead a Hole was with red hair and Pinky. Bunny was working with 2 other wanna-brats and someone who he'd sworn he'd seen blow up the support department last week. When it was over though he found himself smiling. He'd made it into the last event. He felt a bit bad at the way his teammates were a bit dazed and confused after he dropped his hold, but he had gotten them into the last round so. His teammates had decidedly not been happy. Itoshi kept his face flat as 2 of them dropped out of the tournament and shot him a glare. He didn't exactly blame them. He knew his quirk was invasive to say the least, and he probably should have tried asking them to be on his team before resorting to using his quirk. There was just too much riding on the sports festival for him to risk them saying no. Once his teammates withdrew, he didn't bother looking at anyone else aside from Midnight. Just because he knew they were talking about him didn't mean he wanted to see it happen. Itoshi kept quiet as Midnight announced the matchups. He was up against Bunny, who was apparently named Midoriya Izuku. Fitting. Shouldn't be too hard. Sunshine Kid would probably respond if he just asked him how his day was going. All he had to do was get a response and he would win. Then he just had to do it a few more times. He was so close. He'd gone to try and see what it would take for Midoriya to respond, especially since he'd seemed so put off when he had challenged one. Bunny had been about to respond to his question when Tail Guy swooped in and covered Bunny's mouth. Sit. He probably hadn't figured out Hitoshi's quirk, but the response part was a little bit obvious. Tail Guy had practically glared him out of the arena. Hitoshi gave them a sit-eating grin and turned to leave. There was no way Tail Guy wasn't telling Bunny about whatever he thought his quirk activation was. Hitoshi ignored his worries as he arrived at his side of the arena. He hadn't even paid attention to any of the minigames. Rather, he focused on coming up with ways to get Midoriya to respond. Given the nature of his heroic quirk, he was probably quick on his feet. If he couldn't get him under his quirk, Hitoshi probably couldn't keep up with speed-wise. Not to mention his legs looked like they packed a bit of a punch. Yamada-sensei's voice blared over the speaker. Welcome back, listeners. Who's ready for a rocking third and final round of the first year's sports festival? Let me hear you scream. The cheers of the audience were deafening. Let's get this party started. His homeroom teacher's energy levels were never ending. How in the world he'd managed to announce the festival all day he wouldn't know. If Hitoshi was in their position, he would be more likely to announce like Eraserhead. Bare minimum commentary that was actually commenting on the students' skills rather than who was the flashiest. Though he would agree that Yamada-sensei's commentating was probably more entertaining for the audience, which was kind of the point of the sports festival. Honestly, if the sports festival wasn't his best shot of ever getting into the hero course, he probably wouldn't even be competing. He wasn't exactly keen on having his quirk broadcasted for everyone to see. It worked best when people didn't know what it was, and he wanted to go underground. On the left we have the bouncing bunny of the hero course, Midoriya Izuku. That was his quest to start walking. And on the right we have Shinsu Hitoshi from General Studies, who hasn't really done anything to stand out yet. While the favoritism was obvious, it was kind of the point that no one noticed him. He gave a rundown of the rules as they got to their positions on the field, which there weren't many. To win, you had to get the other person out of the ring, or immobilize them. Injuring the other person and playing dirty was fine. It sounded like the only things that were off limits were anything that would result in permanent injury. Made him feel a bit better to know he wouldn't get in trouble for using his quirk. Cementos waved to the crowd from where he was sitting, his voice coming through the speakers. I'll stop anyone who tries to get too rough. What was their definition of too rough? They literally sicked giant robots on them not just during the entrance exam, but during the obstacle. Well, they were going to get started soon, so might as well try to get the golden boy under his quirk as they were face to face. So you guys can just give up, huh? Bunny looked up at him, a bit startled, but also curious. In a way, this is all a test of how strong your spirit is. If you know what you want your future to hold for you, you can't worry about what other people think. For some reason, that made Midoriya smile. He looked like he wanted to say something, but his eyes widened and he clamped his mouth shut. Ready? Yamada-sensei asked. He ignored it. The monkey was going on earlier about his pride. Begin. But I think he's just an idiot for throwing away his chance like that. Midoriya clenched his teeth, looking pissed, but also weirdly contemplative. Midoriya bent down looking ready to lunge. Sit. Time to switch tactics. What else pissed this guy off? He took a step back, ready to run if needed. Midoriya jumped. Did any of you even manage to do anything when you were attacked by villains? I heard your teacher ended up looking like a mummy with how beat up he was. He managed to sidestep as Bunny fumbled. He looked up at Hitoshi with an expression that was absolutely shattered. The hell, there were tears welling up in his eyes. I tried my best. And even though he felt like in a hole, that was all he needed to activate his quirk and pull Midoriya under his control. What's this? Midoriya is just standing there. This is the first match. It's supposed to start out with a bang. Yo. Midoriya Izuku is completely frozen. The crowd murmurs with anticipation, and he can hear shouts of encouragement for Bunny coming from the student section. He's not moving a muscle. And what's with that slack look on his face? Shinsu Hitoshi seems to have him completely stunned. Could this be a quirk? Yamada-sensei continued to exaggerate the events in order to hype up the crowd. Hitoshi paid a bit more attention when the voice coming through the speaker changed to Eraserhead. This is a perfect example of why the entrance exam isn't rational. He understood. He understood why Hitoshi had to try so hard here. He had to even the ground a bit. You're lucky to have been so blessed. Midoriya Izuku. A perfect quirk for the entrance exam. You don't understand what it's like. He stared at Midoriya's expressionless face. Now, turn around and walk out of bounds like a good little hero. Oh what? Midoriya's obeying him. What a turn of events. Yamada-sensei screeched. He was just glad Yamada-sensei seemed aware enough to not announce his quirk like he had for some of the other students during the festival. People having a clear idea of what his quirk was would put him at a disadvantage. Well, people probably knew what it was now that he'd used it in a one-on-one match. But at least they didn't know the specifics. Bunny approached the boundary. Despite my quirk, I have my own dreams of being a hero. He was about to step over the line. So, lose for me. Midnight snapped her whip. Midoriya had walked out of bounds. Shinsu wins. The crowd started cheering. He did it. He won his first match. Now all he had to do was win the rest of them. He released his hold on Midoriya, who stumbled a bit and looked around. When his eyes fell on the line he'd crossed, he sighed a bit and deflated. To his surprise, instead of walking off the field, Midoriya turned back around and walked up to him. What was he up to? It wasn't like the guy could punch him on live TV or anything. And he didn't seem like the type. Bunny stuck out his hand and rubbed the back of his neck with the other. Good luck on the rest of your matches, Shinsu. Oh, now he felt like even more of in a hole. He took his hand and shook it. Thanks, and, sorry about the bit with your teacher. Midoriya winced and waved it off. It's fine. You just needed to get me to respond, right? Yeah, still. Midnight cut in. While a good show of sportsmanship is quite invigorating, you two do need to clear the area. Bunny's cheeks lit up. Sorry, Aunt Nem. We'll leave. Midoriya started off the field and Hitoshi followed. Aunt Nem, this kid was related to a hero. He didn't even realize that Midnight had any siblings, let alone a nephew. Geez, being related to a teacher probably got him special treatment. Like a student and one needed any more of that. It was already clear how much the hero students were favored compared to the other courses. When they hit the hallway, Midoriya turned to him again. Good luck with the competition, he said with a smile that seemed too wide to be genuine. I need to go cheer on my classmates, so I better hurry if I want to get to my seat before the next match. See you later. Oh right, see you later. Midoriya waved and hurried down the hall. Hitoshi wasn't actually sure whether or not he actually hoped he'd see Bunny later or not. On one hand, he seemed nice. On the other, there was no way he didn't have hard feelings over Hitoshi using his quirk. He wasn't exactly sure if he wanted to spend his time around a teacher's pet. The rest of the festival seemed to fly by. The first round was over pretty fast, aside from the break they had to take for the ice guy to melt the effing glacier he made. During the second round, he won pretty quickly, only having to ask the Vine girl why she was praying to get her to respond. Things did get a little ridiculous during the second round though, when a hole went against the ice guy. Turned out Ice Guy could use fire too, and the explosion the two of them caused had both Midnight and Cementos interfering. It also left an indent of a hole in the wall of the stadium. Ice Guy had barely managed to avoid getting himself thrown out of the ring as well. Nothing too exciting happened in the semi-final round. All he had to do to get Red Hair to respond was to insult a hole. Again, he did feel a little bad since his friend was in with Recovery Girl and all, but at least he won. It was the final round when his luck ran dry. It was clear Ice Guy had figured out his quirk. He didn't even bother to open his mouth. He just encased Hitoshi in ice the second Yamada-sensei said start. He couldn't help but worry, when he was up there on the second place podium, about whether or not he'd done enough. Eraserhead had transferred after getting first. Was second place enough to get him into the hero course? The anxiety followed him through the weekend like a dark cloud. He couldn't shake the feeling that he'd failed. There wasn't anything else that he could have done. There was no way he could have countered the ice with where he was at now. Maybe he should have put in more effort in physical training. Then again, that was all he had thought about since the entrance exam. Said anxiety trailed in him all the way to homeroom the next week. He tried to push it aside and smile as his classmates congratulated him on getting second place. Hitoshi thought this might be the most any of them had ever said to him in one go. His anxiety simmered on a low boil all the way until lunch when Yamada-sensei called him to stay after for a moment. First off, I want to say congrats on getting second place, Shinsu. He shuffled some papers. Thanks. What's this about? Please let this end well, please. Well, I know that you didn't exactly want to be in my class. He gave Hitoshi a knowing look. Before he could respond, however, he continued. You're a great student, and I love having you here. But a little birdie told me you're interested in the hero course. Aizawa wants to talk to you about that. So head on down to the teacher's offices. Please let this end how he wants. Thank you, sensei. He bowed and was out the door in a flash. He heard that Eraserhead expects punctuality. He could not make a bad first impression, especially if he was the deciding factor in whether Hitoshi transferred courses or not. He pulled to a stop in front of the teacher's offices and caught his breath before knocking. Vlad King opened the door. You the kid Eraser sent for? He nodded. Right, he said, pulling the door open a bit more. He gestured to a door near the back. He's in there, head on in. Hitoshi thanked him and headed for the door, one again knocking and waiting. A gruff voice called for him to come in. He opened it and Eraserhead was in there sitting at a desk. He gestured for Hitoshi to sit down. He barely managed to avoid tripping over his feet as he did so. This was the moment that would determine whether or not he could achieve his dream. So, you want to transfer into the hero course? He had Hitoshi's file on the desk. He nodded. Yes, sir. Why? He asked. And that was the question, wasn't it? I want to prove everyone wrong. Everyone who's ever called me a villain for my quirk. I want to be a hero that kids like me can look up to. There wasn't really any other reason, but he figured any reason to want to help people was a good one. It felt like Eraserhead was trying to take a peek into his soul with the way he stared. A bead of sweat ran down his back and he shivered. All right, he said finally, pulling a paper out from his desk. This is the transfer form. I'll go ahead and sign it today, but you won't be moved into the class until after internships. Holy shit, this was actually happening. Why wait? The grin Eraserhead shot made him realize he may have made a mistake. I'm glad you asked. Tomorrow you start your training after school. You're a bit behind in terms of heroics classes, so you'll be using the next 2 weeks to catch up. And yes, it will be hell. Do you think you're up for it? If it means I can be a hero, bring it. You're going to eat your words. He probably would, but he was ready to break himself in training if it meant he could follow his dream. Ira Aizawa-sensei spent about half of the lunch period going over logistics with him, giving him a few papers to have his parents sign, as well as telling him to start thinking about what he wanted his hero costume to look like. Needless to say, he was excited. He was practically out the door when Aizawa-sensei asked him one more question. I'm asking a student to help me assist in your training since your quirk requires another person. Is that fine with you? Hitoshi didn't exactly have any way to practice his quirk, so it would probably be a good idea. Sure, works for me. So long as the student wasn't the whole one or bunny, he would probably be fine. He was not fine. The student Aizawa-sensei had gotten to help him practice his quirk was in fact Bunny. He had to work with the apparent legacy kid with a perfect quirk. Midoriya apparently realized that he wasn't exactly happy with the situation and shot him a nervous smile. He ignored it. If Aizawa-sensei noticed his trepidation, he didn't say anything. Instead, they got right into it. The first few minutes were spent with sensei drilling the importance of stretches into his head while Midoriya demonstrated them. Midoriya was shockingly flexible, to say the least. He wasn't sure if it was something that came with his mutation, or if it was practice. Either way, he wasn't sure whether or not he should be concerned. Near the end, Hitoshi was sure sensei was messing with him as Bunny was currently doing the splits, which was interesting. Eventually, sensei seemed to be done having fun and started them on an endurance run to see where he was at. Weirdly enough, running next to Midoriya was pretty good motivation. He wanted to beat him, and he couldn't help but be kind of miffed when Midoriya outpaced him and had the audacity to smile at him and toss over a water when they stopped. They ran through a few other assessment tests. Apparently, they were all tests Aizawa-sensei had class 1 to do on the first day instead of going to the opening ceremony. His results weren't the best, and sensei had no problem telling him that, though he did seem to like that he had brainwashed Midoriya into doing the long jump for him. His conclusion was that Hitoshi had a ways to go, but that he would help him get there with the after-school training. All right, that's it for the tests, Aizawa called to them as they got some water. We don't have too much time left, but why don't we do a bit of quirk practice? Hitoshi cast a glance at Midoriya, shocked to see that he looked excited. Sure, he responded. Bunny was weird to say the least. Most people who he used his quirk on were not excited to have it used on them again. They both walked over to sensei and paused to wait for instruction. He just gave Hitoshi a sort of get-on-with-it gesture. Well, now or never. He turned to Midoriya, who had a reassuring smile on his face, and gave a small nod. What's your favorite color? Midoriya's smile stretched a little wider. It's yellow. His face went slack and eyes vacant as he fell under Hitoshi's control. He looked to Aizawa, who was pulling a list out of his pocket. Midoriya made a list of commands he wanted you to give him. We need to know more about the range of your quirk. Midoriya made a list of commands. Okay, sure, why not? The golden boy apparently wanted to be brainwashed. Let's hear it. Okay, the first thing on the list is for you to tell him to activate his quirk. He looked at Aizawa with confusion. What would that do? Isn't his quirk a mutation? Aizawa-sensei chuckled a bit. Yes, but it also has a transformative aspect. He just doesn't advertise it a lot because he says it's better for information gathering or maneuvering through tight locations. Does he want to be an underground hero or something? He didn't expect that. You can ask him yourself later. Get on with it. Right, they were in a time crunch. He turned to Midoriya. Activate the transformation part of your quirk. He wasn't entirely sure what he had been expecting, but it wasn't for Midoriya to shrink down into what was essentially a green puffball. Cats were his favorite animal, but holy shit, Midoriya was adorable. He was also kind of tiny. He wasn't sure if that was a Midoriya thing though, as the boy was pretty short already. He stayed under your quirk. Aizawa sounded surprised. Hitoshi tore his eyes away from Midoriya to look at him. And that's interesting. Why? Midoriya wanted to see what it would take for someone to get knocked out of your quirk. He wanted to see whether it was only something on your end and external factors that could knock people out of it. Sounded like Midoriya had put quite a lot of thought into it. Go ahead and give him a nudge. Hitoshi did as asked and bent down to give Bunny a light poke. Awareness filled his eyes and he looked around, nose twitching before he sneezed. Frankly, he was a little upset about how adorable that was. He didn't want to like Midoriya. He was supposed to be a naive legacy kid, not the equivalent of a kitten. Midoriya bounced to the side a few paces and in a flash was back to being a human. Wow, that was so weird. It sort of reminded me of when I got my quirk and the whole waking up as a rabbit thing, he said to Aizawa excitedly. He turned to Hitoshi. I guess now we know that for the most part it seems only external factors or you can get people out of your brainwashing. Since my transformation shifts my entire body, I thought if any internal factors could knock me out of your hold, it would be that. Though there's always the chance that someone else with a mental quirk could have a different experience. Do you? Aizawa poked him in the face, effectively cutting off what was becoming one hell of a ramble. If we want to get through your list, we need to actually use the time. Hypothesizing later, training now. Right? Sorry, D-sensei. He gave Aizawa a sheepish smile. Turns out the rest of the list was really just checking how many times Hitoshi could brainwash someone before he started to exhaust his quirk. The answer was apparently about 12, give or take. After that, Aizawa sent them to the locker room to change and head home. He snuck a glance at Midoriya as they walked out of the gym. He just didn't make sense. He was apparently related to heroes. He had a perfect quirk for heroics, and he seemed like the kind of person everyone would be willing to fall behind. Based upon all these factors, he should be the kind of person who would treat Hitoshi like a villain. Midoriya didn't do that though. Instead, he seemed interested in him and his quirk, teasing him a bit during the physical assessment, and not even blinking an eye when Hitoshi used his quirk. Apparently, he was staring too long because Bunny caught his gaze, raising an eyebrow and tilting his head in question. I don't get you. Apparently, he was just going to blurt out whatever was on his mind. Midoriya didn't seem deterred. What do you mean? They had stopped moving. I mean, you have a perfect quirk for heroics, you're friends with the blonde hole, and you're a literal ball of sunshine. He waved his hand, gesturing to Midoriya. I'm getting the feeling that there's a but here. Midoriya didn't seem offended, just more confused. The but is that you're not treating me like I'm a villain. Should I be? I mean, you're not a villain, so why would I treat you like one? Was he just playing dumb? Because of my quirk, idiot. You think I would be in a hole to you because of your quirk? It's an amazing quirk that would be perfect for heroics. Though I think you would probably work best as an underground hero, which explains why Aizawa-sensei took an interest in you. Midoriya continued to mutter along, giving various examples of how his quirk could be used for heroics. Hitoshi sat there dumbfounded. What the F? Literally no one had ever talked about him or his quirk like that. Hitoshi could feel his cheeks heat as Midoriya essentially laid out all the ways he could effectively take down villains while minimizing collateral damage. He even went on about possible support items that would help him to be more effective at quirk takedowns in case he couldn't rely on his quirk. Midoriya brought his verbal essay to a close with, and besides, I would be the last person to judge someone for their quirk, and that didn't make much sense. While your entire verbal essay was incredibly flattering. Midoriya blushed at that. What do you mean by you would be the last person to judge someone for their quirk? Oh, he waved Hitoshi off and started walking back towards the lockers. Hitoshi kept step with him. It's just that my quirk was stress manifested. Hitoshi drew to a stop. Midoriya did as well once he noticed Hitoshi stopped. Midoriya had a stress manifested quirk. That meant that he had been quirkless until something effed up enough happened to make him fear for his life. What the absolute F? Hitoshi knew he was gawking from the way Bunny seemed to shrink in on himself a bit. Yeah, I don't really tend to advertise it because it sometimes makes people uncomfortable, but I know what it's like to have people judge you for your quirk, or well, lack of one. I do really think your quirk is amazing though. He sighed and rubbed a hand down his face. Geez, I'm in a hole. Huh, once again he gestured to Midoriya. This entire time I've been assuming that you're this golden child with a perfect quirk who's related to heroes. Turns out I'm just in a hole and you're a lot more like me than I thought. So, sorry. Midoriya gave him a smile. It's fine. Glad we could clear that up. I just thought you didn't like me. Midoriya seemed to run over what he said one more time and jolted. You know my parents are heroes. His parents too. No, I heard you call Midnight Aunt Nem. Oh, yeah, that one's on me. He rubbed the back of his neck, embarrassed. How in the world was he apparently related to so many heroes? Wait, how did the kid of heroes have a stress-manifested quirk? Your parents didn't cause your quirk, did they? Bunny's eyes widened and he frantically shook his head. No, they didn't. I actually didn't even have parents when I got it. Hitoshi's eyes widened. That sounded bad. My mom died when I was about 7 and I ended up at a foster home for a while. And you got your quirk there. This just kept getting worse. How the hell was this kid literal sunshine incarnate after all of that? Actually, I got chased into the woods after school. I got my quirk there. Funny thing, actually, I ended up stuck in my quirk for 6 months or something before my dad found me. What the F? Let me get this straight. You stress manifested a quirk because of bullies. Ended up living in the effing woods because of that. And the only reason you're here now is because one of your now parents found you. He ran over the words. That about sums it up. Okay, what the F is your life? It's just kind of my life. I think you should be more worried about me giving you a hard time. Midoriya hopped up next to him. Whatever. If his attitude towards Bunny changed after that first training session, Aizawa didn't say anything. Just hid a smile whenever he caught Hitoshi staring a little bit too long at Midoriya. Somehow he had a feeling that Aizawa picked him to help with training to whittle down his ego a bit. He's not sure whether he should be upset or appreciative that it appeared to work. Hitoshi found that school was a lot more interesting when there was a bunny hellbent on befriending him through either kicking his ass during spar or dragging him to his table during lunch. He couldn't quite say that he minded. For the first time in a very long time, Hitoshi found himself looking forward to the next day. It didn't matter if he'd wake up so sore he didn't want to move. He was working towards something that he wanted, and he was enjoying it. He was going to work his ass off to become the best hero he could be. And these were the first steps. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.